Good morning, everyone, and welcome. I'd like to start the meeting. Today is July 26, 2016, and this is a regular meeting of the members of the New York State Liquor Authority. In attendance are Chairman Bradley, Commissioner Kim, Commissioner Ford. Staff in attendance is General Counsel Flug, CEO Bryan, and myself, Acting Secretary Held. The next meeting dates are set for August. They're the 16th and the 30th. All meetings are held in our New York City office with video conferencing available at our other office locations. Items will be called in the order as they're signed in, first in Buffalo, then Albany, then here in New York City. When your matter has been called, please approach the podium and state your name clearly for the record. Then please note there'll be no oral argument on any matter wherein a 500-foot law hearing was held or a full hearing was held by our hearing bureau. We do ask, matter of courtesy, please turn off your cell phones. Before we go to the first item, the chairman has an announcement to make.
First, I want to welcome Commissioner Ford. This is his first time sitting up here with the Commissioner Kim and I. So I want to welcome him and look forward to working with you. Now you get to dive in the deep end of the pool down here. So I hope you all go easy on him. And then the one thing I've been impressed about since I've been here is the quality of people that work here, and many of you see that quality behind the scenes, such as Kerry and Jackie. But there's a lot of people here that are high quality that you probably never encounter, and two of our attorneys were recently named by the National LGBT Bar Association as 2016's Best Under 40, and that association is out of Washington, D.C., and the award recipients are Christopher Riano, who's an administrative law judge that we have, who started a few months ago. I don't know if many of you have had experience with him, and then Wendy Erdley, who is our special risk counsel for the Liquor Authority. So I want to congratulate both of them on that award, and that's it.
Okay. So we'll go to Buffalo. The first item is 1687, Shahida Enterprises.
Good morning, Tracy Jong Law Firm. I'm here with with Mohammed, owner of Shahida Enterprises. This application is for a grocery beer and wine license. He had another license that he applied for earlier this year. He was granted that license by the authority. That location, he said, is not earning a lot of money. He would like to add beer and wine to the other store that he has owned. He's been operating it for the past 3 years, but prior to that, he operated it for over a decade. When he couldn't get the liquor license, they sold it to somebody else, and then a few years later, they purchased it back. So he's here today asking for the ability to offer wine and beer at this second location. Additional business he'll have at this location, he will have lotto, ATM, cigarettes, and of course it's a gas station. He also wants to address the question on how he's able to manage and operate two separate locations. This is a family-run business. He has his son and his brother and his family operating. The Chilai location that he has two people working that have worked for him for a very long time, and the location that's at issue, 404 Mount Hope Avenue, he had two employees at the time that we put the application in. Since then, he's added another full-time and a part-time employee to that location.
She just said it was. Did you say that he was approved in February 2016?
Yeah, and it came to the full board, Commissioner.
And it came to the full board.
But because
That is correct.
The location has all the adverse history as well as the principal, this one also came here, in case you want
Got
to
it.
address the sales to minor.
Yes. Okay.
Are there any questions that we can
Well,
address?
yeah, my main concern, obviously, is the sales to minor history that he has, and now he wants two locations where to be able to sell alcohol at two locations where it appears he wasn't very good at selling it at the one that we revoked previously. Now he wants extra responsibility? What's he going to do to make sure that that doesn't happen again?
What are your ID procedures?
I put in the system now with the scanners. ID. As soon as anybody have ID, I scan. If they don't, we don't sell nobody.
He's indicating that he has an electronic system for checking IDs, and he checks IDs of all patrons before sale. He didn't have that technology at his about 10 years ago, and 20 years ago. He didn't have that technology, but he has it this time.
Do his employees have training?
Yes, sir.
He indicates affirmatively that they have training.
Well, it wasn't 20 years ago, correct? His latest violation was 2006. I think they had scanners back then.
Was it 2000?
At that time, it's not in the system. Now I get in the system, in the cash register, scanner, and everything. At that time, I don't have no scanner.
In 2006?
No, I don't have the scanner at the time.
Wasn't the license taken away in 2000?
No, 2006 was.
Okay.
Yeah. So now I put all the scanners on both places, and the employees are saying no everything.
He's indicating that at that time his POS system did not have an integrated technology for checking IDs. It's available, and he's invested in that at this time.
Yeah, I think, obviously we want to be very supportive of small business owners who are successful in running a business, who want to expand upon their expertise and grow their business to other locations. In this particular case, however, the history that he had, I think maybe the scanners were the issue, but in general it was the management of having more than one retail location with a license that caused these series of sales to minors. And but giving him a second chance, we gave him a license, February of 2016, and I think it's just too early, and so far he's been without any violations. I think it's just too early to say that he's ready to take on another license, given that the past history shows that that was one of the reasons why he may have been violating the ABCL laws at the time. So I don't really see that it's the right time to give another license.
Have anything additional you would like to add?
Commissioner Ford?
Last license was revoked in 2006.
Extra careful now.
Yes. I think your mic's not on, maybe just if it's green. Yeah, it moves on its own.
2, okay, all right, sorry.
I'm an expert on that
I see
mic.
microphones, I go crazy. So, again, to restate my question, his last license was revoked in 2006?
Correct.
Okay, and he has not been in business with anything to do with liquor or alcohol since then?
No, he has. He was issued another license in April of this year by the full board.
Okay.
Yes, he's operated this location
Oh, this-
without the
sorry.
sale of beer.
At the
This is
location
the
where
second
they
license, I'll say, I'm sorry, I understand now. All right. I'm going to concur with Commissioner Kim. I think it's too soon also.
I vote to deny as well. Thank you.
$17.08 Kelly's Saloon.
Yes.
Hi, my name is Sarah Dieter with Kelly Saloon. I'm applying for an on-premise application and liquor license, and I'm just here to answer any questions.
Were you a bartender at this place when many of the problems occurred?
I was a bartender in the last 4 years prior to the closing when we had a fire.
But what were the years you were a bartender?
Okay, I was a student, so 2000, I don't know exactly. I was working until 2016, so it would have been 2012.
Which, we're talking about Mike and Kelly Room? Mike and Kathy Room, Inc.?
Yes, that was the previous company.
Okay, that's where you were a bartender from April 2011 till present?
Yes.
So were you the manager or were you just a bartender?
I began as a bartender, and then towards the last year and a half or so, I was a manager. I wasn't the only manager at the time, but with the owners, I was a manager.
I'd been to Kelly's many times before the fire. Was there still graffiti all over the bars and the walls?
Yes, there was. There's hadn't changed since 1978, as far as that goes.
So this bar closed as a result of a fire?
Yes, in July 29th of last year.
And how are you related to the previous
They're
licensee?
actually my grandparents.
I mean, my concern is that they have a significant sale to minor history here. I realize that it looks like none of them occurred while you were the bartender, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in a 7-year period.
Yeah, when I started working there, I was a student at first, and I didn't take it as seriously. But as I realized that my grandparents' livelihood was in jeopardy, I started to take on more responsibility. And I can assure you that the way that they had practiced, they were old school about a lot of things, and I started to clean things up when I began working there.
So what are you gonna do now to avoid that?
Well, we didn't have the ID checkers, electronic ID checkers, until I came on board. We'll only have one entrance, which will also, before there was a back alleyway that was hard to keep track of. I'm a local and I'm an alumni, so I recognize most of the people that come in, and I'm going to have a very well-trained staff, and I will be there majority of the time. I'll be living on the premises as well, so I will be monitoring things closely.
Are you going to let underage people in the bar, or is it going to be like nights where college kids can come in and not drink?
Absolutely not. It's a small college town, and the police are very strict about it, which is a good thing. So there's no need for it, for any of that to go on. We have there's only 1 or 2 that are active in the evenings at this point with college students, so we don't need the business at all for the underage.
And what are the hours?
Well, we'll be opening at 11 in the morning and closing at 2 every single day.
County hours or 2.
That's the county?
Yeah.
Okay.
And was that were those the hours previously?
Previously, it would open at noon. But with those
Close at 2?
Yes.
We have 2 letters from, they were signed concerned Geneseo resident and another anonymous community member, so I don't give it as much credence as if they actually signed their names, but they both cite to the unruliness of patrons from your bar in particular after the bar is closed. I don't know why, but they both cite defecation in the back and, vomit and blood and all that. Can you speak to that at all?
Yes. There's actually a bar that's right around the corner as well that shares that alley. One of the neighbors, it's been a little bit difficult with my grandparents' past relationship with the neighbors, but in moving forward, the relationship with the neighbors and everything, and what that property is owned by a bunch of different people. It's actually the community, so there needs to be a guideline as far as who's responsible for what. So I've been in close communication with the surrounding neighbors, and we're on a good path with all of that. And like I said, before, that alleyway was open, but now there will be a fence, so you actually can't go in and out unless it's for a fire.
And is there a reason why you posted this notice inside the fence of the empty property as opposed to outside. They're both these letters cite to that too, as you intentionally not wanting the community to know that you were applying for this license.
That's untrue. The front of the property itself was actually non-existing. It was a hole in the ground. The fence itself we do not own. It is on the property line, so I put it on. I didn't want there to be any issues posting it on the outside of the fence in regards to their fence, so I thought that would cause an issue as well, so I tried to. I confirmed that with my lawyer. It was a tough call, but I didn't know for sure what the best practice was. The fence, the neighbor put up the fence, so technically I don't own the fence.
Are your grandparents still involved at all with the business?
Not at all. It's just solely myself.
Who else do you plan to have working there? You can't work
Right.
100 hours a week.
We have a couple veterans that had been there for a while that are still live in town, and I expect to have them back, but we are still in the middle phase of construction, so I haven't quite, it's going to be a while before we're open. It's probably looking into early next year at this point, so I haven't really specifically had a bunch of people, but like I said, we have a couple veterans that will be back.
And how rebuilt is the building since the fire?
Right now we have some framing done for the first floor. It's going pretty quickly, pretty smoothly, but we still have quite a bit to go.
So you have a scanner system all set, ready to go?
Yes. Yep, I have 2 scanners,
And
one
you
for each
will not,
floor.
and you won't let anyone under 21 into the bar?
Absolutely not.
All right. I have concerns about the significant sales to minor history too. Most of them are during the time when your grandparents, I guess, ran it. So giving you the benefit of doubt, but just understanding it isn't a college town. There are community members obviously keeping a close eye who've sent us these letters. And, with the understanding no one under 21, the scanning system in place, I'll vote to approve.
I'm going to concur with Commissioner Kim, vote to approve also. The anonymous letter only bears so much weight with me also, especially since it doesn't refer to any type of documented police activity. So I'm willing to give you a shot too, so I vote to approve.
I vote to approve. Good luck.
Good luck.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Have a good day.
Is there anyone else in Buffalo?
I wondered
There's no
about
one
that.
else in Buffalo.
Thanks, Michelle. On Albany, item 1639, Hampton Wine and Spirits.
Good morning. My name is Dawn Cotter from Cotter's Liquor Store, and I'm here to protest a new license at 13 North Avenue. I was here in May of 2015.
Ma'am, if I
And
could,
so-
I'm just going to stop you there. If we could just have the applicants up, because I think that this
Yeah,
is
did
going to
they,
get, I don't think you need to talk today, because I think this is going to move on.
The applicant isn't in Albany.
Applicant didn't show up?
Where are they?
I don't know, sir.
All right, so the ones who signed in were the protests.
Okay, well, then we can't do it anyway. Go to the next one. Wow. I want to talk to them about the other store.
Recall it or just?
Yeah, recall it.
I don't know if they're showing.
I don't know if they're showing up. It wasn't
Oh, okay, then
mandatory.
we'll do
So
it.
if you want
All
it
right.
in August, we'll carry it over to August 16th?
They don't have to be.
No, I'm not carrying it over.
Okay.
Gonna act.
Do you want to hear the opposition?
No,
You don't want to hear the opposition?
unless you guys do.
No,
I don't know.
yeah, I guess the question was the applicant selling another store and buying this one?
Well, Jackie, why don't
Okay, the
you?
applicant currently has a store that is being sold. It's in the process of being sold, and there's an application pending for the new entity. I believe with the proceeds of that sale, they're starting this endeavor.
But,
There is, and they're aware of this, is that there is an investigation with enforcement. Enforcement's been trying to get a hold of them to come in, and it's kind of gone in the way of being stalled by the licensees.
Come
So
in to
enforcement and
discuss what, the
Just discuss
Previous store, the one they're trying to sell.
previous
this
store?
stuff,
For a licensed establishment.
There's
Yes.
enforcement issues to be
enforcement
discussed?
issues.
Got
So
it.
they have informed yesterday that they have a meeting set up to come in on August 2nd, and enforcement's deeming that a final date. They have to appear. They haven't had a response yet.
Yeah, they haven't been very cooperative in
All right.
coming in.
So that's just, they wanted me to update on
Let's,
that. The-
Okay.
Yeah.
If you want to put it over, we can, it's up to you.
I just feel like I mean, if you've given them an August 2nd of a final date, then I can't use that as a basis of being,
No, that's enforcement.
right, no, but, I mean, character and fitness and all that, so, then I think we should hear from the opposition since she's here and then just carry it over. That's what I think, but I.
Okay, go ahead. Why don't you, ma'am, why don't you come back up?
What you talked about when,
There was also a denial recently in Pleasant Valley, just so you're aware.
it's for this location, and it was a split vote.
Go ahead, ma'am.
When she said she
Location, and it
was
a
here.
split vote?
Yes.
I was here in May of 2015 to protest the opening of a liquor store at the location at 13 North Avenue. This is a new application for that same
She
business.
approved, that's what it was.
Well, Valley Wines and Spirits were in operation from 2008 through 2014. I showed a tremendous loss of business. It was very difficult for me to stay open. If Valley Wines and Spirits hadn't shut their door, I certainly would have. At the time of the meeting on May 15th, the application for that spot was denied due to a saturation of business in Pleasant Valley. A second store in Pleasant Valley would be even less desirable since there's been a decrease in population in Dutchess County of 0.6%.
Okay, thank
Okay.
you.
Oh,
And she represents.
One of the competitors, Cotters.
right. And then, I mean, given this information in May 2015, we had disapproved an application for this exact same location based on similar reasoning. The population numbers have gone down 0.6% in the past 5 years. There's a store, 1,600 square feet, less than 400 feet away. And the argument back then was that there would not be a public convenience and advantage by approving this. It was a split vote. I had actually voted to disapprove, and Commissioner Green at the time had voted to approve. So I don't think that much has changed in the year to change my vote on this location, so I vote to disapprove.
Did you want to hear the rest of the protesters?
No.
Okay, good.
I vote to disapprove also.
I vote to disapprove as well, based on Commissioner Kim's justification. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kim.
Oh, no, thank the board.
Thank you, board.
Thank you.
Board. Thank you, board. We appreciate that.
Right, that's all she wrote?
Okay, is there anyone else in Albany?
No, there's not.
Okay, first item here, 1675 Wine and Beyond Corp.
Carrie, do you need this back or no?
I do.
You do?
I was going to make it part of the record.
Thank you.
Thomas Burke for Wine and Beyond, and these are the applicants, Elena Boykova and Irina Prikolota, and this is their wine industry consultant, Mr. Stephen Fisher.
Good morning.
This is a small store, 561 feet in the East Williamsburg section of Brooklyn.
And do we have anybody protesting this?
There are 3 protest letters.
No, we have somebody in the back, too. Why don't you come up and,
Why don't you let them speak first?
Yes.
Yes, please.
Just to go on the record, the commissary ventures that's mentioned in the one objection letter was approved on March 1st, 2016. The license has not yet been issued. They are 0.09 miles, 0.9 miles from the applicant. And then Bentley Wine was approved on June 7th. That also has not yet been issued, and they're 0.7 miles from the applicant. The commissary is 1,450 square feet, and Bentley is 1,550 square feet.
Go ahead.
My name is Mariah Paul. I'm the owner of Big Tree Bottles, located at 43 Bogart Street in Brooklyn. I'm here on behalf of my own store and my employees, as well as representing New Wilson Liquors, Bushwick Liquors, and Henry's, the three other closest stores to the proposed location. I am the closest store to the proposed location, 350 feet from their proposed entrance. I've submitted my own objection letter as well as a letter representing the concerns shared by all four stores in the area, and I wanted to briefly mention or expand upon a few points here. Our neighborhood is made up of 85% warehouses. We're a designated industrial business zone. Further development in our area is not possible because of that zoning regulation. Additionally, MTA ridership data shows that we've had a decline in riders in recent years. Furthermore, as of yesterday, the New York Times confirmed that the MTA is going to be shutting down the L train for 18 months, cutting off our connection to Manhattan, further decreasing our customer base. This, on top of an already saturated market, which can be evidenced by my decreasing sales year over year. My sales have decreased 23% since 2012, at which point Henry's was issued a license, shows a definitive lack of advantage to the community to issuing another license in this area. Furthermore, as I heard you mentioning, Henry's, which has shown some growth since their opening, is fighting not only the demographic and transportation issues, as well as two newly approved licenses which have not yet been issued in their immediate area. The four closest stores all offer a full variety of products, and all of us also offer special orders. After speaking with the owners of the three other stores, there is nothing in the area that we feel is not provided through our current selection, which we would know because people would be coming in and asking for those products. The proposed location is literally less than a 90-second walk from my entrance. The storefronts are able to see each other if you're standing out in front of them. I don't see any reason why the community would have an advantage to an additional store in the location. We're not an expanding residential area, and there is not increasing sales to support an additional license.
Thank you.
Is
Thank you.
Bushwick Liquors open?
Yes.
It is? Okay. They didn't submit numbers?
Back right before, as of
They signed on to my letter. They missed the.
No, I understand. They didn't submit their numbers for 2015, so
Oh, okay.
that's,
And are any of these stores near you bulletproof? Are they all open floor plan?
One is a bulletproof.
Which one?
It's the furthest Bushwick.
Bushwick is?
Yep.
That's the second
That's
closest.
the second closest we have.
Sorry, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I think my submission shows the amount of new construction in the area. The idea that this industrial area can't support new construction is belied by the fact that I submitted quite a few, and my applicants have found 7 more newly constructed buildings in the area.
Well, I'd rather you address the obvious decrease in sales of the closest liquor stores right after we opened another one.
You've seen the.
I mean, Henry's was opened in February of 2013, and you can see their sales were taken directly from the 3 closest stores.
Henry's went up 18% between 15 and 16 and 14.
But the other ones went down.
No, Bushwick Liquors had one bad year. We didn't get the 15 figures from Bushwick Liquors, but we got the 12, 13, and 14 figures. And Bushwick Liquors had a decrease.
In half since 2012.
Right, but you could see that in 2014, they only showed for half a year, and they did $600,000. So that's only half a year.
62,000.
62. So at half a year, that means they're on track to.
But I'm more interested in the numbers that she pointed out. Her sales did go down 25%.
She has had a declining sales since 2012.
And that
seen the outside-
that coincides with Henry's opening.
You've seen the outside of her store. You've seen the inside. You've seen the amount of inventory in the store. I've never seen a liquor store with such little inventory. It looks like they're not replenishing the inventory. It looks like they.
So you don't believe it has anything to do with Henry's opening?
No, I believe I wouldn't shop in that store. It's covered with.
I'm not
graffiti.
asking you that. Do you believe it has anything to do with Henry's opening?
Henry certainly has some impact on it, but how can you continue to lose money for 4 years and the other stores around are doing well? Henry's did an 18%. Bushwick was on track to do 120,000, which would be a 50% increase.
And what about Lynn's?
Now, Lynn sent 2 sets of figures. Lynn's is the 5th store, by the way, but it came in the foil, so I addressed it. Lynn sent 2 sets of figures. In January the 28th of 2016, when Montrose and Graham were trying to open, they sent in a set of figures that showed from 2012 to 2015, 50,000, 50,000, 47, and 49. And then for our application, they sent in a set of figures 298, 282, 259, and 261.
No.
For Lynn's, that's not what we have.
We have
503.
503, 500, 478, 499.
Sure. You can back up, please. Thank you. Lynn's 232. They're different addresses. They're all. Both of these are. Well, you have Montrose and Graham. So we have Montrose and Graham's numbers on this. This is all messed up.
No, they're-
Wine and Beyond. This is not Lynn's Liquor. This is a different company. Oh, right.
Yeah, that's for us right there.
Yeah, that was just the 2 different applications. This is
But
the
then why are
application
these
that was
numbers?
before you.
Okay, then why are
They
these
gave us
numbers
the-
different?
They gave us different numbers.
You're right. They gave us different numbers for
That
the
was
2
reported to Barry
applications.
Sender.
Well, then they have a problem.
Well, they gave different square footages.
Mark that.
All right, well, that,
Now, Big Tree Bottle spoke about
let me see. So these are obviously, the interesting thing about both these numbers is that they both kind of trend down for 3 years and then go back up on the 4th year, even though the numbers are very off. You can't
what the
tell.
true
No, I
numbers
agree. I mean, this is an enforcement issue, and
So then the next
Let's rule
question,
that out.
the next question I have is, what could you possibly give to the community by putting another liquor store 350 feet from one that's already doing $900,000 in business?
Okay, it's not 350 feet, number one. Actually,
I'll give you 500 feet.
I think it's, okay, I'll take the 500 feet. The idea that they can see each other, they're on different streets, Bogart Street.
It's 500 feet or less.
Okay. Now, these applicants have organic wines, New York State wines, local spirits. They even advertise on it. They're going to advertise on the front of their store. The facade will say, New York wines, Brooklyn spirits. They have hired a wine consultant to advise them on organic and artisanal wines. They've done quite a bit of preparation. They've interned at a store for the past few months on weekends. They've taken the available.
so what does that mean when you say you're going to advertise it? I mean, you have a 560 square foot space. Give me what is going to be sold in there, percentage-wise specifics, not just general
Okay, I
organic
just wanted to
New
show you
York
that the
State.
emphasis was going to be
No, I
on
understand.
New York wines and
Right.
spirits.
What does that mean?
Okay.
Numbers.
The store will have, the store will have an inventory ratio of 80% wine and 20% spirits.
Okay.
The store will specialize in New York State wines and Brooklyn spirits.
Okay, what does that mean? Percentage-wise, please?
That's where their emphasis will be.
No, I understand, but when you say it's an emphasis, is it 51% of the products, or what does that
Okay.
mean?
It will provide customers with a selection of artisanal wines, 20% of which will be from New York State.
Okay.
And 25% of the spirits inventory will be small batched, locally produced rye and bourbons and vodkas.
Okay. So how many SKUs are they planning to have?
How many SKUs?
We're looking at approximately about 70 SKUs.
70 SKUs. So 80% of this is wine?
70 total?
Yep, that's what they said.
To start off with
18.
and hopefully expand to
25%.
identify artisanal wines.
Just to go on the record, both the deputy commissioner and I are checking the record. I have no idea where this document came from because it's not a part of the record.
Not part of Lynn's.
And the gross sales or the full board report for Lynn's in the Wine and Beyond stated the same numbers that we have. So I have no idea where this came from.
You want to tell us where it came from?
Came in the foil. I didn't invent it.
It's not scanned in. We'll have to research. But the full board report that was before the members have the 500,000 same numbers that were there.
They've been
So
reporting that.
you've seen those numbers.
So the numbers we have are what they've reported consistently?
Consistently,
Okay.
yes.
Okay, so 70 SKUs, so 80% wine, which is 56 items, 20% liquor, 14 items, and then of that, 25% of the liquor is going to be New York State, which brings me a total of 3 products. So you're saying those 3 products are, 3 or 4 products are something that none of the other stores carry?
I believe so.
Okay.
Based on the stores.
And what are those 3 or 4 products?
Definitely, we would look at Green Hook Gin. That would obviously be a gin. Brooklyn Republic Vodka, which is, pretty much new to the marketplace. 601 Bourbon Small Batch. 1911 Vodka Small Batch. Basically all artisanal. Hudson Whiskey, just to name a few.
Okay.
And we're going to be also looking for, small production, small wineries.
And what about the
that fit
wines? What are the artisanal wines that you talked about, the
The
20%?
artisanal wines would be mostly, from North Fork, Hamptons, Duck Walk would be one of them, which is Sauvignon Blanc, Meraki, Sauvignon Blanc, Arrowwood, Chardonnay, based on price point, of course, as well. So we will have, and
What
definitely-
percentage would be organic or biodynamic or however you want
biodynamic, because it's not really easily to identify organic.
Sure.
I would focus more on the biodynamic, where it would be probably a percentage of about 30%
30% of the 11
of
artisanal?
from, where are we talking about spirits or?
Wines.
No, I think there will be more SKUs.
Okay.
Definitely more SKUs than just that.
Are you going to be full-time?
No, I will be there for the beginning of the opening, I will be on a full-time basis.
Full-time, so when it opens, you're going to be working full-time
Yes,
with them?
yes.
You're going to continue to stay there? You have a contract?
I have, a contract stating that I will be there full-time once the store opens.
How many hours a day?
To support 4 to 5 hours a day.
For how many, a year, 6 months?
6 months
6 months contract.
for a ramp-up.
Okay. Thank you. Maybe, did you want to say something? Is there more you want to say?
I'd like to call your attention to
Sure,
the hours
sure.
of the other stores compared to the applicant stores. As you can see, Big Tree doesn't open till 2 p.m. on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, 12 o'clock on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. This store will be open from 10 a.m. to 12 midnight. New Wilson is open from 10 to 11 on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. New Wilson is closed on Friday. They're open 12 to 12 and 12 to 9 on Saturday and Sunday. Bushwick is 11 to 10 on Monday and Tuesday, 11 to 11 on Wednesday, 11 to 11:30 on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. And Winos doesn't open till 2 on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday, and not till 12 on the weekend. So the hours alone add a convenience to the neighborhood. This store will be open when those stores are not. And the potential for construction in the area, that's the area of the Bushwick Rheingold Brewery. I mean, all of these industrial properties are being bought up by developers who got priced out of Williamsburg and are developing commercial and residential properties in East Williamsburg. I mean, the population increase in that zip code that they're in, 11206, is 17.9% since the 20,000 census.
Since the 2000 census?
I'm sorry, the 2000.
So what is it since 2010 to now,
I
approximately?
believe it's 7.9. I got the figure for the community District 1 is 7.9% increase. I believe that's an exhibit in the submission.
Okay.
I mean, I don't want to disparage Big Tree, but if you can see the difference, the renderings of this new store and that store.
If your argument to me is that we should let you there so you can bury them, that's not going to work.
I don't want you to let me there so I can bury them.
Well, that's essentially what you're saying. Their store you don't like, so put this store here, and
I'm not saying I don't like it.
then why don't we go in a different direction?
I'm saying it's not a very inviting store, and they're going to offer an inviting store, that's all. I'm trying to distinguish their store.
You have any questions, Commissioner?
We still have the issue of two other licenses that haven't opened yet, right?
Yeah, they're 7.7 and 0.9 miles away.
Right, those two licenses, one is Commissary Ventures LLC, 128975. They filed in 1015. Last I saw it was pending. They're 1.4 miles away.
No,
A
they're not.
28-minute walk?
No, they are 0.9 miles, and they were approved on March 1st, 2016.
Okay, Google says 1.4. I have a map here. Okay, Bentley Wine and Spirits, 1294211, filed in April of this year.
Approved on June 7th, 2016.
Okay, they're 0.7 of a mile away?
Correct.
That's a 13-minute walk.
Okay.
Can you give me a quick check on what the hours are for those two? Commissary?
Might not have,
They might not have the hours.
but I'll check real quick.
You wouldn't know because they're not
No,
open
I
yet.
don't know.
They didn't tell us. Commissary did not tell us. No, we do not have the hours, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you. Can we hear from the opposition?
Want to?
Just briefly.
Thank you for hearing from me again. Again, my name is Mariah from Big Tree Bottles. The applicant spoke to selection. They mentioned that our store does not have a large selection. We have over 250 SKUs in our store. I don't have an exact count with me. They're mentioning carrying possibly slightly upwards of 70 SKUs. They also spoke to having organic biodynamic wines and spirits. We carry those in selection of approximately 70% of our wine is either natural, organic, or biodynamic, and are labeled as such. You asked them about their liquor selection. They mentioned Green Hook Gin and Hudson Whiskey, both of which we carry. So I would say that they are probably not extremely familiar with my store and my selection. I'm there on an almost daily basis. I actually arrive before the store opens and pull up the gate, and I can say from my own experience watching the street, there are not people looking to buy liquor at between 10 and 2 on Monday through Wednesday or Thursday in our neighborhood. If there were, we would have already asked you and adjusted our hours accordingly to tap into those sales.
Yeah, and we do all of our, I'm sorry, Jason Merritt. I am one of the other owners and managers. We do all the ordering ourselves. We've done it for the whole time we've held the license. We know all of the locals, and to say that our store is not inviting and this and that, we know all of their dogs' names. I know that's silly to say, but we definitely are a welcoming store, and we know our residents.
And a final note, they are speaking about potential construction in the neighborhood. I did mention that the MTA is going to be shutting off our connection to Manhattan for 18 months. We are located approximately a block and a half from the main subway exit. Our customers come in waves from the subway. That is going to decrease our sales for over a year. It is going to be very problematic for our store as well as the others, and I would highly suggest that the applicants reconsider after that construction is completed, none of which it is, and after the L train shutdown is over.
And saying the developments are definitely serviced by the Flushing and Myrtle JMZ lines, and much closer to them than the L train line is to the proposed applicant and our store. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
With that L train closing in 2019, the Transit Authority has figured that they will reroute those passengers on the J, the Z, and the M line. I don't know what the emphasis is on the subway. I suppose people getting off the subway shopping on the way home, but people certainly are not traveling from other boroughs on the subway to get to Brooklyn to buy liquor and wine in that area, other than people getting off the subway and coming past the store. I don't see how the subway affects the
I think
clientele.
that's exactly how it does.
Okay. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 stores within 0.6 miles, 0.4 to 0.6 miles. Plus, we just licensed 2 more, making that a total of 7 within a mile. You're proposing to open a 560 square foot space with the products that you've specified, and it seems the closest store already carries 2 out of the 5 of the artisanal spirit products that you referred to. So I really don't see an added public convenience and advantage to approving this. True, but on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, they do open at noon, and I think when you have 5 stores that none of them are opening before noon, I think that speaks to the market speaking, in my opinion. But with all the construction going on, as the protester suggested, it might be a better time to rethink applying again at that time when the construction's done and the L train is back open again. So I vote to disapprove.
I'm new here, but I still have concerns for the 2 stores that have been licensed that haven't even opened yet, and their impact upon the local market, which I think needs to be factored in before we throw someone else in. So I'm going to vote to deny also.
I'm going to vote to deny as well, based on Commissioner Kim's justification, as well as the fact that you're talking about putting a store with 70 SKUs. I don't even see that adding any public convenience or advantage to the community. I mean, you just heard from a store that's approximately the same size, they carry 250.
We would start off with 70 in terms of artisanal. And
Well, I'm just giving you, it's not going to change my vote, but my point is that doesn't seem like it's a well-stocked store to me. But I'm going to vote to deny based on Commissioner Kim's justifications as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
1674, Metro Liquors.
Good morning, Stacy Weiss for the applicant. Metropolitan Liquors, Inc., located at 298 Metropolitan Avenue in Brooklyn. This will be a 700-foot liquor store that has a basement storage area, and it's going to be located in the Williamsburg area of Brooklyn. My clients will have a liquor store that will consist of.
Well, let me just stop. Is there any protest here? Okay, go ahead.
Sure. It's an area that's undergoing a lot of change right now. The census from 2000 indicates from 2000 to now approximately 11% change in population growth. There's been a lot of construction in the area. A tremendous amount of construction in the area, actually. There's a building that just went up right next door to where they're located. Across the street, there's a building going up. I think I've indicated on the submission all the construction that's either been built, that's under construction now. Practically any lot that's empty is being eyed by investors. So they're putting in either commercial buildings or residential properties, condos, anything you could think of, they're throwing in there. The 4 closest stores, most of the sales have shown increases in their gross sales. 2 of them are above $2 million. 1 of them is above $1 million. There's one that's shown a slight decrease in its sales. It's a little under $1 million. But there hasn't been a new store. The 4 closest stores, I think the newest one is from 2008, and the oldest between the four closest stores is 2003. So there really, amongst those 4 closest stores, there hasn't been a new store in that area, in the general vicinity, since 2008, but yet there's been an increase in population of 11%, and 5%, I believe, over the past 6 years. So I think the area can use a new store. As a matter of fact, Apple is opening their first Brooklyn store, a little less than 2 blocks away from my client. It's going to be a 20,000-foot store on Bedford Avenue. Also, Whole Foods is opening up a store on Bedford Avenue, which is a little less than 3 blocks from my client. So you have 2 superstores coming in not too far away. So if they're going there, you know the area is growing substantially. My client is going to have approximately, and I'm going to give you a couple of percentages. He's going to have approximately 70% wines to about 30% liquor. He's going to have 25 to 30% organic, which I think the neighborhood doesn't have too many stores that carry the organic wines. And he can tell you a little bit more about specifics about what he's going to carry. He's not going to do lottery. He's not going to carry those little airline bottles of booze. And he and his partner would like to open up a liquor store. So if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
What is he going to do? My first question is, are any of these bulletproof, the 4 closest?
No.
No, they're none of the bulletproof.
And
no.
what are you doing that these other 4 don't do, if anything?
Sure. Thank you, Commissioner, for giving me a chance. I would, I have shopped in all 4 stores. As a matter of fact, I was there yesterday, and I looked at their SKUs and all kinds of merchandise. How could I be different? And obviously, I have looked at their, organic wines and other collection, and I went through a couple of SKUs like Badger Mountain, Merlot. These are popular SKUs, and I walked into these stores, and none of them carried these organics. So I think, being that it's a young crowd, health-conscious people, they all love to have these organic wines, and that's upcoming, something new that's grooming, and I would like to carry at least 70% of my wines, 25 to 30% of organic SKUs. Would be part of that, and as I continue to grow that number as well as going forward. So that would be number one. A couple of things we were doing. We were also planning to do a wine club, which is a fantastic idea that we want to create a blog where wine lovers would get together, and part of that would be that not only that we will grow our business, but they're going to share their experiences, how they drink their wines and what they like. So that would be good for the area, so it will be enlightening for them what they should buy based on what people talk. I will be a full-time employee in the store, and basically running the stores. I have a very diverse background in retail for 20 plus years, and looking at that area, there's as my attorney said, Apple, these big box stores that are coming, they obviously see growth in the area, so it will be a good place to have a wine store and / liquor store.
When you worked previously at the other fine wines and liquors, was that a relative of yours?
No. What I did was, for me, I was planning to open up a store, so I figured I would go there and kind of learn the business a little bit and understand inventory management, so ground up, stocking and stuff, which was fun. So I did all that stuff, so kind of go through ground up and see where we go.
And you've applied previously, correct?
I did.
That was because of public convenience and advantage?
That's right. And I kept that in mind because when you mentioned saturation and all that stuff, so I went ahead and I thought, where can I go again and find, and there is growth, there is everything that actually would be a demand. So we chose this location, and we gave our try, and we have all the facts right there.
When the Apple store opens, will you be the closest store?
Not the closest.
Not
Not
that
the
Apple owners drink a lot, but, you know,
No,
just
you
asking.
won't be the closest.
You will be.
No, it'll be, I think, the second closest to it.
Which store would be the closest?
There's a, I think it's 301 might be the one located at 301 Bedford might be Del Sol.
Okay.
I believe that's the one that's going to be closest.
This is on, I mean, you submitted something on the L train as well? It's the same issue with the L train sharing?
I didn't submit that.
You didn't submit
No, I
this?
didn't-
Oh,
I
they,
didn't submit anything about subway.
Oh,
because
that's the
I don't think
Right,
they're going
this
to be affected by the
protester.
subway at all, because there's so much construction, there's so many residential properties that are going up, that they don't even need the subway they won't be affected by the subway, because they're going to be more of a store that's a community store. There's so many people, here, I have this here.
do you,
That's all right.
what were the population numbers again?
5% increase between 2010 and now, and 11% since 2000.
Do you have that in front of you? I don't have it right in
I
front
have
of me.
another one here. Here, I have another one.
Oh, I don't need that.
And I
Just need
have the statistics also from,
population.
the store, and the store is not a very big store. Let me see, I have the stats here. The census,
Yeah, median age.
yeah, that's the median age.
I'll give them this.
Yeah, I have this here. I think this one. I don't know if I have the percentages on it.
You want to use this, 5.8% last week?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, this has
All the stuff.
But you don't have the statistics?
I'm looking, I should have it
Trying to
here.
find too.
Let's see. It's one of these.
I mean, that stats that we put in over there, it does show 5.8%
It
increase.
shows the 5.8, yeah. I thought
And
I had
Census
it,
Bureau shows that also,
I thought I had it here.
population.
Yeah, it shows, well, it shows the 94,000. It went from 85,000 to 94,000. I have the 94,000, but I don't have the 85,000. I'm sorry about that.
Okay, I got it. It's 94,000, you said?
Now it's 94, but it went from 85 to 94.
10%, 4,500.
Yeah,
Okay. Yeah, 5% increase since 2010. Yeah, no, that's fine. I got it. I got the 2010 up here.
Sorry about that.
At 90,000. Okay. Alrighty, ready?
I mean, it has been a tremendous amount, and it shows all the buildings that went up.
So, I think the fact that one of the applicants has had prior experience working in a liquor store, package store, and you know, given the development and the population increase of about 5% since 2010, and much more than that since 2000, you know, the sales of the four closest stores, two of the closest have had slightly decreasing sales since 2014, but it's balanced by the more dramatic increases in sales of the third and fourth closest store, which were also the same distance away. So, seeing that there is increasing demand, increasing development, and the experience of the applicant, I'll vote to approve this.
For all the reasons Commissioner Kim just stated, I vote to approve also.
Thank you.
I'll vote to approve as well. The sales, as Commissioner Kim pointed out, the third and fourth store have both gone up significantly over a 4-year period. There's 4 stores within 0.3 miles, and given the increase in sales numbers, I would say that there would be a public convenience and advantage in the applicant clearly has shown a dedication to this business, given his previous employment in a liquor store, and does have now some experience running one, so I'll vote to approve.
Thank you very much.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Do you need a copy of this? Oh, you got it?
I'm sorry, yeah.
Okay, you want to just pass this? It's a set, so.
All right, yeah, have them in there. Okay. Thanks. 1636 One Stop Food Mart.
Luca have like heart surgery or something, wasn't that? Dustin from his office was here last time. Said that
Mohammed.
One-stop shop.
Do we have anything from the mayor here?
No, I do not.
We had written to the mayor previously before originally this was to appear on July 7th, and they never responded, and
I visited him yesterday in the office.
Can you just first put your name on the
I'm
record?
sorry. Your name.
Muhammad Aftab.
He had gone to the mayor's office to find out if he was going to object, and they said they really didn't have time in his calendar to see him. This store originally was an EB, and it did have some history. I'm terrible with the pronunciation. Mr. Afzal has converted it to an AX, and he closes at 10 o'clock, which I think would pretty much address the problems that they had as an EB. There'll be no drinking in the store, and it was going to close early. He also owns another store, and it's called Wheatley Heights, and it's let's say a transitional neighborhood. It's real tough. It's turning around though with all new housing, and it is a kind of a tough neighborhood now, and he's able to run it without any issues. He's diligent.
Does he know Sad Chowdhury?
Yes.
How?
He's my nephew.
He's your nephew.
Oh. So who was the undisclosed interest the last time your nephew got rejected, or what happened? It was disapproved when he applied because it was an undisclosed financial interest. Was that you involved in that? Did you loan him money to buy?
This was, the previous application was done by, I believe,
I
an
have another
accountant.
location. I just find out through the family. He got the jobs and he wanted rid of the store, and I go look at.
So you own this store now outright?
Yes.
You bought it from him?
Yes, sir.
When?
Almost a year and a half.
Year and a half ago, which is what, 2014?
I think 15 was.
When? January? February?
It says
December?
he sold his shares in the corporation to the applicant in January of 2015.
January or March.
So January?
The disapproval letter for Mr. Chowdhury said there, according to the documentation submitted with the application, the sole principal of One Stop is Saad Chowdhury. His total investment is $73,200, consisting of $70,000 to purchase from the current owner. The remaining amount is in the form of a promissory note, but it said, he said his uncle was the one who was his partner, who gave him the
Are
money.
you the only uncle?
I'm sorry?
Are you his only uncle?
No, he have the more uncles.
Yeah, it's, during discussion with Mr. Chowdhury stated that his partner would be involved in operating the business. He then
Yeah,
clarified
5
that his partner is his uncle, who has also invested money into the
I'm
enterprise.
from his mom's side. He have from his
Right, so which uncle was it that invested in with him?
I think it is the father's brother, or I'm not sure. They have a couple business. Which one? I don't know that much.
because we
So
don't
he
talk.
has no interest in this business?
Oh, who Saad?
Yes.
No, not anymore because he's gonna start the job with the PD from the police departments, and he's done.
Okay. What are you doing for underage sales?
We always check the IDs. I'm in about this business past 20 years. I was managing with somebody else. No,
Say that again, I missed it.
I say I was in 20 years in this business, and I know it very well how to run both the ID and everything. Never have that problems.
So
I have a very tough area store, which one we always check ID. And I put the sign on my sales to be have to be under 30 to be check the ID.
So you manage Lucky 7 Mini Mart, or you own it?
Yes, sir.
And you don't have any history there with us?
No.
They were just licensed in December.
So these pictures we have from May 28, 2015, they're of Lucky 7 Mini Mart? Okay.
Yeah, that's in Wyandotte.
Well, why was that submitted as opposed to, it should be for 435 Clinton Street, right?
Yeah, why is he?
Let me double check.
The pictures are not matching the location. You've been operating since January 2015? Sir?
Yes.
You've been operating since 2015? What?
I took those pictures.
It says Mini Mart.
But it says
I
Lucky
know,
7
but
Mini Mart.
underneath that's Hempstead. I took that.
Why would you submit
I
Lucky
have no
7
idea
Mini Mart?
about how the top picture got mixed in there, but
But-
this is the inside of the store before we took the chairs out, because this used to be an EB.
So it doesn't even look like that anymore?
No. Well, there's no inside drinking now. Now it's a grocery store.
What time are you closing again?
10.
Every day?
Every day, Sunday a little bit early.
Okay. And you're telling me that the undisclosed interest previously was not you, right? You're telling me that right now, right?
I'm sorry, sir?
The person who has an undisclosed interest in your nephew's previous application, that's not, you don't know who it is, and, I mean, you think
I
it's,
think I know the Saad. I know him.
no, Saad, you know which uncle?
I know his every uncle, but I don't know who which because there are 4 or 5 uncles. I don't know which one was it. I can check it.
The important thing is it was not you.
It wasn't you. Okay, fine. All right, I'll take your word on it, and, you know, with the stipulation you close at 10 o'clock, I'll vote to approve.
I'll vote to approve also.
I'll vote to approve as well. Good luck.
All right, Mohammed, I got to stay up here for a second, and then I'll talk to you.
Thank you, brother.
Good luck.
1705, let's say Smithtown Liquors.
This is for a liquor store. My name is Patrick DeLuca. This applicant requested an adjournment, and
Yesterday afternoon.
Ms. Held suggested that I appear anyway, because there was no opposition.
No protest?
Yes, sir. The applicant had a store in Lindenhurst previously that he purchased in 2013. It was on the verge of closing, and he's gotten it up to $12,000 a week now. He transferred, he gave that to his son, so his son is established, and now he found this location.
Which one is this? What's
This
the
is
name
in
of his
Smith.
previous-
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry, Mr. Kim. It's Vinod Khanija. It's application 1295113.
Does it come up? It doesn't come up under him.
That's the application that's before you. He's just telling you what you're looking
Telling that
Yeah, it's 1705.
Oh, no. I mean, you said, you said he was running a
He did. It's on
Which
here.
one is that?
That's the one.
You just read me the number of our
Oh, I
current
read you
case.
the number of the application. I thought you were looking for which application.
No,
in
no, I
front.
know which
Okay,
application
I'm
we're working
sorry.
on. I'm just
He,
trying to find out.
The one that he just transferred is.
Brothers Wine and Spirits?
Brothers Wine and Spirits at 200 East Sunrise Highway I'm sorry, East Montauk Highway in Lindenhurst. And he was the owner since
Got it.
2013.
Okay, I understand.
And this one, the closest store to this applicant is 1.03 miles away. in Smithtown. There's nothing else that he saw on Vets Highway in that vicinity. And he felt it was another store that, a location that he could do as well in there. And his son now has the other store.
What else is in the shopping center?
It's a big deli, and on the far left, there's a closed store.
Oh, I see it. Okay, it's a strip mall, right? It's
Yes.
not really a...
Yeah, it's got good parking.
It's right off Veterans?
Right on Veterans, yes.
All right.
Is he going to run this
Yes,
himself?
that's why he divested and gave his son Andrew the store in Lindenhurst so he could do this.
And I warn everybody with family members involved, but he understands co-op buying and all of those issues?
Yes.
It's illegal? Got it. All right. So looking at the map, seeing it's right off Veterans Memorial Highway and a strip mall with parking, the closest store being 1.6 miles. There have been decreasing sales there, but there have been increasing sales in two other stores right next to that as well. I think with the fact that he's run a previous store without any adverse history, I do think it will add a public convenience and advantage, so I approve.
I approve as well.
I approve. Good luck.
Thank
Good
you
luck.
very much, sirs. Have a good day.
1679 Devon Liquor Store.
I'm here in opposition to Devon.
Who do you represent?
I represent the Joy of Wine LLC.
Is the applicant here? Oh, you signed this in?
I signed this in.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Why don't you tell them your name? This is my client who's the Joy of Wine.
Ivanette de Oliveira. I am owner Joy of Wine LLC, 375B Canal Street.
375B Canal Street. Her store has been open since approximately when?
Well, 1 year ago. We made 1 year, like June 16.
And according to LAMP, she's 730 feet away. According to Google Maps, she's 653 feet away. I think one key document that I submitted to you, if you see my Exhibit 2, is a photograph showing the proximity of the applicant to my client's store. It shows really how very close it is. According to LAMP, there are 7 stores within 1,360 feet, which is only a quarter of a mile. On the applicant's application, they were not very complete or very forthright. On page 11 of their application, where they're supposed to list 4 liquor stores, the 4 closest, they only listed 2 liquor stores, and they stated that the distances of the 2 liquor stores are, quote, about 2 miles from the proposed site.
Yeah, I saw that.
And in actuality, there are 4 stores within 1,270 feet, and as I stated a moment ago, there are 7 stores within 1,360 feet. If you want me to go into the gross sales of the existing stores, I will, but I think what I presented already should lead you to deny this application. If you want me to go a little more, I will. If you're ready to vote.
I don't think you need to go over more. I have a number of questions for the applicant, but they're not here. So, oh, you are here. Welcome.
Is he the applicant or is he?
Are you the representative, Mr. Wang? Okay. Can we ask you some questions, please?
Apologize. I'm Alfred Louis, the attorney for the corporation.
What's your name?
Alfred Louis, L-U-I.
Can you just put the mic up a little bit
Not,
closer?
so you're not.
You're not Mr. Wang?
Mr. Wang works for me.
Oh, he works for you. Okay.
I apologize for that.
So there's a number of questions that were just pointed out in the application. You wrote that there are only two stores close to you, and they're both about 2 miles. And according to our records, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 stores within 0.3 miles. It's a very big, there's a significant disparity. Can you answer that, please? Why you submitted something that said there are only 2 stores about 2 miles away?
I depend on my staff, Mr. Wong, who search around the area, so he may given us the wrong information. I apologize for that.
Yes. Do you know what they're going to offer at this location?
Yes, we offer to sell local and also foreign wine, liquors. My clients are from Asia countries, so they try to bring more wine into the country, more variety of taste.
Can you be a little bit more specific as to what they might offer that the other 5 stores so close by might not offer?
They will bring more Vietnam wine and Chinese wine into the community. They have pharmacy next door, so they are more like community managed business, trying to create more jobs into the community.
How many people will be at the store?
There will be 2 full-time employees and another part-times, 4 maybe. We are not a big liquor store. We try to be community-oriented. And my clients have a lot of experience working in Chinatown. They have a very big pharmacy store on Bowery before, and now they move also down to this location. And they have another one on Walker and Canal, actually on Baxter Street.
Another what, pharmacy?
Pharmacy, right. So they have a lot of business experience.
So why are they getting into the liquor business?
The children like to expand into a different type of business. Yes.
Who does?
The children.
Are the children going to be involved in this?
Yes, advertising, promotion, but not working actually. They're going to hire a manager who's experienced in invoice, bringing in wine into the store.
I think it's difficult to say there's a public convenience and advantage without understanding the actual products that you're going to bring in, because there are so many stores and so close to you. You say Chinese wines, but do you have specific wines, that they'll bring in?
There's many types, so many.
So are they going to do exclusively Chinese wines, only Chinese wines?
Oh, no. I mean, Vietnam is Asian, Chinese, all kind of Asian wine.
All Asian?
Yes,
only
and
Asian?
also local wine too.
Wine.
Right.
It's a 775 square foot space. Do you know how many products they're going to have? How many different
That we have to discuss with the manager. Right. But we are not trying to cut into other people's business. This is a business and industrial area. It's not a residential area. So we have more people coming to work in the neighborhood and leaving to go to Jersey around that neighborhood.
Questions?
Now that I know that the applicant is here, if I need to
No, I don't think you do. I don't, but I don't know about them.
No, any questions, Commissioner?
Nope, I'm good.
Okay, so, thank you for the presentation. There are 5 stores within 0.3 miles. The sales of which, the second closest has had an increase, but the others have had decreases, slight decreases, or flat over the past few years. We just issued a wine license in 2015, June last year, the Joy of Wine. The questionnaire also has some mistakes on them that, it's really not a matter of apologizing, it's just a matter of getting it correct, because we can't rule fairly until we have all the facts before us. But given that there's a disparity and we've corrected it, just don't see an added public convenience and advantage at this time, so I'll vote to disapprove.
I'm going to vote to disapprove also. I see one store nearby has slightly increased their sales, but the others have been kind of up and down, so I'm going to vote to disapprove also.
I vote to disapprove as well. We just opened a store a year ago, the closest store, which is 0.1 miles away. So we have no idea how that's going to affect the local market. And then the more concerning thing to me is the application errors, whether they be errors or oversights. They only listed two liquor stores as identified as the closest stores, but they weren't even one of the 4 closest that you listed. You're supposed to list the 4 closest stores to the applicant, and you didn't list any that are close to the applicant. You listed 2 that aren't even within the 4 closest, and then you told us they were 2 miles away, when there are 7 stores within a quarter mile.
Okay.
None of those stores were mentioned. So based on that and the fact that we just opened another license, I'm going to vote to deny as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
1682, Virginia Wine and Spirit.
I'm here in opposition to Virginia also.
Make my appearance. Morning, my name is Jonathan Schloss of the law firm Schloss & Schloss for Virginia Wine and Spirit. My client, Juan Luis Rodriguez, here is the applicant.
I'm here representing 3 of the stores nearby: Spring Valley Wine and Spirits, New Spring Valley Liquor, and DJ Liquors. And these gentlemen are here with me, and I think the 4th closest store, or the 4th of the 4 closest, who I think is the closest, I think he is here by himself. Is that correct? Yes.
Why isn't New Spring Valley Liquor? Yeah. Oh, they're both a half mile. Okay, I see. Okay.
All right. Spring Valley is in Rockland County. It has a steady population of 31,000 people, and there are currently 7 liquor stores within 1.11 miles, and there are 16 stores within 5.1 miles. The 4 closest stores are all within 1.2 miles, and I've given you maps showing those proximities. The closest store, which is 1,700 feet away, which is North Main Liquor and Wine, just opened in December of 2014. The second store, New Spring Valley Liquor Corp., is 2,800 feet away. It also just opened in 2014. So whatever minimal sales figures they gave you really aren't that helpful.
But that was a store since 2009, that location.
And the one before that was a package store since '98, so they're not really new stores.
Okay. Okay. The third store, DJ Liquor Corp., has decreasing sales. In 2014, its sales were 608,000, decreased to 541,000, and the sales from for the first few months of January were only listed at 168,000. So those are significant decreases in sales. The fourth store, Spring Valley Wine and Spirits, is 1.01 miles and has had decreasing sales every year since 2012. I just don't see how the public convenience and advantage can be served by having another store in close proximity to 16 other stores. I think my clients would like to make some statements of their own.
As long as they're not repeating what you said.
Okay? Okay? Identify yourself.
So my name is James, sorry, from DJ Liquor Corp. 2009, we started the store, and after that, there is no increase in the population in that area or the business. I lost the job. I was working in Pfizer in the research for 20 years. I lost my job. That's why we started the business. And only certain communities increase, the population is coming there. All other population is moving from there. That community have their own liquor store. And I mean, the Jewish community, they have their own liquor store, and they will go only there. That's why the business is going down. And I don't have any other job now. I lost my job. 20 years I was working in Pfizer in the research as a research scientist. If you allow again and again the liquor stores, I lose everything because my 3 kids are in the college, so no income. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
My name is George Cho, the owner of the Spring Valley Wine and Spirit, and as my attorney have said, that's where we're at.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, my name is Abi Steven. I'm representing North Main Liquor and Wine. It's my uncle Saji Koita that owns it. I just want to add on top of what Mr. Fogelman already said. You know, we only opened a year and a half ago. There was a store there before, it was closed down. That's why they're saying it's a new liquor store. And as far as the population, we got 7 stores with 31,000 people. I think that's about one for every 500 people, 5,000 people. I think it's a lot. In the past, SLA have denied package stores in the area. I think an example is 2 Main Street, which is very close to this premises. Also,
you know when that was?
I'm not sure when it was. I think it was.
Okay. No, just if you happen to know.
I don't
How
have
close
it, yeah.
is it to this?
This is 25 North, the premise is 25 North Main. The one that was denied was 2 Main Street, North Main.
Oh, 2 North Main.
Yes.
Okay, that's why I asked.
Oh, 2 North Main, okay.
Right.
That's
So it's on this, it's within a block.
Correct. The other thing I found was that there's 7 churches in that within 500 feet of this premises, and according to the lamp, 2 of them are about 200 feet away. I'm not sure if anybody looked into that. I'm sure you'd have.
Yeah, we did, and it's not a factor here because I believe it's not considered on the
Close,
same
but not
street.
close enough.
And the one on the
Well,
same street is 240
The reason
feet.
why I brought that up is because the original application had the wrong address for this premises. It says 25 Main Street, which is completely different than 25 North Main.
Right, we checked it, but
Okay,
one's
good.
240 feet away and the other one's not. The one that's closer is not on the same street, so.
Okay. And the last point over here was that, as far as public interest, this area lacks parking spaces. And again, there's 7 other stores in the area. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. The census figures which we track down show that there's closer to 33,000 population than 31,000, with a steady increase since 2000 of about 28% since 2000, and about a little over 4% since 2010. This is a community that has several ethnicities in it. There's a large Haitian population, large Hispanic population, large Hasidic population. One thing that they all have in common is that they all use a train station, which is situated a few feet from the proposed premises. My client is looking to cater to the commuting crowd. with something for everyone there. Offerings about 25% Caribbean wines, Central American, New York offerings, organic, and even a little bit of kosher as well. The immediate area where this is smack in the downtown Spring Valley area. It's been going through about a decade-long process of revitalization, where old decrepit buildings were torn down, newer ones have sprung up. There are slowly stores coming back to the Main Street area with residential units above those stores. Those residential units have not been occupied yet. I'm not sure what the issue is with Spring Valley, but my understanding upon information and belief is that in that immediate area of Main Street, actually on Main Street, and including above my client's proposed store, there will be additional residences as well. My client's looking to cater to foot traffic. Is also looking to do something a little bit differently than the store that's closest, which is 0.3 miles away. It's situated north of Maple Avenue, which is a very big intersection in Spring Valley. That store has about 550 square feet, I believe. My client's proposed premises has about 1,250 or 1,260 square feet. In addition to his offerings, he's also looking to have classes where people can come in and learn about different wine pairings, etc., to have the space to do that. So somebody on their way home from work, stop by for a class, for whatever offerings that they have. So I believe that it is unique, and public convenience and advantage will be, there will be public convenience and advantage if my client is granted a license.
So it says here he's going to open and close it. Does that mean, because is he going to still have the mini mart as well?
No, well, regarding the mini mart, he works for his brother, who's here, but he doesn't own that place. He works there. It is a few stores down, and no, he's not going to have anything to do with the mini market, which is.
No, I'm not saying he can. I'm just
no,
asking.
He's not going to. Just the fact that he's been on the street since 2012 when he started working there, and what he's told me, I can verify, is that some of the people that have come into the store have said, hey, this is something that might go over well here. So it wasn't only his idea, but in talking to customers in the mini mart to say, hey, you know what else might do well in this newly revitalized Main Street area.
What's the retail space? It says the premises is 1,255 square feet. How much of that is retail?
No one never made it.
Do you know how much is the? I have his brother here who understands English a little better than my client. If I could.
Members, just for the record, the application that was denied was at 2 South Main Street, and it never made it before the members. They withdrew the application in 2012.
Okay.
2 South Main Street is
No, I get it.
Is further down, and I don't believe it's nearly as close to the train station. Approximately the square footage of the retail space as opposed to the other areas.
It's going to be around 1,000 square feet.
About 1,000 square feet.
How many SKUs do you plan on carrying? Any idea?
Approximately how many different product offerings of the 25% of the different offerings that we have here?
One thing that we noticed is that in the liquor store around Spring Valley, New York liquor wine has increased in very good quality. And when you go around the liquor store in there, you don't find it. So we want to increase, to bring the New York wine and also the Caribbean, Central America, because if you go around there, it's a lot of people from Central and the Caribbean, and you cannot find any products our products from the Caribbean or the Central America. So we want to get at least between 25 and 35% between New York and the Caribbean wine in the store.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'd also just want to also mention that regarding some of the other stores, they're situated in either big box malls, small shopping centers, situated on a corner of Route 59 and Kennedy, Route 59, there's no sidewalk on Route 59. There may be some, those who choose to take it upon themselves to walk on Route 59, so be it, but there's no pedestrian, it's not very inviting for pedestrians as my client's premises is.
I'd like to add a couple of things if I may.
Okay.
I'm not sure what Mr. Schloss meant when he said, even if the population has gone, I don't know whether it has or hasn't, whether it's gone from the 31,000 that I cited or the 33,000 that he cited, but he said something about a 28% increase in population.
Since 2000, I found it as well. That's what I was looking up, and he's correct on that.
Okay. There's also in Spring Valley, which has led to some decrease in the sales, there's been a rather significant demographic change in a lot of Hasidic Jews have moved into Spring Valley, and many of them are shopping in the Hasidic-owned Jewish stores, both in Spring Valley and Muncie, which is leading to a decrease in sales from the non-Hasidic stores.
I'm familiar with Spring Valley, and that is true.
Okay, thank you. Also, the applicant has stated that he's going to have wine tastings and he's going to have New York wines. And obviously, these stores located in Rockland County, getting close to New York wine country, they all have wine tastings and they all have a lot of SKUs of New York wines. And this area is a driving community. It's not a walking community, basically, and I don't believe that there is any parking close by to the applicant's store that will benefit the driving community. And finally, if perchance you do want to approve this, they stated that they want to carry 25 to 30% Caribbean wine. I would ask that if you are going to approve it, that you make that a condition of their license. They're stating that they're going to be different from these stores because they're going to carry 30% Caribbean wine. I'd like you to make them make them do that if that's what they're stating that they're planning on doing.
Okay, thank you.
And one more point, sir.
So my store is almost the same square feet, the proposed new one. I'm carrying all these different types of wines, but you know that the sales are not going up because the community is changing there. The population increasing means, you understand what I mean, only one special community is going there. Most of the other people, the mixer community is moving from Spring Valley. I know that's 25 years I'm living there. I was working in Pfizer for 20 years. The only other communities are moving from there. Only one community is coming there. They have their own liquor stores. So then nobody can put a special. I have all different countries of wine. So I just want to tell you, please.
All right, thank you.
Can I address the issues that Mr. Fogelman?
Yes, quickly.
No issue with having restriction on 25 to 30% of Caribbean offerings on the license. And also regarding the specific question from Commissioner Ford about how many SKUs, I'm told about 100.
Okay.
Okay.
Is your location, am I looking at the right map? You're on North Main Street, like near the intersection of West Church?
Yes.
Is that
Yes.
correct? What was the, you said you're near a commuter line.
Yes, right. It's if you look at the map I submitted, there's a little blue dot. Might be a pen over it with a circle.
Oh, my copies are in black and white.
Yeah, they're all black and white.
It's a few hundred feet away. I think about 250 feet.
I mean, but when people get off the train in this neighborhood, don't they just get in their car and go? They don't really.
Some do, but there are, as I mentioned, there are people who live in the immediate area and more on the way, and it's been encouraged by Spring Valley as well.
And are you going to? Do you agree with the more that are on the way? It's generally an influx of Hasidic Jewish community that's coming in?
I don't believe that the immediate downtown area, I don't believe so. I think it's going to be more Hispanic and Haitian. Most other areas of Spring Valley, I do believe that it is an influx of the Hasidic community. It's all of Ramapo, not
Spring
just
Valley is only a couple square miles, right?
It's not just Spring Valley. It's New Hempstead, it's Chestnut Ridge, Muncie. It's not just Spring Valley where the Hasidics are moving into. They're, yeah.
Ready?
Yep.
So originally I was looking on my phone because of the argument about proximity to the train station, and I do see it is nearby, but then, there is 138 North Main Street, one of the two closest stores. That's a little bit further, maybe a 1 or 2 minute drive from 25 North Main Street. So if this were towards the south side, then I think there would be more of an argument when the people come out of the train station that maybe if they go south, that there could be a convenience. But the ones going north, you already have the 138 North Main Street there. The population has increased. It seems like, I don't know the area as well, it sounds like the population of particular communities coming in and they have their own liquor store, so it doesn't seem, and it seems reflected in the sales of the 4 closest store where it's decreasing or flat, and then with the 2 closest, it's harder to tell because we don't have enough numbers. So given all those factors, at this time, I don't think there will be a added public convenience and advantage, so I vote to deny.
I'm going to vote to deny also.
I'm going to vote to deny as well. There's 7 stores within 1.1 miles. The sales, the 2 closest stores, we really don't have good sales numbers on them because they did, even though they were liquor stores, they did just get their licenses. But the next 2 have had significantly decreasing sales over the last 3 years. And I just don't see at this time a public convenience or advantage to adding another one. So I'm going to vote to deny.
Thank you.
Can we take 5 minutes?
Take a short recess. Next item is 1652 and 1653, La Cucina Rico, I can't even try that. Not even gonna.
Good morning.
Thank you.
Robert Swetnick. It's a disciplinary matter. I've given you a submission. What happened really is that when she opened the place years ago, there was an expediter who filled in the application. She wasn't aware of the limitations of the hours, which was the biggest thing. I guess in 2014, she started staying open later. When she was originally given the summons, she was out of town because her father was critically ill and he passed away. She was then given another summons, and she met with the investigator and understood that the issue was, although there was nothing on the license, in her original application, she had limited hours, which was the biggest violation. Since then, she's closing at 11, as was on the original application. Apparently, they put tint on the front window because of the sun. They removed that. There was a DJ there. They no longer have that. I think everything has been remedied. They put in for a change of operation. However, the change of operation cannot be processed because there are pending violations. So we're sort of caught betwixt and between. There is a third violation regarding this, but we can't, well, basically we want to put the change of operation in first because with closing at 11, she's losing so much money that she's agreed to a short suspension of her license because she really can't afford to pay any more in a fine. Discussed this with counsel's office, and there was some agreement where there would be a monetary fine and a short suspension because additional monetary fines are just not enough funds with the level of the business at this time.
Mr. Swetnick, you're ignoring the 3 assaults that happened right in front and all the other summonses for urinating and public consumption and the fact that it was a focal point. You've ignored that charge.
No, I'm not ignoring it. There was nothing inside these premises. There's other bars in the area, and there's nothing that linked any of those with people coming from here.
So the hours, you say, is the major issue, that whoever did this application for her, you're saying she just didn't understand that there was a limitation on the hours? Okay, so my issue is that the hours is just one factor in what actually seemed to have gone on here, where this was portrayed to, represented to us as a restaurant, and that's why it was approved, because partly because of the 11 p.m., partly because there was going to be no DJ, partly because it was going to operate as, you know, a traditional restaurant would do, and that was the application that was submitted and approved. So if you're telling me that the major issue is the hours, and that it was, you're just ignoring the fact that there's a DJ there.
And it was a traditional restaurant from when it was licensed through 2014. At that point, they made it more, at the end of the night, they would do more. But it was a traditional restaurant when it originally applied, and it was really closing at 11. She just doesn't realize that you could not stay open later, that the license is not.
But she thought it was fine to turn into a club?
Well, I'm not saying it's a club. I think it's still a restaurant, but at the end of the
night, it became a club.
I'm showing the method of operation, showing it as a bar.
As a what?
Then mixed-use bar tavern, and it says mixed use.
It's not a club, right?
Not.
No, I'm saying the application doesn't say it's going to be a club, but it's being run
No, but
at.
the application showed it was going to be a bar,
It was going to be a
tavern.
bar tavern.
It said mixed use, so it was going to be partial restaurant, partial bar, is what
Okay.
the original method of operation says.
Okay, so the bar part, but it wasn't going to have a DJ.
I don't think she was aware of the fact that you're supposed to put in for a change of method of operation, and now, although she submitted it, it's rejected because of the pending charges. So she can't, I'll say, legalize or attempt to legalize it to where it is at this point.
But when the first proceeding came and she was told at the time.
Well, that was my question.
Was it backwards? 11.
Well, there was when we
first
say there was
proceeding
a
came.
summons issued. She was out of town with her father. She did not understand, I'll say, what she did wrong on some of these things. She then met with the, I guess, the investigator who issued it subsequently, and then she cut back the hours. She took the tint out, and as I said, the window was
Yeah, but
blocked.
my question is, she got caught with a DJ in December of 2015 with an open inspection by the police department and our agency. I'm assuming there were summonses issued.
There were.
Then in April, the DJ is there again.
She did not she's here. She did not understand what was wrong by doing it. None of those summons were adjudicated. She didn't come here to the SLA. So when she
But they didn't say
No, they didn't say anything. They gave
unauthorized hours.
her the summons and left. So she didn't even understand what was unauthorized with the hours. She didn't know what, what.
Oh, come on, but if somebody gives you a summons, you're not going to look it to see what you were...
First of all, she was not,
I wasn't present. I was at it. My father was ill.
her father was critically ill, and she, the summons were issued. She was told she had summonses. And she didn't understand what it was when she was told over the phone what they were for.
Who was the summons handed to?
I don't know, it was your manager?
My husband. He was there for.
And what did he do with the summons? He didn't look at it?
The operation hours weren't mentioned. I did email the investigator, and he gave me a listing of the summons, what violations were there. And the hours of operation or DJ were not on that. So I wasn't aware that that was an issue.
Let's see. So the notice of pleading went out.
May.
In May 2016. So they didn't get it. So it was just on the summons? Where's that? Oh, this is the first proceeding. It's like confusing. This first proceeding, second proceeding. They both went out in May?
No, there was no proceeding.
No,
Either
but they
the two
call
matters
it,
were consolidated with this offer.
But on your website, you still have showing the DJ. You have a whole video of the DJ.
It's not, I haven't fixed that, but it's not happening anymore. I haven't fixed the website.
And you still have Monday night margaritas, Tuesday night martinis, and Thursday mojito night?
Yes.
I guess it's a bar, so those aren't as much of an issue. So this amended notice of pleading was dated May 5th. And the second pleading went out May 24th. I don't know. Look, my issue is if everyone comes here and says, when we get a summons and you get notified that you've done things wrong, like time, DJ, all of these things you're not supposed to be doing, and then they just ignore it, and then do it again, and then get caught the second time, and then come in and say, well, I never saw the first one. That's just a terrible precedent we'd be setting, right?
I don't disagree, however, that's why we're here. There were circumstances here where she was out of town with her father who passed away. When she did come back, she learned what was going on, what was wrong. She did move to remedy it. She stopped all the improper activity. She put in for a change of method of operation. So she's trying to do everything correctly. And it's just unfortunate that nothing was explained to her when the original summons were issued, at least, and some of it she didn't understand. She didn't understand that she wasn't supposed to be open after 11. So
what is she's open till, she closes at 11 right now?
yes. So now she's complying with her original application, which is why she's even agreeing to a short suspension, because the business is so far off, because there's just not enough money even to pay a large fine.
And this would be a large fine.
I don't know. How long were you away?
Well, where away? I don't.
How long were you away from the business?
I was away for several weeks.
Several weeks.
Like 2 weeks I was away. My dad was critically ill. And
When was that?
The ending of December into January.
So
Mr. Svetnick, you know that the method of operation change was denied, right?
It was denied because of the pending
And that
charges.
the community board voted down the change in hours?
Well, community board, we will go back to.
Just telling you that's what we have,
right.
so we wouldn't approve it with that.
The notice of pleading was sent in
February, right? So I'm confused, because it says the notice of pleading for the first violation was sent in February 2016. Is that correct?
Hold on, let me follow.
But then when I look at the copy in the back, well, the amended one was
Might have
sent
been
in
the
May.
original, but let's see.
Hmm?
The notice of pleading on 110128 was sent on February 9th.
So how do you explain that?
Notice,
I can't hear what anyone is saying.
Okay, I'll make it very clear. The first notice of pleading for the violation was sent on February 9, 2016.
the next one was sent on May 24th.
And that's the one where the violations included the DJ, the hours, security guard records, tinted glass. Well,
That
that
pleading was
didn't.
amended on 5/5, February 1.
It was amended on 5/5, right?
It went out in February.
Right, so they would have gotten notice in February, right?
Yes.
So when you got the notice in February, see, I was going to give you the benefit of the doubt. Everything you said, you were away in December. This is the time when they came in, they gave your husband the summons. Your husband didn't read it or didn't understand it, didn't relay the right information to you what the violations were. And then this occurred again in April, you got caught again, and then now you're here saying, well, I never got the first notice. So based on that, I was actually about to give you the benefit of the doubt. Now,
She's saying she didn't get the first, I think what she's saying is she didn't understand the nature of the violation.
no, now you're,
A bill of particulars was sent out on March 8th to Mr. Swetnick.
and did you not understand the particulars
I
either?
didn't know what was in her original application, because
Well, when the violation says operates beyond authorized hours in our notice of pleading, that's pretty clear to me.
well, I don't know, well,
It says licensee uses a DJ,
for the DJ, we understood the authorized hours.
but the comma, the next phrase thereafter is operates beyond authorized hours. What part of that wouldn't you understand?
Because we had to see what her.
See, now I'm actually upset because now I feel like you came up here and just lied. Because if you're telling me that she didn't get notice in December, okay, I buy that. I give you the benefit of the doubt.
But no one said that.
But did you receive this pleading in March?
We received the pleading in March, so no
And
one.
right, you received the pleading in March, and you're telling me that you saw the DJ, but you didn't understand the operates beyond authorized hours part. That's what you're telling me here.
That she was only authorized to 11? No, I didn't understand that.
No, the fact that she violated her hours, maybe you didn't know that it was at 11 p.m., but you knew that she had violated the hours that she was authorized to operate under. No?
She did not know what hours she was authorized to operate under.
Because the license wasn't issued with a limit of 11 PM. It's just that they indicated that that would be their operating hours on their application. So it's different than times when you issue licenses and say you must close at 11. This was, they simply indicated on the application that was their intended closing.
And, yeah, we do hold them to.
Yeah, it
that.
wasn't a
We do hold
stipulation.
Yeah, but she didn't know what
The
she
original
had put down.
pleading in February only addressed DJs and security guards.
Didn't address hours.
The addition of hours was added on the amended in May.
In March? Then what was in March?
March
That was a bill of particulars that Mr. Swetnick requested for the original notice of pleading.
Right, so the bill of particulars, does that include
I don't know what the documents were.
They're not scanned in.
but what does a bill of particular
That is
usually
the-
include?
It's into the details.
paperwork.
The details
We
of
didn't, we
what
didn't
was
get the
violated.
application until I believe I came here for a conference.
You just told me you saw it in March, and that,
I said, I didn't know what the authorized hours were when it says.
no, you didn't know what the authorized hours were, but
I
did
didn't
you
see
get
it.
the bill of particulars in March?
I don't know which bill of particulars I got or when, if you have it.
But the charges never addressed the hours back in
the
February.
charge-
But it addressed the DJ.
They addressed the DJ and the security guards.
But that's enough for me.
Well, for me, it's if in March, but in March, if he had gotten the bill of particulars, which did address the hours, the second violation didn't occur till April.
But it
So I'm
wasn't-
saying
it
then
wasn't a
there should have been
charge.
notice.
Apparently it wasn't a charge.
What wasn't a charge?
The hours, from what I'm hearing.
It is a charge. It wasn't
It
just,
wasn't an original charge.
It wasn't in
DJ
February.
was, the hours weren't. They amended it to include the hours
After
later.
the bill of particulars was sent.
So the bill of particulars that was sent in March didn't include hours?
No.
No, because the
The
notice
bill
of
of
pleading.
particulars just
Well, I can't say it
included,
didn't, but the notice of pleading.
it included all the police documentation.
It included all the police documentation, which included the hours.
No, the police document doesn't have the hours. You need the
No.
application.
Document doesn't have.
Okay,
the
then I apologize and I withdraw
Take
my statement. It's very confusing sometimes when, my thing is if you get notice, then you have to act on it, all right? So let's go back to where we were. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt that in December she didn't get this notice, and then you didn't get the notice until May, which means that the second violation occurred in April, so you didn't have notice. Okay, so I'll give you all that. So,
So, just so you wondered, because I don't want to, no one's saying she didn't get the original summonses.
no, I know, her husband got the summons,
so
but
we
she
said she
didn't.
didn't get the notice.
Right, so I'm giving her the benefit of the doubt, given her extenuating circumstances of not having been here due to her father's passing. That's all I'm saying. So, okay, just laying down the groundwork for that. Anything?
No, I'm not, I'm at a bigger suspension than 5 days, though. I don't know what she can afford. My view of this is that this was probably a $12,000 case, so she's looking at 10 days to me, and $4,500. And that's if they agree with it.
Can we do 10 days with that 4,500?
No. Because I don't believe her. He can argue with you one or the other. I don't believe that she didn't know she wasn't supposed to have a DJ. So, and then she had it again. And then I want the change in method of operation to come to the board as well.
Got it.
So I'm going to, stick with my original point is that I will give her the benefit of the doubt. I think definitely if it was just on a monetary side, you're looking at, well, I had originally a cancel and bond if I thought she had notice and she just ignored it and just kept doing what she did. But based on what you've explained to me, I will consider your offer, but I do think there should be a higher monetary fine with the 5-day suspension.
What, how much fine? Because I'll sell days.
So where are you at right now?
I'm at 10 days and 4,500.
And Commissioner Ford, what do you think?
Sitting here listening, I'm still having a whole lot of questions about this, but I don't want to.
Well, go in there.
No, go on. This is your time to do it.
I'm good. I was kind of thinking along the lines of a longer suspension as well. So I'm in agreement with the chairman. The 4,500, 10 days.
4,500?
Yes.
All right. Is that acceptable?
You do it? When will the money be due?
Probably within a month.
A month, about?
And when would the suspension?
And the suspension would be
Probably
effective?
starting sometime 2 to 3 weeks. 2 to 3
Whenever
weeks,
she gets the
depending
letter.
normal course of business.
Okay.
So you're verbally
This is no choice.
accepting?
Well, Mr. Swetnick, I apologize again for the misunderstanding. Well, I just want to make sure it's clear. Yeah.
But I just want to clear that there is another violation that was issued in between, which.
Why aren't we doing them all together?
And we can't do them all together because they don't have the paperwork on it, but we need to get the change of method of operation in. So the council's office said do these two now. So just when that comes up, I want it remembered.
Okay.
Well, yeah, because we
Okay.
won't be able to reactivate the change in
That's
method of
fine.
operation until all of the charges.
All right,
are
well,
completed.
Jim,
but there's no
make
charges.
sure you remind me.
They're not
Okay.
charges yet.
I'm sure I will. Thank you.
All right.
It's a mess.
What are those charges, Jay?
The ones that are still pending?
Yeah.
They're not
These?
pending. They just haven't been, I don't know, it's just, there's an open case, but there's no.
There's a CNC that was
Try
submitted on June 23rd.
109,473.
743.
Yeah, 743,473. I'm so dyslexic by now. Are we ready for the next item?
Oh, that hasn't come, I don't think it's come to
Yes.
council.
Thank you. 1730B, Cosmopolitan Broadcasting Corporation.
Good afternoon.
I want to actually clear something up with the members on this one. Mr. Mailer and I spoke this morning. Back in June, he had sent to the examiner an amendment to the application. There is no stand-up bar. It's a service bar only, and the seating has been changed to 56 seats. Those are the only changes in the application.
Okay.
Thank you. All right. Martin Mailer, Mail Buscemi. This is an application for an on-premises liquor license for a building that contains a hotel. However, this gentleman who's standing to my right, the owner, only wants to have the restaurant portion of the hotel to act as a restaurant. The hours will be between 5 and 11. As has just been pointed out, it'll only be 56 seats. There'll be no stand-up bar. And I would like Mr. Lewis to give a presentation as to who he is. This is going to be a high-end restaurant that will feature a very unique cuisine. He intends to have a high-end chef, and also something else. He's working or trying to work in conjunction with the Culinary Institute to have future chefs train in this restaurant. So there'll be no outside areas. The doors will be, the windows will be closed. We did attend a community board meeting. In fact, we attended 4 community board meetings, and what resulted from those community board meetings in my 42 years, I can't even explain, because we are not going to be a bar of any kind. We're not going to cater to young kids. He can fully explain what he intends to do and what his background is, but for some reason I can't explain, it just got out of hand. As a matter of fact, there were a number of stipulations that were presented to us, of which we agreed to. But halfway through these stipulations, somebody got up and said, look, we don't want this thing, because we were agreeing to everything.
I don't think, I mean, I got the picture based on the documents I read, and I don't think it had anything to do with you or your client. I think it had to do with that they don't want anything there, period. On the whole street, not just there.
I understand, but this is a hotel in the middle of what is.
I'm just telling you what they want. You don't have to explain
Okay,
it to me.
well,
What, are there any objectors here?
Can Mr. Lewis speak?
Yes, as long as there's no objectors. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I want to tell you who I am, what happened so far, and my plans. I will take 5 minutes or less to tell you that. Not a long speech, because despite the fact that my first name is Donald, my last name is not Trump. My name is Don Lewis. I'm the owner of Cosmopolitan Broadcasting Corporation, doing business as Riverside Tower Hotel, located at the corner of 80th Street and Riverside Drive in Manhattan. I'm here to get a license to serve alcoholic beverages at a restaurant that I will own here. To begin, to identify myself, after college, I worked at CBS TV in Chicago. I was part of the historic team that produced the first TV program in the world to televise from 2 separate cities. The program was Arthur Godfrey and His Friends. Bing Crosby and Perry Como were also in our studio. A year later, I went to New York City to work for the Theater Guild, producers of the Broadway show Oklahoma. I worked on shows starring Melvin Douglas, Olivia de Havilland, and Claudette Colbert. My college education included engineering and music, so following that, I worked on research and development for a system that became today's Stereo FM. This took me to the New York Times classical music station of WQXR, where I did the programming of their network. I then filed for my own FM license and started the station that had more foreign language than any other in the world. Later, the New York Times moved WQXR on the FM dial to the location that I created for the foreign language programming, and that's where his classical music is today. With the income from broadcasting, I bought Riverside Tower Hotel in 1968. Now I plan to have a restaurant that brings us here today. Previously, we were present 4 times at the local community planning board. Over 24 people showed up in opposition. With no basis in reality, they contended that my restaurant will attract loud young crowds. With nothing more than verbal references, their words seemed to suggest that we would be catering to perhaps wild motorcycle gangs. A woman, for example, from a condominium to the south, and a lady from one to the north, both out of area of interest to the planning board, claimed that they represented entire buildings and that everyone there opposed my restaurant, despite having no specific supporting information. A man from a location several miles to the south said that I had no legal right to have a restaurant, which was a false claim. No one provided proof that could be accepted in a court of law. Despite this, at our fourth appearance, as Mr. Mailer said, the board suddenly cut off discussion, took an immediate vote, and decided against us. Frankly, it was little different from the mob rule in the Roman amphitheater in which the crowd turned their thumbs down as the gladiators stood below. By contrast, here are the real facts. The building had been constructed as a dorm, primarily serving Columbia University. The certificate of occupancy listed it as a hotel and included a restaurant for meals. More recently, Ms. Wong, who will be my restaurant manager, operated a cafe there. Now I plan a more upscale restaurant with a unique menu. In this city, there are steakhouses and seafood restaurants. I will specialize in fowl, 16 different kinds. There will be typical 3 of chicken, duck, and quail, but also partridge, grouse, ostrich, guinea hen, Cornish hen, and others. There will be 50 seats. We will be open just 6 hours a day from 5 p.m. to 11 p.m. by reservation only. It will be fine dining, close to the level of the top restaurants of New York City, attracting mostly diners that are over the age of 50. There will be soft classical music of Claude Debussy, Maurice Ravel, Vivaldi, and others. There will be air conditioning and the windows will always be closed so that the sounds emanate, no sounds will emanate to the outside. There will be a bar. There will not be a bar. We will be serving primarily wine and cocktails from a preparation room at the back that will be locked at night. There will be storage of additional beverages in a locked space in the basement kitchen area. There will be no service to hotel rooms, no liquor in any hotel room refrigerators. Based upon the facts presented here and in my application, I respectfully request a license for alcoholic beverages. Thank you.
Thank you. Not to carry.
Sorry. I don't have anything to add to that unless you have any questions.
Get a hearing?
It's a budget hotel, though. It's not a fancy hotel.
Or was there not one?
Just
Was there a 500-foot hearing here?
No, there's
This could almost qualify
Got a
for a
date
liquor
on
store
here,
so
though.
far.
No, I'm just, because our paperwork is incorrect, that's why I'm asking.
No, it
Yeah.
is, there is.
No 5, I thought so.
He put in there.
Okay,
I'm sorry, the examiner was wrong.
okay.
Yeah, it's not a 500-foot case.
There's nothing.
There's nothing,
Yeah.
no, it is a
Must have
hotel,
overwritten it wrong.
right
said
next to
that in
Riverside
his
Drive, right
copy.
next to the East Side Highway. And there's nothing in the area.
West Side.
I'm sorry,
Yeah.
Joe DiMaggio.
What's on 80th and West End, though? 80th and West End?
80th and West End is residential. 80th and West End, no, we're not on, we're on Riverside Drive.
I know,
Is
you're
this
one block
80th?
away from West End. It's
Yeah.
a short walk. I know that area very well. So it's 80th and Riverside Drive to, right? West End is the short block.
I see the Calhoun School.
Actually, you have to go up a hill.
Calhoun School is on that corner, right?
Yeah.
It's on West End Ave.
They wrote a letter in opposition.
But this isn't a restaurant for the guests at the hotel.
No, the public could come in, yes, no, it's not limited to the guests.
Well, no, but I mean, it's a budget hotel. It's an inexpensive hotel, not, the people staying there wouldn't go to a high-end restaurant.
He is looking for he's going to get a quality chef. He's going to offer meals that if the guests want them, that's fine. But we're not limiting the menu to the guests. It'll be, we're looking for outside patrons to come to the premises and engage in fine dining. We're telling you 5 to 11. I find this mind-boggling that I have to explain a restaurant with 56 seats that's going to close at 11 p.m.
No one's asked you a question. I think
No.
he's just reviewing some paperwork.
And from what I understand, there's some inaccuracy.
No, there was inaccuracy in my paperwork, not from what you gave us.
It showed it was a 500-foot, and I had emailed the examiner, no, and we just didn't change the report.
All right, well, a
That's
couple
on
of things
us.
haven't been changed. This
That's on us.
All right, I'm sorry.
And I am seeing a couple other restaurants in the immediate area, too.
Not on Riverside.
No, but around the corner.
Not even around, I think the closest one is about 1,000 feet away, which is incredible.
BRGR, Boat Basin Cafe, Europan. Any of those sound familiar?
Yeah, the RGR boat basin is down.
To the river, yeah.
So that's a little bit isolated. There's no car traffic there.
Right. Apparently, I didn't attach the menu to this full
Mayor
board
Pence
report
is saying it's
either.
there, but you know, it's
I
like
have
a
a menu.
bakery.
Do you?
Yeah.
Right. I don't. Jackie doesn't.
I think the main issue,
You have a
the
menu?
opposition letter cites, it's a residentially zoned and historically designated block.
Yes.
It's very quiet. There's no traffic lights
It's there.
or stop sign, although I thought there was a stop sign. And on Riverside, maybe there's no stop sign, but, so I think they're worried about those kind of factors.
But we're not trying to add to the congestion. 56 seats at best, all reserved seating. We're not looking for some place that hundreds of people are going to congregate in. We're not looking for that.
56 on the main floor, and then there's more in the basement?
No, it's 56 total. It's about 40 upstairs and about 16 or 18 downstairs. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No bar?
No bar.
We deliberately don't want to attract anyone. With the comments from the community board, we were looking to accommodate them in any way we could. We decided not to go with a hotel liquor license, so there'd be no claim that alcohol would leave the premises in some way. We're trying to accommodate them, and I mean, if we really get down to it, this is not a 500-foot proceeding. So the comments of the community board, obviously you can listen to them, but I would hope that you would understand this is not a 500-foot hearing. And to be perfectly candid, I don't think the comments of the community board are warranted in this case. They wouldn't listen.
Mr. Lewis, did you say that this was previously C of O or some kind of designation in your restaurant that allowed for a restaurant?
It does
A
allow for
hotel that allowed for a restaurant?
It does allow for a restaurant.
Did you say something in your statements, Mr. Lewis, about?
Say it again, please. I can't hear you.
Yes, he said that it started out as a dorm, and then, no, there is a C of O that allows for dining. That's
Allows for dining?
yes.
And the alcohol pieces, where we come in. Okay. So, So this is not a 500-foot case, and, I am torn because, as the community board points out, it is a particular neighborhood. I know it well, go by it all the time, and, wanting to keep that character of the neighborhood the way it is a very strong sentiment and concern in that area. The school has also written an opposition, but I think, even with those compelling arguments, in this particular case, you have the removal of the bar. I think with the bar, it would have been a different situation, but removal of the bar, it's a sit-down 56-person restaurant within a hotel that's already operating, and it has been operating for many years. So I'll vote to approve. And it's a high-end thing. And the hours are 5 to 11. So I'm going to hold you to the hours, though, because I don't want it to conflict with the school and the kids. So 5 to 11 p.m.
We couldn't even bring in customers after 11. That's impossible.
Why is that
The
impossible?
people we're catering to are asleep by that time.
Okay. 5 to 11 p.m. stipulated.
I'm not going
I might go. I mean,
Fine. If you like foul.
I love foul. All right.
First of all, Mr. Lewis, let me just say I find your career to be pretty incredible. You've had quite the accomplished life.
Could you speak into the microphone?
I said, first of all, Mr.
It's
Lewis,
something good. He wants it loud.
All right.
I wanted to say I find your career to be pretty incredible. You've had quite the accomplished life. You've done very well. And I'm surprised that at 88 years old, you don't want to just go play golf and, chill out now. But you still seem to have the fire, so God bless you. It is a hotel, so I don't think it's completely out of the question that a hotel can't have a mild-mannered restaurant downstairs, so I vote to approve.
I'll vote to approve as well. Good luck. Good luck.
You've been approved.
You won.
I've got other matters, so I'm just going to, I have other things I have to do.
1645, 20801 Northern Boulevard Restaurant.
This is Martin Mailer, again, of Mailer and Yosemite. This is a conditional no contest. This is a fish restaurant that the investigator went in looking for something else, couldn't find it, so he saw the signs in the wrong place. So I asked, counsel's office wanted a $400 fine. I'm asking, I'm not demanding, I'm asking that it be no more than a letter of warning.
Okay.
Saying because he doesn't think it's a big deal.
Oh, no. Well, it's offer 400, right? I accept the offer 400.
I'll accept the offer.
I'll accept the offer.
Thank you.
1688, Gut Wine and More.
Mr. Mailer, I thought this was low. 25% of their inventory comes from an unauthorized source?
No, what happened was there were two stores together, this one and the next one.
No. Yeah, that's all.
And because of the pressures of I'm not using it as an excuse. I mean, it was wrong what they did. They've only done it recently. They bought, using the quantity discounts. It's wrong. I have no excuse for what they did, but I'm asking that and they cooperated fully with the investigator. They didn't hide any of what
The
they.
investigator caught them actually going into the store with the inventory.
No, it wasn't that.
Well, I mean, in my view of their cooperation means, in my view, they get to keep their license. I don't know what these guys' view is, but I saw $5,000 on both cases as extraordinarily low.
They said 2 to 3 times a month, and that it was 25% of the inventory.
They only did it for about a month. Look, again, I'm not using this as an excuse. They shouldn't have done it for 5 minutes. They did it for about a 1 month period.
What's the relationship between the two stores?
They are husband and wife.
In which, and every time I end up giving a liquor store license to somebody whose family already owns one, we warn them, and I know walking out the door that they're going to just ignore the warning. And, because they cooperated, they get to keep both stores, in my view. That's it.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not going to argue with anything you're saying. They made a mistake. They made a big mistake.
And the question is what they decided it's worth, because I'm at a number that I don't think they're going to get to.
Well, I'm not going to say any more.
Or they may be a cancel. I don't even know.
This is what?
I wouldn't advocate for cancellation. At this point, I would give them another opportunity. I just think 5,000 is too low.
My problem is, look, we're here all day, and there's so many people who are applying for liquor licenses, and, I didn't make the law. Fortunately, unfortunately, we're just here to enforce the laws that are in place or regulate or, interpret the laws. And there's this particular reason why New York State Legislature has made it very clear that it's one person per liquor license, per package store. Whether you agree with it or not, that's what we're here. And when people come to apply and they have family members and we ask them and we notify them about co-op buying, we educate them, and then to walk out and to do this, or actually one of them has been in business for 25 years, so they know better. And to pull one over on everybody, not just the agency, but to others who have been denied licenses, and then to buy in this manner, just, I just think, I think any monetary penalty without one cancellation at the least, to me, is not fair.
If I may, and again, not as an excuse for what they did, it was only recent. One of those licenses has been around
25 years,
The
and the other one's been around
They
6
didn't
years.
do it from the beginning. They remained separate. The pressures of the other stores, I'm not going to say the other stores engaged in anything, but the point is they couldn't meet the prices on some of the products. It's wrong. They've been told by me that this never should have happened in the first place. I get what you're saying, but I don't think that cancellation of either store is warranted here.
I'd agree with Mr. Mailer on the cancellation point for the fact that we have given other stores a second opportunity. But
You mean both stores when they engage in a situation like this?
We have, yes. Yes, I can't recall any co-op buying that on the first and only charge that we've canceled. But I think 5,000 is way too low for these charges.
I have no comment on that. I'm not going to argue with that.
Commissioner Ford?
How many people are employed in each one of these stores?
Each store has approximately 5 to 10 people.
Well,
So are you saying or implying or suggesting that one store wasn't doing as well as the other?
No, I mean, if you must know, the older store, has attempted for about 2 or 3 years now to get a variance so that they could have a second floor so that they can have a storage space because that store is very tight. And they're just about there. I think they've gotten the last, the buildings departments work very slowly. So if that one store can get the second floor, it will have adequate storage and there'll be no need to do that. Again, I don't want to make an excuse for it in the first place. I just can't, and I won't. But at the same time, it was something they did, they should not have done, and in a sense, I'm asking that justice be tempered with mercy in this instance.
I would recommend 10,000 on each case.
No, I just don't think that sends enough of a message.
Believe me, I sent a message to them which was loud and
but
clear.
your message is very different from my message.
We can send enforcement out in a month or two to do a new inspection.
No, I don't think the issue is that in a month or two they might be engaged in this again. I think it's when 6 months or a year later when they think no one's looking anymore.
Not that I would suggest this, but if you ever catch them doing it again, I wouldn't show up and try to defend it. So
That would be a waste of everybody's time.
I agree. So I'm just saying I'm not 6 months, a year, 5 years. There should be no limit on that.
Look, I think if I'm gonna get outvoted on the cancellation of one of the licenses, then I mean.
Well, you are going to get outvoted. We don't know where he is.
I mean, I actually don't know where you are. So Commissioner Ford, what do you think? Depending on where you are, then I'll have to, make my decision.
I'm not for canceling any license.
Okay. So as I said, as I'm going to get outvoted on the cancellation probably, I do want to send a very strong message that what is happening here and throughout the industry is really about playing on a level playing field, and so maybe I'll take 12.5 on each. That's.
Commissioner Ford?
I'll agree with Commissioner Kim.
That's in both cases?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm at 25 in both cases.
25,000?
Yes. So that's where you were going to be.
That's why I would have, but I didn't think anyone would go that high.
Chairman, there are times that I'll scream, but this isn't one of them. So I appreciate the 12.5.
Commissioner Kim, you changing your vote?
Yeah, I didn't realize Chairman was actually considering, no, I really want, I was a canceling bond, so I really want a statement to be made.
I was too, except for that they did give what I appreciate to be an honest statement.
Yes, and that's why also, you're right, I also want to make a statement that cooperating when you're under investigation is the way to go to. So in that way, it's a balancing of the two. The violation, that's to me very severe, but the cooperation, which is highly recommended, you're at 25. Why don't we just compromise and 20,000 on each?
Okay. That's if he takes it.
I would assume they would, but I have to go back to my clients. I can't make that. So I will inform counsel's office within a week.
Okay.
Commissioner Ford, I didn't quite understand. You have to say. So you agree to the 20,000? I wasn't sure the nod was yes. Okay.
I agree with my chairman of the commission.
20,000 counteroffer.
Yes.
Got it.
That's for both cases.
They
right?
got it.
Okay.
20,000.
No, I didn't, oh, so you have
He said
another one.
20,000 per case.
Yeah, per case, right.
That's what I did.
No, I got
Yeah, Mr. Mailer, you represent some retailer associations. You should let them know about these cases and the
No,
board's offer.
I will. I'll be I do it all the time anyway. I explain between that and sales to minors that they better watch out. So
Okay, next item, 1654 and 55, Milk River Cafe.
this is an offer and compromise, and I've laid out the client's position in my letter.
I have
4 and 55.
I have a fine of 11,500.
I'll agree with that.
If I may, before.
Yep.
I just heard the argument in that other case. When the investigator came back a month later, there was no DJ playing, there was no overcrowding, there was no dancing. So I mean, my guy was told the first time, and actually it's a woman, and she understood what the problem was and stopped it immediately. So I would ask that that be taken.
I don't think the argument works in reverse. I think that if you are told and you have notice, but you violate it again, there's a severe punishment. But if you're told because you're doing something wrong and then you go over and revert to doing something right, then I don't think you're necessarily going to get bonus points for doing something
I'm not
right.
looking for bonus points, but I just want to know that they read what they did.
No,
and
I
they-
did. So, I actually had a higher fine, and then, because they have no adverse history, I came down to 11.5.
Commissioner Ford?
I concur.
Thank you.
I have to ask them as well, but
Oh,
I'll
no,
get
that's
back to
fine.
council.
Okay.
Got it. Still you? This is
There's
you.
one LWW,
Yep,
but
1658.
yeah, but this one is my partner's. This one is my partner's. He's not here. He's in court. I called him about 20 minutes ago, and he's still in court. So he's asking me if I don't know the first thing about this case.
Well, this is a licensing board disapproval of a liquor store, and they decided to go to a disapproval hearing. So this is the results of the hearing.
I know, but
That's what I'm telling you.
I know. I don't know the first thing about this, and I would ask that it be adjourned to the
Oh,
next
okay.
meeting.
That's
All right?
fine. What's
Yeah.
the next date? 8/16, then, that's fine.
8/16.
I thought you were going to do
No.
it for him.
No. I thank you very much. Thank you.
1638, JC Hospitality.
Do you have any questions for this? Because I'm
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman,
Yeah,
Commissioner
of course,
Kim,
no
Commissioner
problem.
Ford, Rob Skeen from Skeen Law Firm, representing JC Hospitality LLC. The board was kind enough 3 weeks ago to allow my client to submit photographs and a diagram indicating the seating that we had stated that is present at the premises, and we have done so. I believe we submitted a diagram indicating a seat count of 308.
And what's your capacity that you want?
The capacity was 550, and we entered into stipulation with the town that it would be a maximum of 395.
All right, I'm good with that.
I'm
That's
good.
the only reason we're here, right?
That's as
Okay,
far as I
yeah,
know.
I'm good with the
Yeah,
395.
I'm good.
Given the diagram you gave in the pictures.
And we understand that we have to conform to that and that we will be on notice.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
And see is, what'd you say, 395?
Yep. Commissioner Ford, you want to?
I agree.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Quick. 1727 and 1728, Illusions Hookah and Mixology Lounge.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Commissioners. Jared Cooper on behalf of the licensee. And I made an offer, conditional contest.
Endorsement application, did that have new stipulations from the community board?
I believe, for which?
Change of hours?
I don't think there were any stipulations. I mean, the certificate that they have right now, the hours is until 4 a.m.
There's a community board approval, hold on. It's the end of
They
it.
actually have the license that allows them to operate until 4. That's
I'm
on there.
sorry, I thought they had a community board. I thought the SLA license
There was community board steps in the beginning in the original approval.
that limited it till 1 a.m. Friday, Saturday, right? Or till 1 a.m. Yeah, 1 a.m.
Now that's been amended to 4 a.m.?
I'm reading it right now.
That's what I'm trying to understand is how did this get approved? Are you saying you went back to the community board and they said
I wasn't
okay?
involved with the amendment. I
Right.
believe they
So the
filed for
community board stipulation that we have originally, when they were approved, was till 1 a.m.
Right. And then I believe they
And then
amended it.
somebody filed something on December 31st to change hours of operation, and then it got approved on March 21st. And you're saying that's for 4 a.m.
That's for 4 a.m.
But how did that get approved?
With this pending.
Huh?
With this pending is what
Well,
you're
I
saying.
believe the
Or
application.
how did it just get approved without us seeing that? Because it just overrides the SLA, the STIP.
We would have had to get something back from the community board in order for that to happen, so that's what I'm looking for. All right, here's a stipulation from the community board. Signed October 6, 2015, by the chairman of Bronx Community Board 10 and the applicant,
And what hours does that say?
4 a.m.
4 a.m.?
4 a.m.?
Yeah.
That was in October 2015?
Yep, Sunday 4 to 4, Monday 4 to 4, every day 4 to 4.
But then how come we have it, this SLA license certificate has in print?
That's 2 months after the license
Yeah, it was issued. I mean,
That's when the stipulation was signed.
But the license itself was issued in August 2015, so they
August
went and
12th.
changed them that
After
quickly.
months.
Yep.
Wow.
But shouldn't that still kind of come before us?
Not if there's stipulated hours, it wouldn't. It was no opposition at all.
And actually, and that's why they believe they could stay. I mean, they were open past the time of 1 o'clock when these violations were issued. But their understanding was, I mean, and it was a mistake, it's not an excuse, that, they were allowed to stay open until 4, but they.
So they were,
clearly
though.
weren't.
They were allowed
Oh, they
to,
didn't
right?
have the new
No, it
license.
wasn't.
They didn't have the
They
new
didn't have the
license.
new license till.
All right, I'll accept the 6,000.
Yeah, all right, I'll accept the 6,000.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
1730A, MT Liquid Lounge.
No, there's no adverse history on
Are
it.
you good with it?
Yeah.
You're good? All right.
Joseph Johnson for MT Liquid Lounge. It's the reconsideration of a late renewal. I'm just here to answer any questions that you
No,
may have.
I'll grant the reconsideration.
I'll grant it as well. Send back to licensing.
Commissioner Ford?
Thank you.
3.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, return to licensing.
1 second. 1707, Joanna Zablonski.
Uh,
Well, it goes back, renewal.
No, definitely not
April.
till Wednesday. No. I think it's Wednesday.
Okay, yeah.
I mean, what would be 6?
Sorry, what was the number again, please?
1707.
1707.
It's a class change from a wine store to a liquor store.
Okay. Hi, you can put your name on the record, please.
Good afternoon. I am Joanna Zablocki, doing business as Grape Point Wines. I've been operating in business for 4.5 years now, and I'm here today for an upgraded license to a full license, and I'm here to answer any questions you might have.
Sure, so you've applied twice in the past for an upgrade, correct? And
That's
both
correct.
times you were disapproved?
No, one time. I've applied one time. It was about 2 years ago.
Was for liquor.
Oh, got it. And, but, your original was approved specifically based on it being a wine store, correct?
It was approved as a stipulation to accept the license.
Right.
But nothing was said that I couldn't later on.
Oh, no, of course. You can,
Well,
you're free
actually,
to apply, but.
I watched this because I was not here then. We have tapes of all these hearings.
Sure.
And it actually was said that you weren't going to get a liquor license unless one of the other liquor stores near you closed. So my question is, are any of these stores, and one of them didn't give us any response, the one that's closest to you, is that still open?
That
SS
store
Vino?
is operating. However, they are very poorly managed. Their sales unfortunately continue to decrease because their hours aren't consistent, so it's hard for them to build a client base. stores not kept up. They don't have fully stocked products there.
So, but they're still open.
They are still open sporadically. They do not have consistent hours.
Okay.
And, you know, the reason I'm here actually today is something that I really want to focus on that I'm sure you've read my application in depth, is artisanal spirits, which aren't really provided in my neighborhood. I even have some letters of petition from local distillers in Brooklyn, some in Greenpoint, some in Astoria. I've submitted an entire list of products that I'd be willing to carry. And I believe that these products that I'm looking to carry are not being represented in the neighborhood at all. I've submitted lists from local liquor stores and what they sell. I've went in there personally, looked at their shelves. It's all traditional, it's all national brands.
No other stores closed, based on the stipulation. The video that you saw, you said.
That Chairman Rosen said that he would not vote to grant a liquor license unless one of the 4 closest stores closed, based on the sales numbers at that time.
And none of the 4 have closed
That's
at
correct.
the time.
I'd also like to point out that sales for all 4 stores are either steady or increasing, especially aside from the one that's closest to me, but the other 2 that are super close to me have increased significantly in the past year.
Do we ever get the numbers for SNS Vino?
No, I just looked again.
And that's actually, you know, just the second closest store has increased, but the third closest is basically, it's decreased over the last 3 years, and it's remained flat over the last 2 years.
Which one are you referring to?
W&W Wines and Liquors.
That is actually not the second closest.
Oh, that's what we have.
Third closest.
Third,
The
I'm sorry,
third.
third closest.
You know, if you look at the addresses, Greenpoint Bazaar is actually closer to me than W&W. If you look at the addresses and the...
We use Google Maps driving directions, that's where we get it.
But they're both very close, I get it. And that one has gone up, Greenpoint.
And additionally, I'd like to point out, you know, neighborhood growth. There's been a lot of planned development in the neighborhood. The income in the last 4 years of the residents moving into the neighborhood has increased by 46%, from $39,000 to $57,000. So there's a lot of new money coming in. There's a lot of development. There's a lot of people that are coming into the neighborhood.
What, do you do any classes or anything, tastings?
We do tastings, yes. We do them 2 to 3 times a week in the fall specifically. I mean, we do them all year round, every Friday, but in the fall, we focus on them between Thursdays, Fridays, and Saturdays.
Do you know if SNS is bulletproof, or is that an open store?
Let me check and see what we have.
I don't believe it's a bulletproof, no.
Okay. It's kind of difficult because we only have 2012 gross sales for SNS Vino. We don't have subsequent sales. They are only 404 feet apart, about the same size as you. And, you know, the major issue is that I think you were issued the wine license based on the fact that the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 was within 0.2 miles from you. You know, I'm not basing it on what Chairman Rosen said, that he wouldn't grant you the full license unless one of the other 4 closest stores shut their doors. But I just don't see it yet, and you know, I commend you for
Well, I'd
continuing to
also like to
try.
point out that something that I really want to focus on is the artisanal and the craft spirits. And I provided an entire list of the local stores. I've even gotten letters of petitions from local distillers that are in the neighborhood that specifically state that their products are not being represented in this neighborhood. I have petitions that I collected over a 3-day period, 127 people expressing interest for these type of products that they have specifically told me that they actually traveled to the nearby neighborhood of Williamsburg to get these products. So I understand your concern, but one
Well,
thing
it's
that.
not, see, to me, it's not a concern on my end. On my end, it is, having watched when you got the license, you would not have gotten a license other than the fact that you were willing to take wine. And the reason you would not have gotten one is because you were 400 feet from the next closest store. And you came in and you said, well, I want to do wines, I want to do education, I want to do tastings. I'm not even hearing you're doing education. And to me, I haven't seen anything change in this neighborhood that would change my opinion that they need 2 liquor stores within 400 feet of each other. You came in and you agreed to do something very specialized.
Which I
and
do.
As long as you're doing that, then we're fine with it. But I'm not going to let you, in my mind, become what the other ones are because they were there before you. And there doesn't seem, based on what I see in the sales, a need for another one of them. That's my view of it.
Right, but I intend to focus primarily on the wine, as I am, 70% of wine, 30% on local artisanal craft spirits. And I'd be willing to stipulate that I wouldn't have a crossover of some of the national brands if that would change your opinion.
I mean, not at this time. I think if there's more time with more development, more people coming in, and more sales numbers, if we can get SNS's sales numbers more clearly, then I would consider it. But at this time, I have to agree with the chairman.
Yeah, I'm going to vote to deny as well.
I'm going to vote to deny as well.
All right, thank you for your time
Thank
today.
you.
$16.96, Latron Kalana Restaurant and Food Operations. 1696 is disciplinary.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. For the licensee, Marcotti and Associates by Louis Cesari and Luigi Vigliotti, 108 New South Road, Hicksville, New York. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
We also have Miguel Ortiga, the manager of the licensee, with us.
So we have charge 2 that's been dismissed. The charge 2 has not been sustained by the ALJ, and I'm okay with dismissing it. I'm sorry.
I think
Wait, I'm sorry, who's the second?
Oh, charge 1.
Luigi
Sorry, reversed.
Vigliotti.
Also for the licensee, 108 New South Road, Hicksville, New York.
He's my partner. He's my partner, yeah.
Okay, my mistake. Charge 1 is dismissed, and charge 2 is sustained.
Sustained.
And
we would-
I have
we
a
would say-
$2,500 charge fine. Commissioner Ford?
2,500, fine.
2,500.
Thank you.
Thank you.
1715, Barrelmore Wine and Spirits.
I'm going to put a chair up here.
That's fine.
Sure.
Come on this.
Just try to move the microphone over as far as you
Yes.
can.
Will this reach over here?
That's right, you can just turn it.
Bernard Seidman for the applicant. My client is Mrs. Christy Gian, a former licensee. She held 2 licenses, one in Nassau County and one on 6th Avenue in Manhattan. She applied for another license on East 34th Street about 2 years ago and was denied because of basically objections from the other stores and the nearness to a school, even though it was more than 200 feet. In this instance, there are four stores in the immediate area. The first store would be on 36th Street. That is a bulletproof store, and the bulk of their business comes from 8th Avenue. The second one is an 8th Avenue store that is not a bulletproof store, but has the same characteristics. The customers could go in there, but they don't, but there is a counter separating them from the inventory, and they would have to walk. They would not be able to walk through and pick out a bottle of what they want. They would have to speak to a clerk who would then get them their product. The other 2 stores are clients of mine, one on 38th Street, one on 6th Avenue. I spoke to both licensees before I took on Ms. Gian as a client. I asked them two questions. One, would they mind if I represented somebody coming into the area? And they said no. And I asked them, would they object? And they said no, they have no objection with competition. And particularly those two stores who are there fairly recently, they have significant increases in their volume. They are doing very well, and they're doing very well from the beginning. The area that my client is going into is the heart of the garment center in New York. It would be, I think, the second most crowded area, business area in Manhattan, possibly after the financial district that has quite a few stores. The store that my client would open would be airy, light. She knows the area, she's been in the area, she knows what inventory to buy. She will have salesmen who are knowledgeable, and it would benefit the area in particular. And speaking of the area in particular, the garment center is crowded. I think I've given you information on two aspects. One, the amount of pedestrian traffic that walks up and down the garment center on a daily basis. We're talking on a weekly basis, possibly 4 million. I know those are repeat. That may not be 4 million new people coming into an area, but there are 4 million footsteps that come into that area. And secondly, there is construction going on there right across the street from 488 7th Avenue. There's going to be a brand new hotel that should be ready next year. For all of the above reasons that I gave you, and considering my client's experience both as an entrepreneur, as an employee in other liquor stores, I request that she be issued a license.
Well, let me ask you, you talk about her experience, and you're correct, she was licensed twice, but it appears that she didn't hold either store for longer than, one was less than a year, and the other one was about a year.
Yeah, that's
what was?
Well, one she made money on when she sold, and the second one she wasn't making money, so she sold it.
So she's not in the business of getting liquor licenses and selling the stores?
No, definitely not.
Even though she's done it on the two times she's done it?
If this is successful, she's going to be there a long time.
I'm just wondering.
No, it's a legitimate concern. Or, I mean, you could always also, we worry that she's actually not really intending to operate anything and that she's acting as a front for...
She's not going in for a quick turnover, if that seems to be your concern.
Well, no, my concern might also be that, I mean, did you ever sell either of your stores to anyone who's been a lender to you to purchase either of the stores?
Sorry, I don't understand.
Can you put the mic in front of you, please? Sure.
Can you?
Okay, so I'm seeing here that for this particular application, you're borrowing money from a friend.
Sure.
You say, right? And okay, so you're borrowing money, a significant amount of money from a friend. Does that person have a liquor license?
No.
Okay. Has that person ever had a liquor license?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Check that before.
And then
You
can
checked
I-
it?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, the others, 2 times you had the store for like a year and a half, and I guess another one for 6 months, 7 months. When you bought those, did you borrow money to buy your stores?
No.
You did that on your own?
Yes.
Fully?
And why I just kept 2 stores for like an year or a little bit more than a year. The first store was in Nassau County, and it was in the small shopping mall. And that area, I just carried the store concept was different as the regular. I just carried the how can I say, not the famous brand,
the local, the areas or the small suppliers.
You just carried the local wineries or the
Yeah, and
okay.
the non-famous. So the people who live the area, they don't know much about the wines. They always looking for the famous brand. So I couldn't make any money, so I just closed. And the second one, the Epic Spirit, I had a partner, and the store was very small, about 400 to 500, less than the 500 square feet, and we didn't have enough money to share it. So I just moved out.
Did you sell both of those stores or you just closed them?
No, the first one I sold to someone else, and the second one, I had one partner, and I moved, yes.
Oh, okay.
I just moved out.
I looked at
That's
the
why.
expenses for the 77 wines, and she had cash and then a loan from a bank. There was no individual lender.
Okay.
All right.
Now, you indicated that the 36th Street was bulletproof, and what was the other one that was almost bulletproof?
Not almost bulletproof, it had some of the characteristics.
Or what's the name of that?
Cambridge Wines.
Store on 8th Avenue.
Last one, yeah.
Okay.
So do you intend to operate this?
Yes, full time.
And Kwang Soon Chang isn't involved?
No, not at all.
Okay. Commissioner Ford, anything?
Looks like the closest store, their revenues have gone up recently. Second one looks like it's gone down. Third one looks like it's gone up substantially.
Oh, no, just because it was opened in the
Oh, it's 14 months,
end of,
okay.
yeah, it's only at 12 days of sales.
Gotcha. Good direction, though. And so are the others.
And I'm assuming the Penn Wine and Spirits is inside Penn Station?
Yes.
And what about Clearview Spirits? How are you, Clearview Spirits, who are the owners there? Are you related to them at all?
I'm not related to them, but he's the Korean, so I just work there. And before, as you see my record, I disapproved for the Lexington Avenue, the cellar 34th. Before I applied that license, I was working there, and I applied the license. I was disapproved, and I lost lots of money. So I asked him go back there and doing bookkeeping and sales.
Oh, so that person has no interest in this, right? Will not be involved? Okay. Ready?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so this location is between 36th and 37th Street on 7th Avenue. Two of the 5 closest stores are bulletproof or bulletproofish. The ones that are not, we did license 2 recently in 2014. Partly probably because the other 2 were bulletproof. But at the same time, the 4th closest store has had significant increases in sales. The main factor for me, I think, where public convenience and advantage is shown is that on 7th Avenue, from 30th Street to 42nd Street, on the avenue itself, there's no package store other than inside of Penn Station, which is not convenient for anyone just walking down 7th Avenue. The 38th Street between 6th and 7th is only 535 feet away, but it is on 30, it's kind of in the middle of between Broadway and 7th is in the middle of the block. And also this doesn't really matter, but for the record, they didn't protest, and they were Mr. Seidman's previous client. So given all these factors, I think there will be a public convenience and advantage for anyone walking down 7th Avenue, and I'll vote to approve.
I vote to approve also. I don't see any objections from anyone.
I'll vote to approve.
Okay, good luck.
Thank you so much.
1662, 1930 Gourmet Deli Grocery. Just so you know.
Why didn't they do yours in order?
Make an offer. So he doesn't have to default.
What's the offer, 3,500?
3,500.
Good afternoon, Chairman and board members. My name is Anthony Torres, and I'm representing 1930 Gourmet Deli Grocery Corp. It's a mom and pop small store.
And your offer is for 3,500?
Yes, or less if.
Okay, I'll accept your offer for 3,500, please.
Thank you very much.
You have to wait for the two of them.
Go ahead.
Oh, okay.
Accepted. I accept.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Give that back to.
You. 1667, Prana Hospitality.
Good afternoon. My name is Benjamin Corngood. I'm the attorney for the licensee. I have with me Rajiv Sharma, who is a principal of the licensee. This is to enter a plea of conditional no contest and offer a monetary penalty of $2,500. And just to give you some background on what actually happened here, basically, the licensee had plans to split the space in two, and the unauthorized alteration was actually to close down half of the space, so he wasn't operating any new space. Half of the space was closed, and he intended to do construction there. And since then, due to disputes with the landlord, he's actually closed down the entire operation, so the entire space is closed now.
And he's vacating? And he's surrendering?
vacated,
He
yes,
has,
that's
okay, I accept your offer of
He has
2,500.
to surrender his license.
Yes, we were waiting to resolve this today.
Okay, I accept your offer of 2,500.
Offer accepted.
I accept.
Thank you. Are we able to surrender today, same day?
Yeah, you can drop it off right on the
Okay,
fourth
because
floor.
we were told we had to settle, this.
No, you can drop it off right now if you want.
Okay, thank you.
1678, Winnie's NYC LLC. Mr. Levy, there you are. You didn't sign until later?
Yeah, he just got here.
Oh, well, your
Somebody
client
signed
signed in? All right, so we'll
The
recall.
opposition
Okay.
signed it in.
All right, we're going to recall.
Can we take a quick rest?
Yes.
Sure.
Going to take a short 5-minute recess. The hell do I know who signs in? Who do you think I am? Jeez. I have my own thing going on here. Yes. It's 30 licenses. One of our regulars.
Nice to meet you. Thank you. And bite the trip.
Yeah, you bet.
My mic wasn't even on. There we go. Okay, we're going to call the next item is 1634 Lima Restaurant.
1634. Hearing over. Scheduled.
Hi, good afternoon.
Hi.
I'm Elke Hoffman. I'm representing Lima Restaurant Corp., and with me is Carlos Mejia, who's looking to open a full-service Peruvian restaurant at 8507 Northern Boulevard in Jackson Heights. He appeared before the community board with his proposed method of operation. The community board supported this application. I understand that I didn't file the original application. And I was not at the community board meetings. Carlos can probably answer any questions you have about that. I believe there are some letters of opposition, but the community board did in fact support this application as well. It's a full-service, more upscale Peruvian restaurant. I mean, it's been open and operational since October 2015. There are reviews about the food, and you can see it's a white tablecloth. It's a more upscale restaurant than what's in the area. Some of the opposition seems to be focused on saturation. It looks like there are about 10 licenses within 500 feet. I submitted to you a photo of the block. It's a very commercial block right now. There's only one OP on the entire block. There's a Rite Aid across the street with a parking lot, so there's no commercial activity on one side of that Northern Boulevard. And there's only one license for a nightclub, which is right next to his on the other side of that large block. So it's hard to argue that that area is oversaturated. It's a commercial block. There are no apartments upstairs. It's, you can see from the picture, it's essentially a strip mall on both sides up until the end of the block. Like I said, and there's one license on that block, and he's looking to do a full-service sit-down restaurant. He's here. He can answer any questions you may have, and I believe there's someone here to speak in support as well.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Carlos Mejia. I'm the owner of Lima Restaurant, and we're trying to cater to higher-end customers in the area. We're doing all a sit-down and a sit-down bar as well. We've been open since October, and we've gotten great reviews, and the people love it. The food is great, and we would like to add a full service to the restaurant bar. Thank you.
So are you using the basement of this building at all?
The basement is furnished. The basement does have a party room, but we don't use it that much. There's also storage and a fridge.
What is this letter or document we have in here that says they thought that the stipulation or the community board approval of the application was doctored?
Yeah, I can answer that. So I guess the community board had sent a letter to my attorney at the time, my previous attorney. I hired Elke about 3 months ago and fired the previous attorney, and the attorney didn't check it was signed, so he forwarded on to the SLA without a signature. So the inspector reviewed the document, thought that we forged it. So we went back and we rectified the issue, and we got the letter signed, and we sent it right back to them, which only just delayed and prolonged this process.
Did all these people speak out? I mean, we have a number of letters in protest. Did all these people speak out against this at the community board or no?
No, not at all. I mean, I got a lot of support, a lot of questions, obviously, because the construction had been going on for about a year. And I answered all the questions, and they voted for.
Who are you? Oh, okay. Let me hear from them then. Come on up.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Joe, and my last name is Gonzalez. Here is my brother, Ricardo Gonzalez. We are actually the owners of the restaurant next to it, Bar Lunch, Kabul Nightclub. We've been in the business for almost 30 years. Through these years, we have seen a lot of changes in Northern Boulevard. Northern Boulevard, Jackson Heights has changed complete. Today, the nightlife has increased tremendously. Now you can see, like about 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock in the morning, tremendous crowds of people coming out of those
I'm sorry,
bars.
can I ask you, what was the name of what's your address?
8509 North.
Oh, right next to, you're the fast food
Next
thing that's
to
on
it.
this diagram?
No.
Oh, you're the nightclub, okay.
We
All
are
right.
a bar lounge.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, we are in the business for so many years. This is actually a family business. We started as a small restaurant with my mother being the cook. And then through the years, we started working all the family hard. We bought the store next to it, and we decided to make the place that it is right now. There was a tremendous sacrifice through all this time for the family to build this place the way it is now. And when we find out that the landlord had decided to rent the store next to it, which was dry cleaning, we saw this agreement to the landlord, knowing that we've been in the business for so many years. But actually, the landlord didn't care that much, and he decided to rent it to this gentleman that's next to it. Our sales, since this gentleman started opening and as a business, it went down a lot. Now, what we see more often is tremendous crowds of people in the streets. We see also that the
We're all
streets...
going to his restaurant?
No, not going to from the restaurant. We're talking about that whole neighborhood in Jackson Heights of Northern Boulevard.
You live there?
Yes, I live in a neighborhood, especially for 77th Street all the way to 86th Street in Northern Boulevard. There is 25 places that they have a liquor license.
We just saw a picture, though. It looks like on this block, there's only two, you and him.
Between 85th and 86th, there's only two. It's only me and him. But and then also the store next to it, there used to be a bar. They closed down that place. It's only two now. But
And
if
are you a
go-
restaurant or a nightclub?
No, we are a bar lunch. So this
DJs?
is restaurant also.
With
No,
DJ?
we have a food. There's a Bolivian food which is actually same food like they offer. It's a Peruvian
get
and
it.
Bolivian is the same food.
Got it.
There's not much difference in that. And what we're trying to avoid now is that we saw that tremendous increase of cars coming over to the neighborhood. That is, you can't even find a parking space now. And you also see a lot of garbage in the streets. In fact, at the front of his store, you see all the time that he leaves a lot of garbage. I printed out some papers for online, where actually I can prove it to you that his place is like about for 300, 350 people. He's trying to open his business for dancing. He's trying to catering. He's also offering for parties.
Who, this guy?
Can we see that, please?
And when he was,
Well, first give it to us and then go back and talk into the microphone, please, so that we can hear you.
It wasn't a stipulation, it's just that they recommended.
and as he was waiting for his liquor license, he also threw a lot of parties in there, and he closed the place with the curtains. He was serving the liquor. As you can see, one of the pictures that he advertised online, you can see he's serving wine on the tables, and he has a big party on the basement that he's also rented. So that's going to create such an inconvenience for a whole neighborhood that has a peaceful time all this time that we are in the neighborhood. He's going to bring a tremendous crowd of people now. It's going to create such an inconvenient situation because you're going to see a lot of people coming out from these bars. It's going to be tremendous fights with people that comes from different nationalities for all these bars, and also the increase of the police that we haven't getting all these years that I'm working in the place. So for that specific reason, I would suggest to you to consider not to issue a license to them.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. And also, we have some of the neighbors that he came that would like to speak. I would like to address and call them, please. This is Mrs. Hidalgo.
Good afternoon. I live in the neighbor. Lately, I was very surprised because I go always to these people restaurant, which means I feel so pleasant when I go to eat there. It's such a beautiful in every way. But I was in shock when I see next to the business of these people open another restaurant who was requesting alcoholic license, which means I disagree completely because the neighborhood, they change so much, not for good. That there can be one another store to have a liquor license. Sometimes I feel very insecure anymore in my area. I have a granddaughter, a teenager. Sometimes I have to go to Dry Aid Pharmacy, which means cross the street. So many of those drunk people, they in respect to my granddaughter, I don't even secure anymore for myself, even my children. A lot of garbage, cigarettes, drunk people. This is terrible.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, hello, how are you? My name is Marcos. I'm came to this country 35 years. I went to PS 145. I've been living in the neighborhood almost 28, 30 years. And I mean, it's ridiculous that from 74th Street, it's Norton Boulevard. And they open up restaurants everywhere, and everywhere they get liquors in almost every restaurant. And it's getting 9 o'clock, 9 to 2 o'clock, it's almost a fight. And I can't even go around now like I used to go at nighttime before. And the reason I'm here is because I would like you guys to not give you no one else liquors.
Did you go to the community board as well? Did you speak at
Yes,
the community
I did.
board
Yes,
meeting?
I am. And I'm a hemodialysis patient. And, sometimes after my treatment being done and with all this, it's mostly the fights, I mean, I would that's the reason I'm here, because it's the facts, only the facts.
Thank you. And you guys went to the community board and spoke?
Yeah,
community.
I
I am the same community, but I don't speak English, but I come in for the same reason. That so many spending liquor in all area we live in. That's all I can say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Gloria Silva. Be here, I just actually took the day off because I believe this is a very dishonest what's going on here with this restaurant. Work for New York State Department of Environmental Conservation and the Law Enforcement Division. So wherever I go, I like to see whatever this has to be in the right way, following the rules and the law. I'm being honest with all of you, and what they say is not 100% not true. I've been going to the restaurant for a long time, since the day they were open. And I know Mr. Carlos Mejia, he's a very honest person. He never got any problem with any customer. Whoever who goes into the restaurant, they feel like they are in the city, because the restaurant is clean, elegant, and it's a big plus for the area. Now, I know there is people that are saying there is people that are being drunk and everything. That is not true, because sometimes I stay up to the late when they close, because I see the environment is very familiar. It's when you go there, everybody who serves, they're very professional staff they have. And it's not true what they say. I'm swear to God that it's not true. And also, I wanted to say that these people, they're very selfish, because there's only two business in that block, that they give it a chance to somebody else who just opened the bar. He was working so hard to get this, with a lot of sacrifice, this business. And he never got any complaint from nobody when in the restaurant. The food is so great, and not even Hispanic people go there. Also American and Indian and Greek people. And I've been seeing, I go also with my coworkers, which is lawyers, and sometimes I went with the commissioner. And then this is not true. I'm not going to go to a place that they don't have a license to have liquor. And that when he said that it was a liquor there was not a wine. There is it's a juice that we call chicha. It means like for the corn, that the color is purple. And it looks like wine, but it's not wine.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Again, I'm not sure how much I can add. You've got a nightclub owner next door, sort of leading the charge of opposition about saturation. If there are fights and if there is noise and if there are people out on the street. It's certainly not the result of this restaurant, and it's not even happening on this block. I don't know how else to respond to that. He's gone to the community board. He's been open. You can see that it's a food
What are
ordinance.
what hours did the community board agree to?
They had looked at the.
Right, they approved,
Where is the approval? I don't think I've ever, do you have it? Can I see that, please? I haven't seen anything.
Yeah, I'd just like to add, yeah, that all the people that have spoken against the restaurant are all most likely related to the club owner who, from the beginning,
All
has
right,
made,
well, let's
you know.
ignore, let's move on from that.
Okay.
That's,
I have it in the computer. You want me to read it?
yeah.
Sure.
They held a public hearing at its monthly meeting in September 2015 to review an application. Lima Restaurant plans to convert a former dry cleaner into a restaurant that will accommodate 230 patrons. The hour of operation will be Monday through Wednesday, 11 a.m. to 2 a.m., Thursday to Friday, 11 a.m. to 4 a.m., 8 a.m. to 4 a.m. I don't know what that means. And Sunday, 8 a.m. to 2 a.m. Security guards will be provided Thursday through Saturday. They recommend the application be approved with the following provisions. There will be no dancing unless or until a cabaret license has been obtained. Food will be served until closing on a daily basis.
Okay.
So this 4 a.m. for a restaurant?
It's a restaurant bar.
Restaurant bar, okay. I'm trying to do
There's no DJs,
Google
no
search
dancing,
here.
nothing.
I'm sorry?
There is no DJs, no dancing.
You didn't say bar in your method of operation, just said restaurant.
Oh, sorry.
Your family used to own a restaurant?
My father did.
Where was that?
In Roosevelt Avenue.
And what was the name of it?
Pollito Dorado. It's a
We-
chicken restaurant.
What was,
Had no issues.
what was the name of it?
Pollito Dorado.
P-O-L-I-T-O?
Pollito, yeah, Dorado.
They have a liquor license?
They had, full beer wine, I believe. They had no issues. 10 years operating. We run a tight ship.
And so that community board one is signed? And not altered?
Do you have a copy of the community board approval?
I actually, what I have, I got from Foil, so I don't know if I have. It was sort of looked more like it was minutes from a meeting than a set of stipulations or
Well,
resolutions.
so that's
like what
my
you might
thing.
get from
It seems like from day one, we've had issues with this community board notice, right? With the first time around, he or his representative submitted a alleged approval by the, this is a 500-foot case, so he had allegedly sent in a approval that hadn't been signed and that our examiner had said looked like it was altered, which, you know, is very,
It doesn't look like it was altered at all.
but it was,
it's not signed.
it's not signed. So there it is. So we're still back to,
And I think, I mean, again, I wasn't involved at the time, but I believe, I mean, part of what happened, there was a disapproval, and then more information from the community board was submitted in connection with reactivating this license application. That was all before I,
it was disapproval by,
For the signature. Then we obtained the signature.
because of the community board materials, and that was
Right.
remedied when you guys granted reconsideration. That's what I gathered from the record.
I just remember the first time this came through, there were all these issues with this, and
I don't know that they were the applicants, though. It sounded like they were community board issues.
no, I mean, it's the applicant's responsibility to get that,
Well, I don't know if they're signing them.
but that's not even a resolution. It sounds like minute notes.
You know, but not all of the community boards are.
That's
you
what
know,
I'm saying.
sort of
Maybe they didn't do
executing
it.
stipulations and resolutions.
Not stipulations, but the community boards do resolutions.
Not all of them,
Really?
especially not when you start talking about Brooklyn and Queens. Well, again, I wasn't.
Well, I
part-
mean, at least a signed letter. I would think they would do a signed letter, no? If it's a 500-foot case out in, I mean, we've had lots of cases in Queens. What do they do normally? Can you look up what a community board,
There was more even on the record in this case.
Community Board
There was
3.
some more back and forth, and they had to waive the 30-day notice so you could reactivate the application. There was
community
a,
board 5?
yeah,
Jackson
There was,
Heights and
I mean,
Corona.
I think in connection with requesting reconsideration, they even waived the 30-day notice and waived a second appearance in connection with this application.
Which community board is it? In the ALJ 500-foot case, they say no one appeared on behalf of Queens Community Board 3. In our notes, it says support from Queens Community Board 5.
Community Board 3.
Community Board 3.
Community Board 3 on 82nd and 37th.
Do you know which community board it is?
Community Board
It
3.
was
Three?
reported- It was reported in the paper. This is an article from the newspaper. Read, right.
Yeah, 'cause I deal, Giovanna Reed shows up at a lot of our meetings. I deal with her.
I guess the paper with 18 boards approving, 12 against. I don't know. I mean, you have it as a restaurant, now you're telling me it's a bar. I do see that the community board has approved it based on this. What kind of an article is it? Where is it from?
I don't know.
Doesn't even say.
Well, because it's, our people
Michael
gave it to us.
Florio.
yeah.
All right. Commissioner Ford, do you have anything?
We do have the signed letter, correct?
No.
We sent the sign.
Yeah, I don't know that I don't know if there wasn't a signed letter that, sort of what you expect from other ones that listed, stipulations and restrictions. I think you have several letters that waived notice and waived a reappearance and sort of confirm support, but I don't think you're getting a list of stipulations or resolutions with methods of operation from.
But
some of these.
I think what his concern is, and I understand it, is usually we get something on official letterhead from a community board that then is dated and signed, whether it be a resolution or a letter or whatever it is. And here it doesn't look like we have anything that looks like that.
That when we.
Now,
sent-
the only evidence we have that this was approved by the community board, other than you telling us, is this article that we don't even know what paper it's
Well,
from.
and the examiner reached out to the community board, that's what it says in the full board.
Oh, they
report.
did?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, they did? And
Yeah, that's what, Larry Fowler was the examiner, and he confirmed it with the community board that the letter was valid.
Okay.
Okay, so, all right. So I guess the real issue here is this description of what's going on from 77th Street to 86th Street on Northern Boulevard. And the concern that if you came in here and said you were going to open up a restaurant, the public interest is, I'm being told Bolivian food and Caribbean food similar, but I'm
Peruvian food and Bolivian
sorry.
food are completely
You're doing
different.
Peruvian?
Yes, Peruvian cuisine is completely, totally different than Bolivian cuisine.
Chinese Korean are similar.
They're not the same country at all.
I
So
know.
the cuisine.
No, I know it's not. I heard Bolivian. All I heard was that Bolivian and Caribbean. I know the difference. Please. No, please. I just misheard it. I took your representation on what you said. I was repeating it. I obviously understand the difference.
They just
What is this?
They're just petitions. And
I'm not going to look at it if you hand it to me now. I've lost my track of that now. So the issue for me is the 77th to 86th Street, what's going on there, and the concerns that are being raised, including by, I think, the community board about issues in the area. If you had come here and told me you were going to open up a restaurant, single story, I don't know, however 1,000 square feet, and then that's fine, I'd be happy to approve this right away. With the evidence submitted with your promotion of parties, it seems like, and granted, restaurants can have parties too, but the physical layout of your restaurant is 3 levels, and it just screams like it can just be turned into a nightclub at any given moment, and then which leads me to the hours. So if you're going to be this restaurant, but now you're saying bar, but your application says restaurant, well, if you said I'm going to do a restaurant, it's going to close at, 1 a.m. on weekends, midnight on weekdays, I'd approve it in a second. But the way the physical structure looks, the way this is going, those are my hesitations.
Sorry to interrupt you, but I'm feeling this is not being fair. What he was meant is not a party, real party, it's only the people.
No, I'm not talking about what he meant. I'm looking at the advertisements that he was advertising for parties.
Birthday parties.
Yeah, birthday parties, all sorts of parties, corporate parties, different types of parties, and it's different. I'm not saying you're promoting nightclub parties yet, but I'm not saying you will in the future. But my concern is, given the area, given what people are saying, the potential for it, and there are ways to get around it. But I just want to hear from my other commissioners and chairman.
It looks like it could easily turn into exactly what you described to me too, to be a party place. Not that there's anything wrong with it, but it just raises the concerns of the residents in the area.
So my only concern was the hours as well. I don't see the point of a restaurant staying open till 4. So what can we do about the hours?
Can we do 2 on the weekends and midnight during the week?
Weekends being?
Friday and Saturday, which is the busiest of my nights.
Oh, I do like the midnight during the weekdays. I'll go with that. A restaurant, I'd like to see you in operation for a year or so. So that's why I'm more comfortable with 1 a.m. to start, but they could.
Since we've opened, we've had no issues, and we run a very tight ship. So,
I mean, I would go 12 during the week, 2 o'clock on weekends, no dancing, no DJs, no promoters, and no live music for a year.
I accept.
Well, that's just
Well,
me.
for a year for the hours, but there's never going to be the other stuff, right? No live music, no
It did say in the-
promotion.
No live music for a year.
Oh, for a year.
Yeah, because it did say in the 500-foot report that there would be private parties with live music.
Right. No DJs.
So I'm saying in a year you can come back and maybe I'll give you back the live music, but
Okay.
that's me. We're at a conflict here.
Commissioner, did you say the 2 a.m. on weekends?
I said 1 a.m. so far, but Commissioner Ford.
Mr. King, can I mention something?
Wait,
to
can you hold on a second, please, while Commissioner Ford makes his comment, and then I'll let you speak.
Yeah, I would be in agreement with the 12 and 2 closing hours. I would also add one other thing, that letter from the community board. Could we verify that?
I will make a call to the community board.
Would you like to speak? You could say something. We haven't voted quite yet.
mention that,
Can you come to the mic, please?
This gentleman's actually had a business before, and the business was located in Brooklyn. And actually, they were closed down by the marshal because they haven't paid the rent. And I think they did have a liquor license previously. I just wanted to bring it up that to you.
I believe we would know if he had a liquor license previously.
Have you ever had a liquor license?
And it was the same name you can see on the website.
He has not held a liquor license with us.
Lima.
I mean, I've seen a bunch of Lima restaurants, but are they related in any way? You have no affiliation with the other Lima restaurants around the city? So there you go. That's, unless you have proof.
We would know. He gets fingerprinted. We would know if he he had another liquor license. His family may have, but that's.
I did a little research. They told me one of the customers they used to have in the other restaurant.
Okay. So where are you?
12 and 2, and a letter from the community board.
Okay, so I guess that's it.
Yep, that's it.
12 and 2, no dancing, no DJs, no live music for a year, and
Have to come back.
for the live music if they want it. You don't have to come back if you don't want it.
No live music and won't come back until at least a year.
Right,
No
and
promotion.
then a letter from the community board just for our files that confirms what their vote was, et cetera.
I agree.
Well, I'll reach
Kari's
out.
gonna try
I'll
too,
reach
but-
out to the community board.
Thank you.
Okay, good luck.
Thank you.
1641 and 1642. FPT Sobe Restaurant Corp.
Many people. Good afternoon. Tiffany Pergenti on behalf of Freeport Sobe Restaurant DBA Tropics, Lynn Garner, Dunn and Cavello. Good afternoon, Chairman Bradley and Commissioners. We're here today on licensee's request for reconsideration of its proposal. I have here with me the owner of Tropics, Michael Dannon. Also, we have the mayor of Freeport, Robert Kennedy. We have managers, general manager and manager of Tropics, Alan Bradbury and Rich Artuso. We have Ivan Sales on behalf of the Freeport Chamber of Commerce, representing over 100 businesses within the village. We have Edward Haggerty, who has been hired as a security consultant by the managers of Tropics. He is a former Freeport detective. And we also have Reverend Dr. David Adamovich. He's a neighbor of the licensed premises. He resides at 876 Guy Lombardo Avenue. Several of the noise complaints came from his residence, yet he is here today in support of Tropics. And we believe that speaks measures about the remedial efforts that have been implemented by the licensee. I want to turn it over and give you an opportunity to hear from Mayor Kennedy, as well as the managers and the owner, and the neighbor, if you wish to hear from him, is happy to speak as well. But before I do, I'd just like to provide a bit of a context, which we believe will be helpful in evaluating and reconsidering our proposal. Tropics is on the Nautical Mile in Freeport. It is zoned Marine Commerce District. The Nautical Mile is the unofficial nickname for Woodcleft Avenue, the road that runs alongside the Woodcleft Canal. The Nautical Mile served as the largest working waterfront on the south shore of Long Island at the end of the 19th century. It is lined on both sides by restaurants, marinas, cruise and charter fishing boats, working fishing boats, open-air bars, fish markets, gift shops, live music. It's crowded during the summer season with people walking along
I'm
the
sorry to
Esplanade.
interrupt you. I don't mean to interrupt in this way, but I think just for expediency's sake,
Sure.
because this is reconsideration, I think there's just a couple of questions that we basically have. And so the main thing, I think, is hearing from the mayor and the village
Absolutely. So
trustees about this.
If you'd like, I
because-
can turn it over to the mayor
Yes,
first, and then
think-
I can
and
take it from
yeah,
there.
and if there is more, then we'll
Sure.
come back to you. Thank you. Thank
not
you
a
for your
problem.
understanding.
Good afternoon to the entire board, and thank you for allowing me today to testify. My name is Robert Kennedy. I'm the mayor of the Village of Freeport. I'm also representing the Board of Trustees. Less than 4 years ago, Superstorm Sandy devastated the Village of Freeport. It flooded almost 3,500 homes. We had $6 million damage in DPW, $4 million to our electric department, and actually 6 to 8 feet of water on the entire Nautical Mile, which flooded every business and restaurant down there. 90% of them were flooded, 10 to 15% were burned to the ground. 4 months later, I was elected mayor, and I was responsible to rebuild the second largest village in New York State, both commercial and residential, and rebuild the Nautical Mile. Additionally, I had a lot of issues to resolve with quality of life problems in the Village of Freeport. For many years prior to my election and becoming mayor, the Village of Freeport and the Nautical Mile was growing, and there were a lot of growing pains. Unfortunately, during this period, there was no policy implemented that could be followed through legally on noise violations in the village. When I took office, I ended up sending every police officer to Rutgers University to get tested and trained on the use of decibel meters. Buildings department inspectors I sent down there, and we rewrote the Village of Freeport laws. Village of Freeport laws will now clarify that a establishment could not exceed a certain amount of decibels from any point on their property line above 65 decibels at nighttime or 85 decibels during the day, and it was not permitted in any case to pass a private residence property line at more than 65 decibels, which means if you're permitted to sound the music at 85 decibels, you still were not permitted to allow that music to cross somebody's property line, residential property line, at higher than 55 or 65, depending upon what the daytime is. We established these laws, and they really worked well. I think there was a major learning curve for every business, and truthfully, when I came into office, there were 46 violations written the prior year, and 0% were processed or violations were successful.
So Mayor, like I just want to say personally, I commend you on that clarity in the noise law, because that's an issue that we face all the time here, and to have very clear legislation on it allows for enforcement to take place properly. I think for purposes of for this hearing, this is a reconsideration, and I just want to ask you, do you believe that the business has done all the remediation and adherence to these rules and laws that have now been promulgated? Do you believe that that the remedy has taken place and that it's being adhered to? That's
Yes.
basically, if you can represent that on behalf of yourself and the trustees, then I think it goes a long way for me to granting the reconsideration.
I would ask for a reconsideration. I believe that they have moved in a great steps forward to remediating the problems that they have, not to mention that the village has the option of pulling a public assembly permit at any given time, should they decide to break these rules and regulations again.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, thank you. And I think, so, Council, I think, just to, at least for me, and the others can chime in, but for me, that's good enough to say that you've been in a position to try to adhere to these regulations now, and for purposes of the reconsideration, I'm okay granting it. I think the chairman might have a question on hours, and I don't know if Commissioner Ford has any thoughts, but that's...
Yeah, I'm fine granting the reconsideration given the mayor's statements. My problem with this case is the complete, I'm looking at the adverse history. We had noise on May 31st of 2014, 6/24 of 2014, 7/6 of 2014, 8/8 of 2014, 9/1 of 2014, and 9/5 of 2014. That's a pretty good month. Then we go to the next year. Same thing. 5/25, 2015, 9/5, 9/6, 9/7, 9/7 again. It's obvious to me that whether there's decibel level that the law requires you to hit or not, that they just completely don't care, or they've shown a history of not caring. So the only way I'm going to accept any monetary penalty is if they agree to the outside music ending at 9 o'clock on weeknights and 10 o'clock on weekends.
Chairman, if we may just explain a bit, we understand there has been adverse history and transgressions, and acknowledge that there hasn't been full compliance and that there have been violations. However, the violations in 2014, since then, new management has been implemented.
Well, they're doing a hell of a job.
I understand that as well. However, since these notices of pleadings were served, there is a full-time security consultant that has been enlisted by Tropics. He's a prior detective. Like we said, he's there to try and make sure that the noise is monitored. There's been proactive monitoring put in place, and
See, people come in here and they talk to me about DJs and bars, and we get noise complaints about DJs, and they said, you don't understand how difficult it is to control. I do know, and that's why my solution is turn it off.
If Mr. Artuso may just tell you about the proactive measures that have been implemented since
I
these
see them. They
incidents.
put up a wall. I got that. But and if you want to come back after a year and ask us to reconsider it, I'd certainly think about it after a year if there's no noise complaints. But the way where I'm at right now, in order for me to reconsider, and I don't speak for these two, is I need 9 o'clock weeknights and 10 o'clock weekends.
May I
The
address-
music outside ends.
May I address the board?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to thank the board for the opportunity to speak. Since the start of the summer, 2016, we have taken strong proactive measures to limit the noise. The restaurant has purchased 2 decibel meters, hired 2 employees, one on the street and one to sit across the canal, that are constantly monitoring the decibels. The restaurant also has security in the stand of the DJ booth that continually monitors the DJ and doesn't allow them to go over the microphone. Now, we're all in constant communication over radios. Everyone is speaking to one another constantly, and if those people across the canal or in the street say, this decibel level is too high, it gets turned off or lowered.
And that
is constant.
I commend you
It's
for all
constant.
of that. I
No,
commend you
it is
for
a
all of
constant thing. We also have a thing called total control. Total control gives us access through an iPad that we control, that at any time we could lower the music. So we're on constant. We also have written letters. So we've written to, out of respect of our neighbors, and distributed letters to our neighbors that gives them the direct line to our office and our cell phones. So if they have any issues, they could call our cell phones, they call us at home, and we'll resolve those issues. We want to respect our neighbors. This is
If
those 2014s.
If you came in 2014 and all those things were done, then we wouldn't be having this conversation. If you come back in a year after all those security measures are in place and they're working for a year, then I'll certainly go with the village's recommendation on
It's
whatever
new
the
ownership.
music is.
It's new ownership since 2014.
Well, then,
Chairman, if we may just hear from one other individual who came here today. He's the neighbor, it's Reverend Adamovich. He's here today. He's a neighbor that.
if they want to hear from him, they're welcome to. I am where I'm at. I have it written down here. I read this. It was bad enough. Last year I had to send my investigators out multiple times, and I realize you're in a different area, but to the Hamptons for the same thing. And because these bar owners, for whatever reason, and I understand the summer's their big season, they don't get it. They get multiple complaints, they ignore them, and then finally they're here. Now, these guys have got, the former owners were on notice. You bought the place, you're on notice, because you must have seen what their history was, and now all of a sudden in 2015 it happens again. I mean, the only way I know to stop it is to turn it off. I don't care what measures you take.
Mr. Chairman, I'm Kenneth Gartner. I'm a colleague of Ms. Frugenti. If I can just raise one thing that I don't think has been raised here, which has the significant adverse impact that I believe this decision would have, which would basically put Tropics out of business. And the significant...
If they turn the music off outside at 10 o'clock at night, they're out of business?
Saying just turning the music off outside at...
We had the music going on inside. We don't do that anymore because that's where the noise came from. It was after 11 o'clock when we got the ticket. It wasn't before 11 o'clock. It was after 11 o'clock. So now we don't play the music inside anymore. So pretty much we play the music on the weekends till 11 o'clock and then it's cut off.
And I'm saying you play it till 10. That's where I'm at.
But there's so much competition on the whole.
I know, but the competition isn't in front of me with noise complaints. That's the difference.
I represent the competition. I'm here on behalf of the Freeport Chamber of Commerce. I'm vice president. I'm also the president of the Nautical Mile Merchant Association, which is the association that's on the Nautical Mile with about 40 businesses. And I know how competitive it is. If I feel, and are we competitors? In one sense, we all are. In the other sense, we're a family of owners and operators that work closely together. We provide a fabulous service for the community. The place is packed. The Nautical Mile Association and the Chamber of Commerce sponsor a fireworks show open to the public. We do a lot of good. If you cut his music off at 11 o'clock,
10 o'clock.
I'm sorry, whatever time, I'll give you the scenario on the whole block. Anybody with music, once the music goes off outside, that's it. 15 minutes later.
So what are the hours of the other store?
All the music on the block would end at, I would have said,
11 on the weekends and holidays.
and I have a
What's
restaurant.
this with the headphones afterwards?
So there's something called
Everybody outside wears the headphones.
Everyone outside is going to wear the headphones?
Wearing headphones. The first time I saw it,
No, I mean, I heard the technology, but that's, okay,
You
that's,
can't talk to each other.
all right.
And anyway, I see what happens having a place with outside music. 20 minutes later, it's cleared out. So if I get you want to punish for what was done, but that's really unfair. And I don't even own their business.
No,
but
you're
you're cutting them off an hour early.
We talked about.
I'm sorry?
The punishment we talked about before you guys got here was cancel and bond. We've come a long way from that.
I just want to go.
The town shuts you down at 11, I'm saying 10, and I'm not talking for them. They have their own vote, so.
Well, as a representative of my organizations and as an owner of 2 restaurants on that block, I would like to put in my record, my name is Ivan Sales, that I think you're giving tremendous hardship because everybody will leave that building and go somewhere else.
Is it live music or recorded music?
Either way. I don't know. I don't know what he does. I don't know, honestly, if he has DJs alive.
Mostly DJ?
So you're saying there's no more indoor music? It's only outdoor music?
No, we stopped that because the problem is.
Completely no indoor music at any hour?
Completely no indoor
Okay,
music.
so this is all, we're talking about outdoor music between 9 and 10 or 10 and 11?
Correct.
If I could just add in on that, sir, the indoor music is permitted after 11 p.m., but I think what happened was the indoor music was going out the windows and going to the people's neighbors across the street. Now, if they've eliminated the music inside and it's not permitted outside, it would resolve the issue.
That's what I thought. A lot of the indoor music was resonating out, which is why I was okay with
Well, if it's recorded
just
music,
make a
that's
few words,
pretty
please.
easy to turn down and regulate. A band, not so.
Gentlemen, I'm the resident
I'm
that
sorry,
lives.
what did you say?
I said, recorded music DJ, that's pretty easy to turn the dial down. If it's a band, that's not the case.
I'm the resident that lives across the street that had, in the past, during previous owners, made some of the complaints. Since the current regime has taken over, the current owners, I have had no problem. When I conduct a wedding in my backyard, which is right across from the restaurant, I have called there. I've said, I'm about to conduct a wedding. Could you cut the music? They do it immediately.
What do you
No
mean you
problem.
conduct a wedding?
I'm a minister.
Okay.
I have a chapel in my backyard right across from the restaurant. They've been compliant, they've been cooperative, and in the last year, I have had no problem with them at all. The music has been fine, whereas in the past, it used to drive me nuts. So I think that the current owners are doing a fine job. I would be very disappointed if they were punished in any way.
Well, they're going to be punished with monetary fine for sure. I mean, partly because of your complaints, probably. So to say that now.
Members, just want to clarify the record here. When they're talking about new owners, there was a corporate change that was filed recently. It has not been approved. It was disapproved without prejudice, based on the pending disciplinary. So in essence,
do
we
we have
haven't
in front of us?
So
recognized.
who's the new owners who are
Owners.
applying?
I've been the owner. I have new management. That's what he's trying to say.
Well, we had
Yeah, we
a
have
corporate
some-
change that we denied with
Corporate
new
change.
stock.
So what's the corporate change? You're going to still own the place?
A piece of it, yes.
Yes, some of the principals are
New
gone.
partners coming in by way of the application for corporate change, which was denied without prejudice. That partner is currently a general manager, and since his management, that's what Mr. Adamovich has attested, that as far as he's concerned, the issues have been resolved largely.
And so his new managers are the ones that have stopped this, or he had new managers who stopped this, and now there's another new
No,
manager coming in?
the new managers who we're proposing to, one of whom who will join in as an owner once the application, if and when it's approved, since his management, it's Alan Bradbury, and he's here as well, and then the manager that you just heard from earlier as well.
He's on, the corporate change is for him to, Mr. Bradbury to be the president and Mr. Danon to be the secretary treasurer. That's the new corporate setup.
What percentage is Mr. Bradbury going to own?
70%.
Also, you're not just becoming a manager, you're becoming a majority owner.
Correct.
You own other bars?
I used to own Midtown 1015,
Have you been in here before?
for Midtown 1015 with Manuel Gold was my attorney.
Good memory.
I never forget a face.
Yeah, you're good. I remember.
You guys worked this out.
What are you looking up, Jackie? Are you looking up something right now? No?
No, I can do whatever you want. What would you like?
Oh, no, I was,
Let the mind wander.
Well, just so you
how
know,
it
there
does.
was no adverse at Midtown 1015.
that's what I was waiting
No,
for.
he wasn't in there for that. I remember why he was here.
No blemishes on your.
So, Mr. Bradbury, when did you get involved?
I got involved this year, 2015.
This year, 2016?
Well, 15 to 16, after the summer.
So, after the summer. So after the latest charges. And since you've been involved, then your neighbor's comfortable that the issues have dissipated?
Yeah.
All right. Well, I mean, I see both sides too, because we did have cancel and bond. Obviously, the town and neighbors, and there was a lot of issues with noise in general. You know, I understand the issues now, I guess, under new management, since they haven't had anything. And Mr. Bradbury, not that we're approving his application for corporate change, but if he's been under management and issues have dissipated, then I mean, I think I'm okay with the 10 to 11. I just, you know, but the fine is the fine. We'll have to talk about that separately. But I'm sure you'd rather have the hours than what I'm talking about with the fine.
I'm okay with the fine being what it is, and the 10 to 11. I mean, if you got the mayor and the chamber and the Lord on your side, I guess you can't be doing too bad. So
You're talking about the new offer, the 7,500.
7,500 and the 10
Are you
and
okay
11.
with 7,500?
Or wherever you're at, whatever.
No, well, I was going to go a little higher, just because, I mean, if you add this all up, I mean, we were at offer cancel and bond, but I'm okay with the 10 p.m. and 11 p.m., but I was at a counter of 10,000.
I may also just provide a little bit of information. With respect to the violations in the village, they have paid $4,570.
No, I understand, but whatever they paid on the village side is
Yeah,
separate
no, I
for
understand,
us.
but just another
'Cause if
penalty that's been.
What are you going to do?
I'm gonna
We're all over the place today. Yeah.
the 10,000 and disagree on the
Well,
hours.
that
but-
doesn't help.
Yes, it does.
Well, you disagree
Yes,
on
it
the
does,
hours.
because we have two, it's going to be 10 p.m. to 11 p.m., but the amount is going to be 10,000.
Yeah, I'm voting yes
All
on
Are you
one
okay
part
with
of
that?
that and no on the other.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Got it.
All right, good luck.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor.
Killing me. You're killing me.
How many people are left in Northport right now?
Okay.
Freeport.
Oh, we're recalling 1678. Winnie's still leaving?
Right at the top.
What is it again? What number?
That's what they're doing here.
1678.
1678.
But I don't know what I do with, oh, here it is.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Commissioners, Deputy Commissioner Held, CEO O'Brien, Council Flug. I believe we have opposition here today. I don't know if you'd like to hear from them first.
Yes, please.
I just asked, was this the old karaoke bar that was behind the courthouse?
Correct.
Really?
Oh,
Yeah.
I think
next
I
to the
remember
Thai
that.
restaurant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it downstairs? No.
No,
Good
yeah,
afternoon.
there's a little
Right
bar.
facing the park, right? Yeah.
You have heard of the place. Good afternoon. My name is Colin Chan. I'm a community advocate. I'm also a member of Community Board 3. I only found out about this being on the full board Friday afternoon, so I didn't have a chance to submit any kind of documentation. If you indulge me, I can bring something up. It's basically a CB3's resolution to deny them the OP.
Okay.
And it's also a copy of a partial copy of a petition I circulated around the neighborhood where over 130 residents that live within 2 blocks of this
We have
proposed
a
venture.
letter from Margaret Chin, who's
Yes, and I got
We
that
have
a
the
few
CB
months ago.
resolution as well.
And I solicited that also.
We do have the CB resolution.
Okay, I did solicit one from Borough President Gail Brewer also. I don't know if you received that yet? Or did she send one to you? I don't
No.
know.
But we will take your petition. We have the other 2 documents.
Okay.
You can hand those up.
This place looks a lot nicer than the karaoke.
That's the birthplace.
Partial copy. The original is on.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, can I
go
read?
ahead.
Okay, Chinatown, where this proposed venue is going to be, it's a very quiet immigrant community. Okay, it's a residential block. There are no businesses open past 8 p.m. Okay, and it is directly located across the street from a park.
Well, wasn't this a bar previously?
This was a bar previously
It
that
was
had
open
closed in
past 8 o'clock?
2014. Okay, now,
The information we have was 2015.
2015, this is 2000. I know it closed in February sometime.
What time did it stay open till back then?
It stayed open till 4 o'clock in the morning.
Okay.
Okay, now, this place, although it existed for, it was been in continuous operation for 30 some odd years, 40 years as I remember. What the neighbors didn't have, that they did have since the time Winnie's closed, was peace and quiet at night. Okay, so just because this place was operating as a bar previously doesn't give it the right to operate as a bar in perpetuity. Okay, so they're playing on a. They have not done any community outreach. They have thumbed their nose at the community board. We have negotiated stipulations with them, and they have refused to sign it. That's why we have the resolution to deny. Okay, and I think the area most concerned is the karaoke. They want to open a restaurant till 4 o'clock in the morning with karaoke. It just doesn't sound right.
Well, isn't that what the, see, and the only reason I know all this is I worked right there for 11 years. So I'm extremely familiar with what you're talking about. In fact, I've been in the old one. And wasn't that what that one was?
That was actually that was supposed to be a restaurant bar.
It was a karaoke, wasn't it?
Well, years ago, it used to be a court officer's bar, court of recess, and then it was changed to the Gavel, and then Winnie's bought it back in the early 80s or something. And she changed it into a karaoke bar.
Right.
I don't think they were, licensed to operate as a karaoke bar.
That's the information I have is they were.
I went to bachelor.
Yeah, a license for karaoke, isn't that
Well, I
kind
mean,
of right?
it's you don't get a license for karaoke, but they had a liquor license that said they were going to do karaoke.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying that I don't understand you just don't want another one there. Is that what this is?
Well, it's the hours. It's the hours, 4 o'clock in the morning. It's pretty disruptive to the residents that live on the block. I live a block and a half away from there, and I have what we call the bar stroll. It's a pub crawl. There's a bar, Nancy's Whiskey, right around the corner. There are two other bars on Dwyer Street called Pulcheria and Apothecate. There's a place on Mulberry Street called Asia Roma, and there's another bar right on the corner. So that puts it on a saturated area. There's about six OPs within 2 blocks.
It's not a 500-foot.
I was looking for it on the 500-foot. It didn't come up on it. That's why I was surprised.
Because there aren't 3 licenses within the 500 feet. I mean, I understand your argument, but most of those bars are frequented by people that are working in the courts. Correct? I mean, they're not really.
No.
I'm not talking about I'm not talking about Mulberry. I'm talking about the ones right there on Baxter Street.
Whiskey Tavern and Forlini's.
Right.
Forlini's it's frequented by lawyers and also judges or whatnot, but Nancy's Whiskey is not. Nancy's Whiskey is just a dive bar.
Okay.
Yeah, I really don't think the neighborhood can take another one that's open at 4 o'clock in the morning.
Okay, thank you. Is there a time that you would accept it to be open till?
Well, the community will work out stipulations.
Okay, I see. 2 a.m.
I
Friday,
think it's
Saturdays,
1
a.m.
or 2 a.m. It's like
Got it.
midnight on weekdays, and it was 2 a.m. Friday and Saturdays. And I guess they couldn't deal with those hours.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Quite a bit was covered there. This is not a 500-foot rule case. This is an application for an on-premise liquor license, but not a 500-foot liquor license. There has been a karaoke bar here for at least the last 28 years, as far as my research shows. Full liquor, 4 a.m., 7 days a week, karaoke, bar, and from what I understand, not a great level of food, but some food. These gentlemen who are here with me today are 2 of the 4 principals, including the executive chef. And they are looking to basically pay homage to the Winnie's that was here for so many years, but also spruce it up a bit, do some renovations, elevate the food, make this more of a restaurant focus, still have a strong cocktail program, and quite frankly, the karaoke aspect here was really just out of respect to what the place has been for years, and the name was just out of respect for what the place was for years. At the community board, we learned that these overtures that we were planning to make to foster goodwill in the neighborhood were not received as that. They were received as disrespectful. They were received as trying to masquerade as a restaurant when really trying to be a 4 a.m. karaoke bar. And the reality is, if this board today would like us to stipulate to not use this name and to not have karaoke, we're very comfortable doing that. And I hope that goes a long way in terms of showing you what our intentions actually are. The chef here, Gerardo, is reviewed by the New York Times, works in this city, lives in this neighborhood, and produces fantastic food. They would not have brought this gentleman into the fold here if they were really intending to be just a bar that did karaoke. Mataush and Benny, two of the principals here, they have been the general managers at Dudley's, which is a bar and restaurant in New York City in the Lower East Side. They've been there for 4 years. In the 4 years they've been there, they haven't had any 311 complaints, no violations, no issues with any city or state agency. And as a matter of fact, I hope you saw it in my original packet submitted with the liquor license application, we actually got 6 letters of support from people who live in the building directly above Dudley's, saying how amazing it's been living above a place that's managed by these gentlemen, how they're incredibly responsive, how they take care of any issue if one comes up, and they are excited for them at their opportunity for a new place. We also have a letter of support from the people who live directly above Winnie's. That is a young family with a young child who said that they were a little nervous about a new person coming in here, but after these gentlemen proactively met with them, they feel much better about it. They are soundproofing this space. They are keeping the music levels down. They are having a strong focus on food. The license that's been there for the last 28 plus years was 4 a.m. 7 days a week. We would like to maintain that license, being that it's not a 500-foot rule case here. And I think we've gone above and beyond in terms of reaching out to the community. This gentleman said we haven't done any of that. We went to the community board. We emailed a number of block associations. We presented petition signatures from people in the neighborhood. Like I said, we have a letter from the direct upstairs neighbor here. We posted petition signs in English, in Spanish, in Mandarin to make sure that, we could actually communicate with the broadest amount of people possible.
May I possibly interrupt you for a moment to
Sure.
ask you a couple of questions here?
Sure.
I'm looking at the community board letter, and they have, they said they voted to recommend to deny you because the applicant failed to agree or make as conditions of its license the following signed notarized stipulations that, yada, yada, yada. And you have already mentioned a couple of things that you can agree to. There are 13 stipulations here. I've read through all of them. I don't see anything that seems unreasonable to me. Are these, if we went down these one by one, could you say if you could agree to them or not?
Yes, that's
then
a
if
perfect.
you could go back to the community board and maybe get them to buy in.
Well, that's a perfect prelude, because where I was going next was that this list of stipulations from the community board was presented to us, and we said we are okay with everything here except for the hours of operation. And I'm happy to make that agreement today. I'm not going to leave here and go to the community board to try to get them to agree to it again, but I'm happy to stipulate here to incorporate all of those into the method of operation.
What are your proposed hours of operation? 4 a.m. To 4 a.m.?
Well, we would like 4 a.m. 7 days. If the board has other hours in mind, that we're happy to talk about them. But again, it's a non-500-foot rule case. These gentlemen have a great history operating similar establishments with full liquor licenses till 4 a.m., and they've shown that they can be responsible doing that.
So what's the, if you're not having the karaoke, which I'm not saying I'm not going to allow it, I'm just wondering what would be the music situation?
Just recorded music, background music.
And where is this karaoke going to be? It's just going to be a machine?
It's going to be kind of at the bar. They're not going to be designated rooms.
Okay. So there are no designated rooms? It's
Correct.
Okay.
The focus here is going to be a restaurant
Right.
and a strong cocktail program. And, if I didn't mention already, Dudley's, the other place that these gentlemen are general managers at, that's actually in this community board as well, and no violations, no complaints.
Is that on Orchard?
On Orchard Street, correct.
There's no adverse
For
there
4
either.
years.
Yeah, there's no adverse at Dudley's.
So 4 years is pretty good.
Look, I think that would be, based on the record, good operators. I do think that we should start off with some hours adjustment, though, for first year. Go prove yourself here. I mean, if you're going to be a restaurant, could you live with 1 a.m. on Sunday through Thursdays?
If we could have lived with that, we would have taken the community board's deal 6 months ago.
Okay, that answers that question.
I mean, we'd be open to something if the board was interested in 2 a.m. Sunday through Wednesday, 4 a.m. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, I'd go there. That'll be a compromise of sorts.
Like I said, I'd like to see a 1 year period, just, that's me though, but from like 9 a.m. to 1 a.m. Sunday through Wednesday, and then Thursday, Friday, Saturday, I'm okay to go to I'd like to see 2 a.m. to start, but that's just,
If this were a non-500-foot rule case, I would, that would be a deal I would have to consider.
It is a non-500.
No, I'm saying if it was a 500, I misspoke. But considering it's not, I mean, it was 4 a.m. for over 28 years, and I'm willing to take a little haircut, but not that much.
Commissioner Ford.
I mean, just on informational purposes, based on my experience in this area, I just don't see it as a problem. And I have been in this area a lot, in the middle of the night, too, for work, so.
For work.
No, I was. 24-hour arraignments.
Kidding.
Yeah.
Take some shots.
Other life, yeah.
So what are you
Ford,
saying?
I'm
You're saying 4 a.m. is okay?
on the
Sunday
weekends,
through,
I am.
On
yeah,
the weekends, Thursday,
and
Friday,
you're
Saturday?
willing to live on Tuesday, 2 o'clock Monday through Thursday?
Sunday through Wednesday,
What'd I say?
Monday through Thursday.
Same thing.
Oh, you're giving them extra day. Thursday.
So we're talking about Thursday night, Friday night, Saturday. Okay. Yeah, I'm good with that.
So
So here's the options.
say that again.
So my option is that they get to go from Sunday through Wednesday, 9 a.m., whatever start they start, I don't really care, but 1 a.m. stop.
Okay.
Thursday, Friday, Saturday, they can go till 2 a.m.
Okay.
But then they can come back to us after a year, and they can ask for extended hours, and I'd be willing to consider it.
Okay, that's yours. Got it.
And, just.
I'm at 2 a.m. Sunday, Monday,
Wednesday.
Tuesday, Wednesday, and 4 a.m. Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
Okay.
And
Commissioner
just
Ford.
And no coming back in a year.
The community board offered us Commissioner Kim's deal 6 months ago. And if we were a 500-foot rule case, I think we would have taken that deal. But we're not, and because we're not a 500-foot rule case, there's no saturation, and the burden's different for us, and that's why we're here today, and we're willing to wait it out that extra 6 months to have the opportunity for more.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to vote with the chairman. Sorry, Kevin, you're leaving.
No, I'm not. Here.
All right.
I'm going to vote with the chairman.
There we go.
2
Good
a.m.,
luck.
4 a.m.? You
Yes.
got that? Okay.
Thursday, and make sure it's Thursday, Friday,
Thursday to Saturday, 4 a.m., Sunday through Wednesday, 2
Good luck.
But what about all the other stipulations?
Oh, yeah, no, all the other stipulations are in part of the license.
Okay.
Other stuff.
And karaoke or no karaoke?
Karaoke.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Close the windows.
Got it.
All right. Yikes. 1710, Second City, West Village.
That's when I would go to that place.
Good afternoon, Terrence Flynn on behalf of the applicant. This application is here because there was opposition from the community and community groups. 500-foot hearing was held. We continue to dialogue with the neighbors. And in my correspondence, you'll see that there was a stipulation that we are willing to agree to with the community board, and there were additional steps that we are agreeing to with the community. If I can pass those up, they were just agreed to.
Do we have, I assume these ladies are opposition behind you?
Now, if that's signed and incorporated, I believe they're no longer.
Oh, okay.
We're in favor.
Who do you represent?
The applicant?
I am a member of the West Village Residents Association. We've been the community group that the applicant has been negotiating.
Can you come to the mic, please? Oh, so the community board itself hasn't chimed in? They have chimed in.
Yes. They, we have the report. They
Oh, they oppose, so.
They opposed, but I have been this morning and last night in email conversation with Carter Booth, and he agrees with the residents group that the further accommodations address the issues that the Community Board 2 objected to.
So do you have stipulations with the community board already?
Yeah, they were in my community.
But they're all agreed to and signed off on, so these are just additions to those?
That's correct.
Okay.
And the community board's on board, you're on board, and the applicant's on board.
Now, what are the hours and the ones they have?
It's 11 p.m. closure every night of the week.
Okay. Yeah, let me see those. Do we get to keep this, or what? This is the original.
Yes, I'd like a copy of that.
copy of that?
Yes.
How do we do that?
Give it to me. Okay.
Send Mike Jones out, he's watching.
Or perhaps even 2 copies. Yes.
You can send me one.
Okay.
Okay. So everybody made nice, I'm glad to see.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, with these stipulations, I approve.
Wow, I thought that was going to be a really long one.
It would have been, had we not gotten that signed. Yes.
Okay. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Oh, we got to vote.
Wait, we didn't vote yet.
I'm sorry.
I wish I had full, no. We didn't
So
vote
do
yet.
I, some days.
Some days.
That's true. I vote to approve.
I vote to approve as well with the stipulations from the community board as well as the West Village Tenants Association?
Residents Association.
Residents Association. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good luck.
Very nice day. You're welcome.
I thought we were going to be here an hour on that when I read it, so you just made my day.
Waiting for a copy of this?
Yes.
Okay, so just, well,
Isn't that like when the judge tells them to go out and settle the case?
we don't need a copy of this one. Okay, it's one that Carrie's getting? Okay, all right. Oh.
That's true.
We rolling still? 1709 Central Park Wines and Spirits.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Commissioners, and the Board. My name is Hu Ping Hu, and I'm the attorney for the applicant Central Park Wine and Spirit Inc. I also have the principal, Mr. George.
Wait, this is tied in with, I'm sorry, was this tied in with 1673, which was filed on a date earlier, right? These are two close
Yeah, there's
to-
another Yonkers license on today.
And I think
Yeah,
that.
they're here too. 1673.
And they filed on May 27th, so.
Oh, wait a minute, what number you said?
1673, seller 783.
Got it. Sorry, I grabbed the wrong one.
What's the first number?
1673.
I'm sorry
Seller
about that, because both of
783
you are
Wines
in
and
the same area, but the other applicant filed on May 27th, you filed on June 6th, so we always go with the person who filed first, and then we'll consider your application.
Are they here?
Yeah, you're here. This is Cellar 783 Wine and Spirits? Yeah. Oh.
1693, you said?
1673.
1673, okay.
Are you objectors or
No, the applicant.
the applicants? Is there any objectors here?
I
No?
don't know, I've just seen their letters, but
Okay.
I'd like to address their letters. My name is Guy Parisi, I represent the applicant. Applicant is present along with person who's going to be employed by her. It's her nephew, and he has experience in the business. We did submit some petitions, although they were beyond the 4 o'clock deadline, and I had been out of town all of last week, and that was the reason, but it was submitted early on Monday morning. Petitions of the residents requesting this in support of this liquor store here. I note that across the street from the liquor store, the applicant is a food town. And one of the objectants is on Lake Street, and they are across the street from a food town as well. And I submit that the food town has recognized this as two distinct neighborhoods. And I'm sure they did a lot of market research before they opened up a store in another store, and they're actually feeding two different markets in two different communities. In addition, I would like to respond to, and we do have a letter here in support from Food Town, from the manager of Food Town across the street from the applicant. I'd like to respond to the...
Is that an official C-Town letter, or is that just personally from the manager?
Just personally from the manager. He actually signed one of the petitions, but it wasn't clear, so I asked them to get another signature. With respect to the store on YNY liquor store, that's the one on, I believe that's on Lake Street. I note that there is a Simone Development they said there was an application that was disapproved 10 years ago, that went out of business 10 years ago. There have been a lot of changes in Yonkers, particularly Northeast Yonkers, in the last 10 years, and those particularly in the last year, where Simone Development plans a $35 million redevelopment of a site, and it's going to be mixed use, and that's within 1 mile of this applicant. But this is really a community. I brought some pictures to show you. This is really a community, a residential community with almost like a village with a cluster of stores, and next to across the street from a supermarket, and it would be in the public convenience for there would be a liquor store right across the street from a supermarket. One of the other objections was that it's 2 minutes away from the Lake Street store. That's not true. I drove it myself. It's at least a 7-minute drive. Because the only road to get to the other store is Palisade Avenue, which is a residential road, and there are 2 traffic lights on the way, and it's not a 2-minute drive. The community in which Lake Street store is located is conceitedly, it is not a safe community. However, the applicant's location is in a very safe community, and we're forcing people to drive to an unsafe community to purchase liquor after they've done their shopping. There was also a letter of objection from, I think it was 495 Odell Avenue. I was not able to see from the FOIL response of who it was from, but it appears that it was from 495 Odell Avenue. And they stated in their email to Mr. Sender that the sales for my store has increased in the past years. And they attribute that to the fact that another store went out of business, and they also attribute the fact that the bankruptcy of A&P Supermarkets has driven their sales down. Well, A&P's Supermarkets, most of their locations were purchased by Acme, and they will probably be reopening, but they do admit that their sales have gone up.
Can we focus on what your guy is going to do differently than these other stores? I mean, we have all their letters, so I don't.
All right.
I don't want you to focus on the objection so much. Tell us why there's going to be public convenience and advantage.
Public convenience and advantage is really from the perspective of there's a supermarket right across the street of Food Town, and the public convenience is that the people walking to the Food Town, and it's, as I said, it's a residential community. This is only a block and a half of stores, of retail stores, and the rest of it around there is all residential. So they will not have to get into their car, and I believe the petitions that we submitted request that it would be more convenient to purchase spirits while I'm doing all my other shopping, and that's the public convenience. They will do some wine tastings, and they will carry a variety of products, but the primary public convenience is the fact that the shoppers will not have to get in their car and drive after doing their shopping a mile away in either direction.
How far away is this development you're talking about?
It's less than a mile. It is closer than the two liquor stores. Closer than Odell Avenue liquor store, and it's closer than Lake Street.
What's the address on that development?
Here, I have it. It's right off Executive Boulevard. The access to it is from Executive Boulevard.
That doesn't tell me anything.
It's known as the Boyce Thompson Institute property, and I have this. This was on the website. If you'd like to see it.
Trying to find it. No. Google.
85,000.
Zone development. No. Thompson Central. Anyway, I guess it's kind of unclear.
And I have some photographs of the area around the applicant, the street, indicating where Food Town is and the other stores.
I think I can see that from the map.
I'll take a look, please, quickly. Let's try to cross.
What's the population numbers? Are they up, down? Do you have any information on that?
I do not, but the population, Yonkers is a very large city, and it's...
I'm aware of that.
I know there's been a significant redevelopment in all of Yonkers. And particularly with this new recent $35 million redevelopment. It's a residential area, and I drove it myself, and it's quite a ways from the other two stores.
Okay. All right. You don't have the population numbers you said, right?
No, I do not.
All right, well, I will get it.
Bless you.
Bless you.
So in 2000, there was 20,000 people, 20,410. 2010, there was 20,301, pretty consistent. And 2013 is 20,390. That's pretty, wow. That's an impressive town. It stayed the same, basically. Commissioner Ford, anything?
Nope, I'm good.
Okay. Alrighty. And all right. So the population numbers haven't increased in the past 13, 14 years. However, the sales of the 3 out of the 4 closest stores seem to have risen in the past few years, in particular the past year. And with the argument that this development, although it's kind of unclear how far it'll actually be from here, taking into consideration that that it's, even though it's not residential, there are a lot of businesses moving in, and the idea that the food town is across the street that they can walk to, and that adds a public convenience and advantage, I will vote to approve. And it's small square foot, it's only a 590 square foot premise, so I'll vote to approve.
I vote to approve as well.
I'll vote to approve based on the sales numbers, as Commissioner Kim pointed out, the new development, and the fact that it is only 590 feet, and it's in an area that's surrounded by other small businesses that I believe it would be a public convenience and advantage for people to stop once and hit whatever ones they need to hit, including the liquor store.
Okay, good luck.
Thank you very much. I have another matter on. I was wondering if the board can open up the record. Hampton, it was called out of Albany. I arrived here at approximately 10:40 this morning, and it occurred.
Yes, the opposition signed in Albany prior to 10 o'clock. Mr. Parisi didn't come to the meeting until 11. So the board had voted to disapprove the application.
It was unanimous, correct?
Pardon?
It was unanimous?
Yeah, I don't know that you're going to change my vote. That's the one in Dutchess County, right?
Yes.
Pleasant Valley.
Yeah, that's the one where we've been asking to, they own another liquor store?
Yes.
And we've been asking to meet with them?
August 2nd, the meeting is set
Make
up.
sure they're there.
Yes.
But that was already denied.
Can I at least open up the record and read something into the record?
Yes.
Thank you. I have copies of this as well, if you'd like them for the file.
I need a copy.
Need a copy?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And this is a letter from a rental agent for Milestone Plaza. I am the rental agent for Milestone Plaza, Pleasant Valley, New York, with regard to the application for the issuance of a new liquor license to the space previously occupied by Valley Wine and Spirits. I would like to offer a few facts. The previous liquor store that occupied the same space applied for was 3,750 square feet, of which approximately 3,200 square feet allocated for retail sales and the remainder for storage and office. The previous liquor store started in 2009 and operated until November 2014, at which time it ceased operation due to its owner's illness. The store was then marked for sale as a complete operating facility, but had no buyers, so the owners eliminated the stock and returned the liquor license to the state. This location is a major plaza anchored by Acme, 39,000 square foot food store, and with approximately another 50,000 square feet of retail and office space services, approximately 40,000 residents in the surrounding community. As the primary major plaza in the area, the plaza is relied upon by the community to service its daily shopping needs. It is at a crossroads in the center of town. The previous store was well-traveled and appreciated by the community, as the only other liquor store in the area is very small and does not have the ability to provide a varied inventory of product demanded and appreciated by the communities it serves. The sales of the previous store were robust and had increasing sales year after year, and the smaller existing store in town with its own repeat customers survived very well, and I suspect its sales even increased as it became more competitive as far as pricing of its stock. This location offers a great opportunity for the shoppers of the area to be able to purchase their wine and liquor needs without having to negotiate traffic at the intersection to go to another location, and it offers great foot traffic to the support of the other stores. The residents were saddened to see the store close and are asking for a return of another one to supply their needs. We all hope the application is approved for this much-needed return of its important part of the business community that the state had previously granted a license to at this location. I note that one of the objectors' letters states that there's a store across the street. That's somewhat misleading. Across the street is Route 44, I believe, and it's a major thoroughfare, so it's not really across the street. And with respect to the Terry's Wine and Spirits, there's objection. They've admitted that they're some 6 miles away, and I'm told that the store across the street has a very limited inventory, estimate to be at about $50,000.
All right, well, we're not reopening it. It was denied unanimously.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
Are we going back to 1709 Central Park?
Yeah, I need a quick recess,
All right,
please.
short recess. Mic's on. Good. All right, now we're on 1709, Central Park Wines and Spirits. Back up. Okay. If you're not here, I'll recall you.
So we'll let the opposition go first.
Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Andy. I'm from Central White House, Wine Liquor. I'm the one more close to them. Like last year, when the supermarket closed next to me, we are really hurting. Like we have to work with Maga and stop up and like doing the tasting to survive the store. And Youngers is not like working area, that's like dry community. And last year, there's one liquor store just opening up in Scottsdale, like close to us, and we are hurting too. Like in Central Avenue, there's like only 3 miles, like 3 big supermarket closed. So right now, we need a like supermarket, but not a liquor store. And also, I heard someone say they have another license and they want to apply for the store, so they just use different name. So that's it.
What does that mean? What's the last thing you just said? What does that mean? You heard somebody say who, what?
I heard someone say they have a liquor
What do you mean,
store
where?
in White Plain,
Okay.
and the liquor store was called Chen's Discount. The CO number is 1210681.
1210681. Okay, and you're saying that that's the same owner as this applicant?
Yeah, and they just used in different name to apply for the license. Not the only like 4 or 5 people saying, like almost all the people knows from like sales.
Oh.
Yeah, thank you.
Store was yours?
Central White House, Wine and Liquor.
Central
Like
Warehouse.
just like very close, like 1 block away.
What is your year end?
Well, I don't bother.
Your year end, April 30th? Is that how you do your fiscal year end?
Yeah, 30s. Yeah, but I think the accounting doing 3,000 more, but it is 3,000 less. But I don't know what's going on. But yeah, thank you.
Good afternoon. I will address the first question related to the claim that my clients using different names apply to different stores. It is correct. His brother, David Chen, owns a liquor store in White Plain. I think the name is called Shapham Liquors. It's in White Plain, and that's indeed also where George wanted to help out. Right. And over the last 3 months or so, he has been going there to get trained in order to open his own liquor store. The company's Central Park Wine and Spirit Inc. And this company is solely owned by George Chen, and one of his brother, William Chen, lent him $75,000, but the other brother, David Chen, have nothing to do with this liquor store. So it's because he does have family experience, so he wanted to open his own liquor store.
Do any other family members own liquor stores?
Is any other your member who else on?
You and I do?
Oh.
We're going to have to take 5 minutes.
Just you guys?
No. Yeah.
Yeah.
This has nothing to do with you. It has nothing to do with you. They
Okay.
just had an emergency from Albany.
From above.
Albany.
Good timing.
Microphone?
Chairman Bradley was asking who else in his family owned a liquor store. His father owned a liquor store in Valley Stream, Long Island. Is that
Currently?
currently?
Right. Anybody else?
No.
And your brother's is where?
And White Plain.
Who's William Chen?
William Chen is his younger brother. He works for the city MTA right
So
now.
he's loaning you money for this?
Yes. He loans, let me look at the application.
No, I see. He's loaning money, but he's not involved, right?
No,
He'll be applying someday later, right?
that I'm not sure.
Just asking.
It's a good family business, seems.
How far do you live in Queens?
Yeah.
Bayside.
How far is that from Yonkers?
Not far, I'm in Bayside. So
It's like across the Whitestone.
across bridge and
Hour?
Yeah. No, half an hour. Half an hour.
25 minutes.
And you're still going to work in Bayside?
No, I'm gonna work full time in the store.
Oh, you're
because
not going to continue being a real estate broker?
Yeah, I'm a real estate, but I've been like over 10 years, but this is not stable. It's a commission, I pay by commission. So I earn the money by case by case, right? So I want to get a stable income now. So I trying to consider, that's why I trying to consider open a store also.
And is that the Stu Leonard store down at the bottom, Jackie, the fifth closest?
20 Stu Leonard Drive. Probably.
HB.
Yeah. And there's one, the shopping center before you get to the Stu Leonard store, there's a Costco that has a store in it too.
Really?
Yeah, when you're driving.
So is that one of these as well?
It should be.
This is the cluster of shopping malls.
No, but she's talking about, is the Costco store on, what's the name of the store right next to Costco, right by Stu Leonard's?
HB Liquors?
It's called Wine and Liquors. When you're driving up, the Stu Leonard's is at the top of the hill. You first passed.
Rich Hill?
Is that closer, Carrie?
It's only one
'Cause-
street up the hill. You
I
can
know,
get
and
the
it's,
Costco store
and it's
first.
before, yeah, you're getting to the Costco store before you hit the Stu Leonard store.
Yeah. And I mean, they're just Costco this, and you follow the road, and then you're Stu Leonard in that store.
Okay, well, I'm
They're across the highway. I mean, the throughway is.
yeah, but Stu Leonard's got close. They're one of the fifth closest, this has got to be just as close.
Yeah. Definitely.
Okay.
To your point of you only go to the Costco store if you shop at Costco, I've never stopped at the Costco store because I don't stop at Costco. As the chairman was right in his thinking.
Okay. Anything?
Nope.
Nope. Do you have anything else to add?
I didn't finish my presentation, but
Sure, go ahead.
So this particular location, that's 2350 Central Park Avenue, it's located in a shopping mall. And indeed, there's a cluster of shopping malls there. And this particular shopping mall and the one next to it is without any liquor store. And the gentleman's liquor store is on the back of a small strip mall. And it's about 0.4 miles away from this current location, the proposed location. This particular location, looking at the leases and also check on the SLA website, it seems it has been there always a liquor store there since more than 40 years ago. It's 1974, I believe, was the first liquor store there. I was able to find the recent liquor store there was the one before last one, the Global Wine Cellars Inc. It's operated at this location from 88 to 2006. And Central Avenue Discount Liquor Corp. operated from 2006 to December of last year. Their license just expired in February 29th.
There was a license there?
Yes, huh?
There was a license there?
There was a, yes, I think the store was active until December 2015. Then the license expired. It's in the supplemental material submitted Friday.
February.
February 29th.
Right.
And now the closed store, the gentleman's store, that store has about 200 square feet. It had about
2,000 square feet.
yeah, Mr. Chen visited that store last Friday. It has about 200 square feet and 2,000 square feet. And what we noticed is that it does not carry, this Yonkers has around 4% Asian population, 6% Asian population. In this particular zip code, there is almost 13% Asian population. What Mr. Chen noticed is that the Asian liquor in this area, actually he visited the 4 stores. This material I just got it, may I present?
We'll share.
We'll share it if you need it.
So although this particular zip code 10710 has about 13% population, but the closest 4 liquor stores rarely carry any Asian liquor or wine. The only thing Mr. noticed is the sake. There's about each store, this nearby store carry about 10 types sake, and he do plan to offer 5 to 10% Asian liquor to serve this particular Asian community. And besides that, he spent July 21st, within a few hours, he's able to get that submitted Friday to about 28 people signed the petition. They would like to have this particular store being brought back to serve the community. And as far as the shopping mall, on one side of this particular location is a Kohl's store. On the other side, and it's used to be empty, but right now it's the larger home furniture store, Ashley Home store, just opened on his one side is the Kohl's store, on the other side is the Ashley Home store. So there's a lot of traffic going to this shopping mall, and there's plenty of parking. And as far as Passmark, the gentleman mentioned, I'm pretty sure that's a temporary problem. Probably, I mean, sooner or later it will be filled, and that will should bring his business back too. So, based on the factors that I presented, and also the application, and I submitted that prove this new package store will serve public convenience and advantage.
Thank you.
What is this, 760 Central Park Avenue just opened less than a year ago?
2 years.
House Wine and Liquor? Where is that located?
That's what in the application, so that's why I added my material. In the application, we put down 4 nearest store, liquor store in Yonkers, but I just realized actually the nearby town is Scottsdale. So in Scottsdale, this particular new store, it's about 1.6 miles away actually. It's the last one, I think. It's the third one. I have the Google map showing it's about 1.5 miles away.
How does that not end up in our thing?
What's the address?
That just is 766.
It comes out twice, 758, 760 Central Avenue.
I made the same mistake of, I thought, I looked at all in Yonkers.
Costco one bothers me too.
And also, we have the one next to me, just like half
Just a grocery store.
Big store.
What's it called?
Big Wig.
Big Wig?
Midway.
Oh, we have Midway.
Midway is about 1.2
We
mile.
have Midway here.
1.2 mile.
Yeah, 1.2
1.2 mile.
So,
And beside that, we also look at the,
It's 1.6 miles.
Midway's in Scarsdale.
This is the Quarter Horse is the one at Costco. That's 1 Stu Leonard Drive.
Quarter Horse is Stu Leonard, yeah.
Is Stu Leonard or the Costco?
Stu Leonard. Quarter Horse is one of the Stu Leonard.
So then this HB must be Costco.
Yeah, that sounds right, yeah.
in addition, the 4 stores that Mr. Chen visited, he also noticed the kosher wine and the local, New York's local wine. Also, these existing stores does not really carry too much. Each of them carry like 10 types among, over, say, 1,000 types they carry. So this is a niche that we can serve by, by providing, say, 5 to 10% Asian liquor wine.
4.3 miles.
And
Oh, it's 4.3 miles.
5% kosher wine.
Okay,
liquor.
so I think we have a case here where, we issued a license less than 3 years ago, which is the closest store to you. 4 out of the 5 closest, you've got a Stu Leonard's, a shop next to Stu Leonard's, a shop next to Costco. The sales has been an increase in the second closest. The closest is pretty flat. There's a decrease in the third and the fourth, slight decreases. I just think with 19,500 square feet of licensed space within 3 miles at this time, with the population also being flat, that this would not add a public convenience and advantage, so I vote to deny.
How about, Commissioner Kim, how about the population that we have data, the local liquor store does not carry say, we have 14% Asian population.
I almost carry another Asian store. I'm Asian too. Because mostly whenever Asian people come ask me, I always bring it to them all the time.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah.
I would vote to approve.
We can't stipulate to carry.
Can you let him vote?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
He voted to approve. You want to let him finish, I think.
I would vote to approve. I see closest ones, 3 of the 5 doing better. A couple of them look like they might not be doing as well, but I still think there's room for one more.
I'm going to vote to deny. There is, as I believe it's close, it's over 18,000 square feet of liquor store in 3 miles. This one would add another 3,100 square feet. The population is completely flat, as we've heard in the last application. And we did just add a store in October of 2013, which would be the closest store to this liquor store, so I don't see any public convenience and advantage to adding another one in this area at this time, so I'm going to vote to deny.
Yeah, Chairman, may I add, actually the population is not totally flat. If you look at I provided the U.S. Census data.
We just looked it up in the last hearing, and the numbers we had for Yonkers was that it was flat. Correct?
U.S.
Commissioner?
Census data I have is 4% increase for Yonkers overall.
Over what year, over what time period?
From 2010 to 2015.
Well,
Wait, so I have only till 2013, but what are your numbers? I have it for your zip code, 10710.
For this particular zip code, it's about let's see.
Well, I used your zip code, 10.
There's one across the street from Scottsdale. Like if you see next to us, there's Scottsdale.
Yeah, no, I understand, but I just used your zip code 10710, and from 2000, there was 25,200 people. In 2013, you had 26,400 people, so there was an increase of about 1,200 people.
That's flat to me. But nonetheless, it wouldn't change my vote anyway, so I vote to deny.
Commissioner Kim, you done? Okay.
Yeah. It's,
Okay, thank you.
thank you.
1701 Liquor Spot. Oh,
Oh my God, he sat here all night.
thank you.
Why didn't we just?
Not.
I don't know.
Only up. And me.
Bernard Seidman for the applicant. Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Kim, we're here again. I think, and I never met Commissioner Ford before, but my client, this is the second time around for my client, but in a different area, in a different street. On March 1st, my client was here. She was denied. Mr. Commissioner Kim was the prime questioner, and they came to the conclusion that there were quite a few stores in the area, and my client hadn't researched the particular product she intended to sell. She found another store in an area close by, but not on top of any other liquor stores. She intends to be a special store in Brooklyn that's going to specialize in organic and biodynamic wines. The premises that she is going into is new, recently created by the landlord. Landlord created 4 stores and to get people to rent those stores, he offered them parking spaces around the corner. In addition, my client will have 4 parking spaces in a parking lot maybe 50 feet away from her store. She will specialize in organic and biodynamic wines that will comprise 25% of her wine inventory. In addition thereto, there was something, a store recently went out of
Did you,
business.
it will compromise, it'll make up 25% of her total inventory?
No, 25% of the wine inventory.
And what percentage is the wine going to be?
I would think in that area about 40 to 50%.
So 25 of 40%. That's not as, that doesn't say specialty to me.
I disagree with you on that, Mr.
Okay.
Recently, a store on Brighton Beach Avenue, within the last month, went out of business. The reason the store went out of business, the rumor has it that the owner was its best customer. And if this particular store is approved, it will not be an additional store in Brighton Beach. It will keep the numbers constant as they've been over a period of years. And to my estimation, I don't think there's been a new store approved in Brighton Beach in this for approximately 15 years.
What's the store that closed?
That's the store that closed is in Brighton Beach.
All of the stores
Brighton
are,
Beach Avenue.
you're going to have to be more specific.
I think 402 Brighton Beach Avenue. I have it in my letter to you. I gave the, you have the name of the store and the address.
Keep going.
As to the other stores in the area, the 4 closest stores, the nearest one is approximately 1,300 feet away. The furthest one is 1,780 feet away. The store that's 780 feet away is in Sheepshead Bay, and my client does not.
Carrie.
Does not.
She's got it.
cannot be considered a competitor. Anybody who wants to come from Sheepshead Bay to Brighton Beach to buy whiskey or wine has to cross Ocean Avenue, then they have to cross Coney Island Avenue, and they'll pass about 5 liquor stores on the way. The other 3 stores are very, very interesting. You have 2 on Brighton Beach Avenue and one on Neptune Avenue.
Mr. Seidman? Mr. Seidman?
Right.
Just so you know, the 402 Brighton Beach Avenue, they haven't surrendered their license, but you're sure they're closed?
They leased it, the store has been leased to someone else.
Yeah,
They
he's
have
got
a clothing store in there now.
What about this 17?
Different name.
7?
Oksana surrendered in '05, but it's under
Damn it.
Summit Wines and Spirits.
That's Altemic. Yeah,
You just had the wrong name in your
yeah,
letter.
they're out of business.
Okay, yeah, they haven't surrendered, that's all.
What about 1733 Sheepshead Bay
That's
Road, GI Liquor?
33 Sheepshead Bay,
Yeah, no.
GI Liquor.
We don't have the numbers for 14 and 15.
I don't, Commissioner Kim, with all due respect, do not think that a store in Sheepshead Bay and a store in Brighton Beach, particularly 1,700 feet away, are competitors when you have to cross 2 major streets to get there. Unless they want to buy a.
Well, it's 0.5 miles away. It's one of the 4 closest, regardless of
The
how
other
you want
3
to measure it.
stores, if I may, interest me very much. I know Neptune Avenue, I know Brighton Beach Avenue, and I know the Brighton Beach area very well. It's all apartment houses there.
Also
And when I got my FOIL
1733 now.
report and I saw the numbers that they report for the sale of liquor, I was a little surprised, and I did a little more research. Golden Sands Liquor on Neptune Avenue claims $179,000 in sales. Their purchases from Empire that year are for the 2015 was $72,000. I think I submitted documentation on that. I assumed that they would have the same amount for Southern, but it's not. They bought $38,000 from Southern. Even so, I'm figuring $35,000 from the other wholesalers. It's impossible to have $179,000 in sales and purchase approximately $145,000 of liquor, because the differential in markup itself would be eaten up by rent and by salaries, insurance, whatever the other store would have, and they would be losing money. So I don't give any credit to their number of $179,000. Now, the same thing for.
Okay, I'm going to stop you there, because while your theories are all welcome, we have to go on the fact that these people report these numbers. Unless you have hard evidence that they're affirmatively lying to us, and this is not hard evidence, this isn't going to get you anywhere. So I would suggest you go in a different direction.
Mr. Chairman, if they do $179,000 in sales, and I show that their purchases almost equal that amount, are you telling me?
But no, purchases are from 2015, correct?
Yes.
So what about inventory left over from 2014, 2013?
What about inventory from other wholesalers? I know several liquor stores. I know several liquor stores that don't buy anything from Empire and Southern because they don't like them.
Where do they buy from?
They buy from other wholesalers.
They can't get product.
They can get product. They can't get the product you're talking about.
They can't get the.
And if they're losing money, they're losing money. Businesses lose money all the time and operate.
Consistently.
Yes.
I mean, I'm just telling you, this isn't a direction to go in, because you don't have all the records, you don't have all the information, and I can't rely on it. So if you want to spend your time doing that, then go
You're
ahead.
raising a question, but you're not really backing it up with anything any hard evidence.
I think that is
You're making a strong suggestion.
not going to go there.
Right.
And all the other stores, by the way, their sales are going down as well in the area, except for one. So that would also indicate to me that their sales probably are accurate.
The sales.
Are they all lying to us?
Yes, 3 stores.
3 out of the 4 closest stores are lying to us.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Well, then they've got bigger issues with tax evasion
Well,
if
let's
this
take
is
the
what they're
last store.
reporting on their tax returns.
I won't go into that. I just want to take one other, if you mind, just one other store.
Do we have anything for 1733?
No, they surrendered. They went issued, that's what it says on the
Oh,
bottom.
but then somebody new came into their
new
space,
just
right?
came in. Yeah, this was.
Oh,
already
into
out.
their space? Got it.
Now, you gave us a picture of the store that's allegedly closed. Is that a picture of the store when it was open?
No, you got a new man, you got a new name there.
But it's still a liquor store.
No, it's a clothing store.
There's a sign here says,
The
doesn't
sign,
it
that's
say,
the old sign
That's what he was asking.
doesn't that say liquor?
you have on.
I can't see what's inside the
Where does it
store.
say liquor? Liquor, there you go. Samet Liquor, that's probably the old sign, because the new sign is probably Roxolana Retail and Wholesale Clothing.
Okay. I mean, that's your best argument. That's what you should be sticking with. How far away is that?
Brighton Beach.
Oh, 402, hold on.
Did you want to say something, sir? You keep wanting to get up.
I'm the one who took the picture, and I have, you can see here, they have clothing inside.
Who are you?
I'm the brother.
Brother of the applicant.
And I'm just, about the 4th store, I personally know the person. I know he's doing at least 1.3 million a year.
Which store?
The one on Shipsby Road. At least, I know.
At least
personally
1 point,
the
how
guy.
much?
At least he does 1.3.
That's what he's saying he's
That's what he
doing.
says he does.
It's a big store, it's a very big.
No, but he's reporting
It says
1.3 million a year.
Oh, okay, yeah, I thought you said you don't have a number.
No, I don't have the number for
Oh, for
2014
14 and 15 we don't
I
have.
only have it for 2012 and 13. All right.
That other store on Sheepshead Bay.
So here's where I am based on what we have before us. You know, I know you try to open up somewhere else and it was denied at the time. Just picking places that,
0.6 miles, sorry.
that's the
402. Brighton
402?
Beach, yeah.
Well, that's the thing is that, you know, that's 0.6 miles, so that would make it 1, 2, 3, 4, probably the 5th closest store. And even, I don't know how that impacts when they close, but prior to them closing, starting from 2012 to 2013 and then down, if 2015 is reflective of 1.3 million approximately for 1733 Sheepshead Bay, these 4 stores have lost a combined $462,000. They're all going down. The 100,000 going down for the first one, 28,000. The third one has going up 34,000 since 2012, but then it's offset by the 4th closest being down $300,000. Or, you know, I understand you're questioning the numbers, but for us, without any, I mean, if they supply false numbers and we find out, they lose their license.
If you make certain purchases,
I understand, Mr. Cyber, I'm not going there, but basically my point is, this is what we have. These stores are all going down. Maybe that's why that other store went out of business, and maybe these numbers will flatten out, but with...
another store went out of business because the lady drank up her inventory.
All right. Well, it's another way to go out of business, but in you know, the numbers just don't bear out a need at this time for another liquor store right in this location. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4 stores within 0.5 miles. So I vote to deny.
Brighton Beach Avenue and 11th Street that's a one very, very long street with, you got different customers in different stores. People who live.
With these numbers that are reflective of, I usually don't see numbers so drastically down for a particular cluster of liquor stores when you combine it, so.
Commissioner Ford?
Mr. Chairman.
I vote
Commissioner
deny
Kemp,
also.
Commissioner Ford, I think you're taking a
Hey,
very
you let them finish voting, please?
unrealistic view of purchases against sales. If
You don't have, see, here's the problem with your view, is you don't have all their purchases, and you don't have any of their sales. You have the number, the final number that they gave us. You don't know whether they own the building, and there is no rent expense. You don't know what other wholesalers they're buying from. You don't know what quantity discounts, or maybe they have a warehouse off-site. There's a lot you don't know, and I'm not going to make conclusions based on what you think you know.
No, but I'll tell you what I think I know. I know that 70% of your liquor and wine in the metropolitan area is purchased from Empire and Southern.
You realize you just told me there's 4 liquor stores here, all within 0.5 miles. You just told me 3 of the 4 of them are lying to us.
Yes.
The only one that's not lying to us is the one we don't have numbers on.
GI Liquor, I'm not concerned about that store because.
Do you understand how that's self-serving, that I would see that as self-serving? The only reason you want me to believe they're lying is because their sales are going down. If their sales were up, you'd be telling me they're the most honest liquor store owners in the world. I'm just telling you, unless you have documents, don't go down that road. It's a waste of my time and your time.
I disagree with that
But the only one that you need to agree with is me on this.
I understand that, but I know, look, my disagreeing with you won't change anything, and I understand that. But from a pragmatic point of view, if you don't take purchases from wholesalers into consideration, it's totally unrealistic.
We don't get that information. We're not entitled to that information. All we're entitled to is their sale numbers. Now, what you've probably done, just to prove that you're wrong, is I'll probably go out and investigate all 4 of these, just for my own personal satisfaction. But doing it like you did, throwing aspirations against the wall, hoping something sticks, is well, because it's garbage. And I'm not afraid to tell you it's garbage. You don't know these people. You don't know whether they're lying to us, and you're accusing them of lying.
Yes, I am.
Well, I don't think that's the right thing to do.
Accusing GI of lying. I'm telling you that on Brighton Beach Avenue, you cannot.
You just told me all 3 stores gave me false sales numbers.
Yes.
Thank you. I'm going to vote to deny as well. There's too many stores in this within 0.5 miles. The sales of 3 of the 4 closest stores have gone down significantly, or 3 of the 4 closest stores have gone down significantly, and the 3rd closest store is flat. And the other issue I had with this store is it's entirely too big. The stores that are here, this would have been, in this area, would have been the 2nd largest store. The other stores are all 1,200, 260 square feet, the only one bigger is a 2,600 square foot store. She wanted to do 1,500 square feet. And to me, that's too big in the area that's saturated at this point.
Both storage and sales, they don't have a basement.
Yes.
May I say something?
Yes.
Yeah, first of all, he's right, there
don't know.
has no basement, there has no storage, and all of these stores has a basement, so basically it's offset, some kind of, and I live a block away from that area because I know exactly all these stores, and the increase in population for 20 years was at least 40,000 that I checked. Plus, there was.
Well, that's the numbers that somebody should have been presenting to us, not that these stores are lying to us.
That's why I'm trying to help.
From 1990.
May I say, I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
And also, there was a huge, like over 1,000 units construction right across the street, right on Brighton Beach by the ocean. And which brought, I was on somewhere 2005, it brought a lot of people there, and everything is expensive, the people have a lot of money, they spend money.
But that's not being reflected in the sales numbers
That's
we
what I'm
have, and that's all we can go on. It's not, you're not going to be able to change my vote, I'm sorry. I mean, and this isn't a personal, this isn't based on her character at all. It's based on the fact that you keep picking very bad locations for this store.
Nobody knew that's how much they are showing. Obviously, we wouldn't do anything like. I'm just hate to see her losing again because she's working hard as a nurse. She doesn't make much, and that's why I'm trying to help her because.
I understand that, but
it's not enough for her, and I
yeah,
just hate to see that.
we have to keep this moving. I'm sorry. We still have a lot of people here. Did you vote already? Yeah, he's voted, right? Yeah. So thank you. I mean, I encourage you to find another location. I do.
find a location in Brooklyn.
Well, I think that's extremely difficult, you're right.
And she lives in Brooklyn, works in Brooklyn.
That's very difficult, there's no
Just
doubt
very
about that.
strange that the store from
Sir, we
Inquire
have
and
to move
Sutter
on.
for
Sir,
6,000 they
we
ordered.
have to move
It's
on.
just
We have
strange.
people in the
Doesn't
audience
make any
that are
sense.
waiting.
Next item is 1702, Time Tequila Bar Cafe.
Hello. I'm Joanna LeBoy, the representative for Time Tequila.
If there's any opposition here.
So you've entered stipulations with the community board?
Yes.
What about weekends? It says 2 a.m. Monday through Thursday.
And weekends, they said 4 o'clock, 4 a.m.
Friday and Saturday?
Yes.
Just keeps closing up on me.
I mean, you know that the previous license here was canceled. You know that?
Yes.
You know the previous owner?
No, they don't know.
You don't know them?
The new owners that have it don't know. I'm the representative.
Oh, you're the representative.
Mhm.
Where's your licensee?
He is ill right now. He's not feeling well, so he wasn't able to make it.
Okay, well then, but you're saying, you're representing he doesn't know the previous owners?
No.
I mean.
Without him
I mean, you
here.
you either have to bring him in here or we'll just deny it. Because with a location like this that has been canceled in the past, I need to talk to him.
Okay. Would you also accept a statement from the landlord that she was the one who got him to become her tenant?
I'll accept anything you have, but he has to show up here and talk to us.
Okay, no problem.
Thank you.
So when do you want to do that?
August 16th, that's the next
Will he be,
meeting.
will
August
he be better
16th?
by then?
Yeah.
8/16, thank you.
Thank you.
1677, Crowbar.
See, this is what happens when you put this many.
Oh, I won't go on.
No, I mean, my head explodes.
Oh, is that it? Work's got to get done.
Good afternoon again. I'm Elke Hoffman for the applicant. With me is Daniel Wilby. He's the principal of Crowbar Inc. This is another application in a gentrifying neighborhood in Brooklyn. This is in Crown Heights. The application is for a bar tavern at 820 Franklin, which is on the intersection of Union and Franklin. Mr. Wilby currently is a principal of Hollow Nickel, and this bar is anticipated to be very much the same operation. It's a little bit more upscale. It's food served all hours. This is the meeting, I think, even when I submitted some statements to you in connection with the working group, this was one of the most harrowing experiences I've ever been to when I attended the full board meeting.
It sounds like
I would
it.
be hesitant to ever appear again personally because it was that intimidating, and the yelling and the screaming and everything was
Are they yelling
outrageous.
at each other?
Yelling at each other. They've had police called at these community board meetings on the members. I mean, it was, when I started watching some of the videos of prior meetings, I
Were they yelling at you also?
and at me at some point when I tried to explain the 500-foot rule, which clearly they have misstated a few times, I was told, that was not applicable in certain neighborhoods in Brooklyn. That was only the rule in Manhattan. Missy was something along the lines of
And they
what I
said you
was
were
told.
violating it.
Yeah, yes, we were violating the rule. They're invoking the rule in this case. I mean, I think this is a very clear example. I mean, there's clearly a lot of issues going on in this neighborhood. This applicant wasn't subject to the 500-foot rule until this application was pending. There really isn't very much in this neighborhood. I think.
What does that mean? There's another one got approved while he was pending?
Correct. Over the denial of the community board as well. They came here, they opened up across the street just about a couple
Oh,
of
and that's what
months
put
ago.
him in the 500
That's
foot?
what put him in the 500-foot.
What's this about one of the other ones being dessert focused?
Yeah, so Butter and Scotch, one of them in The closest one to him is a dessert and whiskey location, not
Dessert and whiskey?
correct, but butter and scotch.
What time are they open till?
How late is butter and scotch open?
I think they go to 2 a.m., but I'm not positive.
And then Union Street Pub, which just opened, I think they're 4 a.m. as well.
And so, and what are your hours?
He's proposing 2 weekdays and 4 on weekends. And I mean, I think this is a neighborhood, I mean, just the last article, just in the last 2 weeks, there was another shooting, I guess now 3 weeks ago. I mean, this is a neighborhood where I think you want businesses, you want security, you want lights, you want activity. And the entire opposition is based on, new people coming in or raising the rents and displacing existing small businesses. This is a location.
Well, that was what I was going to ask you. Is that their lone argument? I mean, did they
That-
have any issue with his business
We
model?
didn't even address the business model.
Well, and you still got 14 people to say yes, 16 people said
Well,
no.
and in fact, even there's some confusion. I mean, the community board letter that came to you said 14 yeses. If you look at 2 of the articles, the vote
I
at the
did, yeah,
meeting
they
was
got-
actually 17, 12, and 5, and they were going to recount because there was one vote that may have been miscounted, and suddenly the letter that showed up to you was actually 16, 14, and 5. I don't know where. There were 17 people that voted yes, 12 that voted no, and 5 that abstained.
Wait,
which the
17
community board
voted yes
considered a
to
tie.
the denial, right?
Yes to the approve.
Oh, yeah, there's two versions of what the vote numbers were. There's the press version.
They're a
And then the
disaster.
community board's version, and her version is commensurate with the press version.
But the community
I-
board's
I went
official
to that
one says
meeting.
Beckwith, right?
And this looks like it's a legitimate, publication. It's
press?
DNA.
That's DNA, all right.
Well, there's actually two of the articles mentioned, the 17, 12, and 5. And, one of them even explains why they were recounting, because somebody else stepped down, so there was somebody who didn't get voted, and 17, 12, and 5 was considered a tie and subject to a revote, which they were
Which
going
is
to do
that
after
right?
watching the video.
No, I'm asking,
What?
I'm asking you.
Why would
There's
there be a-
five abstain, and they counted them as no votes.
12, what?
Abstention should be an abstention.
So they
Which
called
is no
it-
vote.
They called it a tie vote, though. It was
No.
17, 12,
Oh,
and 5
oh.
was considered a tie vote by the community board.
Oh, they did? Maybe it's kind of like our board when we only have 2 people and we don't get the majority.
I'm sorry, but I'm not likely to ever
Oh, that's
go to
them,
a
but then
CB9 meeting
the-
again until
she
someone goes
mentions
out
in her
there.
letter that the actual vote was 17, 12, and 5, and then this backs her up.
CB9.
Voting to support 12, no, and 5.
All right,
abstain.
well,
And there was Spielman and Spellman.
'Cause somebody stepped
We
out.
actually had 18 votes, but they got 2 names confused. That's why they wanted to do the recount.
somebody should meet with this community board.
Please, please, please.
Oh,
No, it's not.
It's the borough president's job, I think, on that.
But, as far as explaining what the 500-foot rule
Yeah.
is too, I do think some outreach by the SLA is not a bad thing.
I've outreached to them, and they have neglected to respond to my invite to come meet with them, so. And the entire borough of Brooklyn, not just this one.
Oh, the entire borough of Brooklyn?
And I was going to bring the lovely Mike Jones with me as well.
Well, hopefully they'll see
I don't
this
know
and
if there's-
respond. All right. So, I see that there's some confusion with the community board. The official decision says 14-16. Council here says 17-12 actually an approval, which is supported by a couple of these other articles. It is a 500-foot case, but I think it was pending when it became a 500-foot case, and it's not as if there were multiple OPs that were licensed during that time. It's just one more. I think given the operator's clean history at his other location, I think there is a public interest to open this restaurant here, so I'll vote to approve.
I vote to approve as well.
I'm going to vote to approve. This was previously licensed as well, correct? It's,
This has been vacant since 2013.
well, was it licensed?
It's a bodega
A bodega, okay, licensed as a bodega.
This has been an
But
FTC.
I believe based on the business model he has, that there is a public interest in this type of location in this neighborhood, so I'll vote to approve. What are the hours here?
2 a.m. weekdays and 4 a.m. weekends.
Okay.
Is there a 200-foot issue? I'm sorry, rolling back quickly. Just, was there a 200-foot issue on this? That was, I think somebody raised it somewhere.
In the tenants union, they say it's a violation of the 200-foot rule because of a preschool and daycare that's operating in a former church, which they also cited as a ground.
The daycare is in a school under.
Oh, right, okay, got it.
No DJs, no promoters, no
Just
dancing.
and late night food.
All right, good luck.
All right, good luck.
1703 Phoenix Grocery.
Time's your train there?
4:40,
He's missing it.
Oh, yeah, you took good luck on that one.
Yeah. That's all right.
What's the next one?
I don't know.
7.
Yeah, no.
1703, you said?
1703.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners.
Oh, good afternoon.
You want to put your name on the record?
What's her name?
Your name on the
Can you
record,
put
please.
her name?
Benjamin Sharav, Officer Victor Molina for the applicant, Phoenix Grocery Corp.
And who's that with you?
And this is the owner. This is Miss Then.
Okay.
How is she related to Miguel then?
Or Myra Then?
Or am I mispronouncing
Oh, no,
that?
you got it.
Oh.
Miguel Then and my, I was just curious.
She's not related to me.
You're not related to Miguel then?
No, I don't know who it is.
Is Then a very common last name? And, I mean, you don't know if your last name is a common last name? Like, if you asked me, I'd tell you Kim was like a third of Korea. It's a very common name. It is. It really is, 33%. But
Miguel then, do you realize he owned this place before you?
I don't know anybody in there. I don't know who was the owner before.
I didn't see your answer. It is a common name then?
We've had one other person before.
I don't understand clearly.
yeah, the person we
That's
lot of
just,
people
I
have
just
my
haven't heard it.
Oh, yes.
Yeah?
Huh? Yes?
Sorry, I had a little hearing loss, so sometimes I don't understand.
Oh, hearing loss? Okay, so
He's saying it is a common name.
it is a common name?
Yes.
It was Delilah's.
She has,
Place that used to be,
Yeah.
that we suspended downtown near NYU. His last name was Tim.
So you don't know any of the people that used to own this place?
No.
So why did you decide this particular place?
I decided because I passed by, I see the space is closed, so I want to open a business. So yeah, I decided. But,
So you've never been in this business before, correct?
no.
Last name, and there's a bunch of them.
her accountant who she was working with found the place. What was his name was, the accountant who was working with you, Mr. Pascal.
Uh-huh.
Well, she said she found this place.
Well, she was working with the,
No, she said she walked by and she saw it and she wanted to start a business. And you're telling me now that the accountant found the place for her.
Yeah, but I contact with Mr. I forgot the account. So he told
You don't know
me
your
how to
accountant's
open a
name?
place.
Do you know his name?
Hector Pascal. I'm sorry.
But so did he find the place or did you find the place?
I saw the place first.
Okay.
So I talked to him because I know that he is account.
Right.
So he trained me how to open a business.
Okay.
Are you aware of the history that occurred here previously with the sales to minors?
No.
Do you have any idea how you're going to stop sales to minors, if at all? Are you going to take any security measures?
you're not going to sell, as far as the previous owner had sales to minors, to young people, and you're,
Oh, no, to young people, no, because it had to be older than 21 years.
But how are you going to check that?
By ID. I have to check their ID to ask everybody who want to buy a liquor. I need to show you ID.
Do you have any experience in a store like this?
Not too much.
Did you pay for this store? Did you buy it?
No.
Would you just go rent it?
Yes.
Is it open now?
Yes.
How long have you been operating it?
I started from March 1st. to
So
now.
you're there at the store full time, all by yourself?
My son going to help me too, and my brother,
What's your brother's name?
Alberto.
Okay.
All right. I mean, and you just rented the space when it was just closed
Yes.
and just started the grocery business?
Yes.
It's for me.
All right. I mean, you just have to understand that the people who ran this store previous to you had their license revoked because of sales to minors. And so, you understand?
But I don't know.
Yeah, no, I understand you don't know. I'm just telling you that this area in this particular store, it's been a few years, but that's the history. And so you need to be very careful. And, you know, we're taking your word that you don't know these people at all, and this is all just you and your son and your brother. So based on that, I'll vote to approve.
I will vote to approve. How long, maybe I missed this earlier, how long have you been running this grocery store?
Since March.
Since March, you said?
I don't understand.
Since, when did you start? You leased it in March.
And March 1st.
March, okay, all right. I'll vote to approve.
I'll vote to approve as well. Good luck.
Good luck.
Thank you.
1637, 221 Baldwin Fuel Corp.
You kept adjourning this, huh?
Do we hear from the mayor or no? On this one?
I had my client reach out to the mayors. I had also reached out to him because I know the village of Hempstead requires to come before the board. But I believe he spoke and they
Okay, put your names on the record first.
Neil Trivetti, I'm an attorney representing the applicant. And then I have Darshana Shah. She's the principal of the corporation, I believe 221 Baldwin Fuel Corp, and then her husband, Kiran Shah.
And you talked to the mayor, you said?
Talked to the secretary of the mayor. He said, I asked him if there's any issue with the business which I'm purchasing. He said, no. If there's any issue, we're gonna make sure we're gonna be there.
Okay.
I think part of the issue was, so who's Bhavik Kumar Shah?
He's probably the president of the corporation that's selling it.
Okay, and is Mr. Shah related to you in any way? You're not related to him in any way? Do you know him?
Yeah, we know him by the temple.
By the temple, but not related? Friends?
You can say, but it's not close friend.
And he's just selling you this business because,
Yeah, he's working IT, so he doesn't get time to work in a store.
And she's already, sorry to interrupt, but she has another location in Bay Shore. She's already a licensee there. She was already a licensee before.
Bayshore, what's that one called? The Fifth Avenue?
Fifth Avenue Petroleum?
Yeah, do you still have that?
Yes.
Yeah.
So Manzi Enterprise used to have that too, right?
No.
Long time ago.
Yeah, sale to minor. There's, Anything?
No.
Anything? I mean, this location also has had a history of sales to minors recently, which is partly why, I think part of it was, I just wanted to make sure that you don't, that Mr. Bhavik Kumar Shah, once he sells this to you, does he have any interest in this business?
No.
Okay, because he's got 2 sales to minors in the past couple of years, and, you know, as you may know, if you get 3 and then if you get 4, you get your license taken away. So I don't want this to be some way to reset the clock. So if that's why I asked you if you knew him, but if you're telling me that you just know him from the temple and that's all, and he's not going to be involved, then I'll approve.
Are you her husband? What do you do?
I manage the Fifth Avenue Petroleum. I go to look at the business.
Okay.
I'll vote to approve also.
I'll vote to approve as well. Good luck.
Okay, good luck.
Thank you.
All right.
Yeah, what else?
I need that.
More?
Oh, sorry.
I think I have the
Yeah.
last one.
1635 on Rafa Hussain. 1635.
Oh, I have another one that's called Anwar Hussain. Is that the one?
Anwar
This
Hussain.
one. Yep.
So where's your applicant?
Yeah, that's,
Oh, he's coming? Okay, good. Applicant used false license.
I can look at it on the computer. You can-
What'd you do? Send somebody to get your car?
There's computers in the back
Oh.
that have to come up here.
This application, we was put on the board calendar. I mean, we had made an application a while ago, and we have not gotten a decision whether it's approved or disapproved, and it was put on the calendar for, I guess, to ask any questions you may have about Mr. Hussain.
It was put on the calendar because the prior license was canceled. And it looks like he had an application that was disapproved also.
Yeah, that was,
That's why we brought it to the full board.
okay.
Okay?
So just to explain about the situation, back in 2000, he's been operating this location since 2005. His wife was the owner of, was it under a corporation name or a personal?
No, individual name.
Individual name. I believe she was the licensee. According to him, sometime in 2009, he made a change of ownership where he became the owner of it. He made the application to the liquor authority. And then there was a delay for an extensive period of time. And in between, I believe, according to him, the license expired. And I believe, according to him, a public nuisance abatement closure took place. So there was a lot of incident that took place. And then eventually the license that he had applied for got disapproved. And he hasn't had a license at this location since 2012. He's not selling alcohol at this time and since 2012. And he contacted me and asked me to make that.
2009, no?
2012 would be a problem.
Oh, yeah? The time that the license expired, I mean, when was the last time you
Well,
had
it shows we canceled
alcohol?
it in March of 2010.
Yeah.
So there wouldn't have been any selling going on after
March
that.
2nd we stopped selling because it's March 2nd. Department of Police, New York Police, they closed my store. And I go to the court and court fined me $7,500.
But by then, that was your wife's store, not your
March
store.
6, 2012.
So that was the wife's store at that time? In 2010, it was the wife that was the owner of the store?
What's your wife's
Her
name?
name have a liquor license, but other thing have a my name. Is the cigarette license or other license, business certificate, everything is my name on it, 2009, to my name.
So, but you had made an application to try to turn over
I
the
apply for
application?
the liquor license,
Yeah.
but they say under investigation, this way 25 months, they're waiting. By this time, they're looking for the new lease, but my lease is expired, not enough lease. But my landlord no give a new lease. She said, you have still some lease, you finish up and I give a new lease. But without that, I can give a new lease. So I don't have enough lease by this time. 25 months after, is the liquor authority give me the decision, they don't give me the
Disapproval.
license, disapprove or something.
We didn't give you a disapproval for 25 months, you're saying?
25 months.
2 years. You,
Yeah.
you didn't hear from us.
I believe 2009 December, last week I applied, and 2011, December 29 or December 30, they sent me the letter disapprove.
There was a long length of time we were waiting for a certificate of disposition.
Yeah.
Oh,
It
we're
might be a
waiting.
little bit of both
Back
parties.
then, yeah, I think there was a lot of back and forth, and it probably, that was before all of the different procedures went into place.
So basically, though, you were selling your license, what? He was availing, or he was just
No, he
selling
was-
it without a license?
Well, I think he was transferring the license from his
Because
wife
my
to his
wife
name.
name have a license, that license is expired is 2011, August 31st.
Was the license prior to that in your wife's name?
Yeah.
And the cigarette license was in your wife's name too?
No, cigarette license is my name 2009 too. Only legal license her name, so by this time I applied.
Everything else was
but
under
I
his
waiting
name.
for my name.
Well, then how did she get her cigarette license suspended?
Cigarette license, because that time is, I think tax department or some department go over there, they have they find some cigarette on a.
I know, but it was in your name or her name?
No, her name.
You said it was under your name. You said only liquor license
That's
was
why,
under
that's
her
why
name.
they changed the liquor license, because she lost her cigarette license, right?
Yeah, something like that.
So then you put the liquor license in your name because they were gonna lose it.
Yeah, because
Because they got all these charges for illegal cigarettes. And that was all her. All on her name.
Well, looking
And
forward.
then it took 2 years, but you never stopped selling. Is that what happened?
Never
We never
stopped.
charged them at all with it?
We didn't know.
Now we can, I'm just wondering.
No, we didn't know.
We didn't know.
We knew something was canceled.
Okay.
All you can appreciate is being honesty about it.
Got that.
Oh.
I have a business 1996. I have my first license. You see the ANS grocery. I have a legal license 1997 to 2008. My other address.
Are you selling now?
No, he's
No,
not.
no, no. Last 4 years, I know.
When did you stop?
2012, second, 2012, March 2nd, 2012, NYPD, close up my store and take the beer, take the money, take everything. And after that,
You
I
went
go
like
to the
3
court.
years, 3 years without?
Yeah, after that, I go to the court and they find me
Now what do we do?
$7,500.
So he hasn't been selling.
No, he's not since 2012, but he should have stopped in 2010. Right, around then?
2009, I think.
But nobody tells us because he's not licensed, so he was selling illegally, the police arrested him.
But he was selling it under his wife's name, right? So, no?
That
There was
was-
no license as of 2009?
As of March 2010 is when we canceled the license.
No, cancel letter, we no got it.
But you,
But he
We no got
filed.
it.
No, the
Now,
license.
I tell the history. Cancel license, we no got it. Why? I have a hearing date here. When this office come, the FBI, you remember happened is FBI come,
didn't
all
file.
take the
Once we
all
canceled
file.
the license,
I have a hearing date here, and I come here,
Right, well,
and that day no have a hearing, no hearing, and I no got the any letter
because it
or
wasn't your
anything.
license to have a
I no
hearing
got any
with.
letter or anything.
Right. and
All
it
right,
was
just
done,
relax.
Like 4 years
But this
before.
took 2 years for him to get a denial on.
All right. All right, given the circumstances, now you understand, right? All these things, I'll give you another chance and I'll approve this license, but understand, please, that you can't just be, switching it back and forth with your wife and selling and not selling, selling untaxed cigarettes and whatnot. So I vote to approve, given the extenuating circumstances here.
I'll approve as well under these extenuating
As
circumstances.
will I, good luck.
Good
All
luck.
right, thanks, Sue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Awesome.
We done?
No.
One more signing?
No, he's just an observer.
Oh,
Yeah.
hi.
Yeah,
Observing, you'll be before us at
he'll
some
be
point.
before us at some point.
Oh.
You sat there all day just to learn how we do this?
You could watch it. You could watch it live.
Application for a liquor store, so he wanted to get it all in.
Oh, in real life? Oh, that's true.
Yeah, so no, I really hope to be before you in about 2 months' time. And, hope it's a good day.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good luck. You're a patient man, let me tell you.
Well,
It's worth
it's a lot riding on things.
That is.
Oh, you're right.
Good luck.
Due diligence.
All right, we ready?
Yes. All right.
Okay, 1633,
For 1,500, accept.
Accept.
1643.
Accept.
You're not.
Accept.
Oh, yes, we gotta wait for 3 now, sorry.
1640.
1643.
What happened in 1640?
What happened to 1640? Did it get adjourned?
Oh,
Which is
I don't even know
90
where it
Scott
went.
Avenue, which is a little.
it got moved, sorry.
And
It got
also,
moved, yep, 1640.
well, I mean, they're not here, right? And
CB objects,
she?
not a 500-foot law case.
And this is 990 Scott Avenue, which is near those pop-up parties in Brooklyn.
Yeah.
I think you might want people here
Well, I didn't-
before.
yeah, you gotta bring them in.
Oh, this was Elke's.
Yeah, hang on.
Maybe I'll keep.
Did she adjourn or no?
I'm going to check my email, just. We moved it to the 26th,
Okay.
based on her,
Oh, today's the 26th.
Yeah, today's the 26th.
Shoot her an email
oh,
and
it's the
ask her if she's
principal, that's probably our mistake. She says the principal likely to be out of the town on several occasions, and, he asked the matter be put on the September 13th,
Okay.
13.
if that's one of my board dates, but I'll find it. All right. All right, now 1643.
4,100. Dismiss 5, sustain charges 1 through 4, 4,100.
4,100.
4,100.
4,100.
1644.
Did they finally provide the wholesale invoices here?
No, and I was going to ask enforcement to follow up with that.
So do we hold this off?
No. you can
No.
just-
Oh, we
because
still
they're-
at-
no,
okay.
We can charge them again. Though I
Okay.
do think it's a low offer.
Yeah, counter 5,000.
Counter 5,000.
Counter 5,000.
1646 through 51.
Offer cancel and bond. I accept, name and premise, stop, please.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond, name and premise stuff.
Got it. 1656.
I have a counter at 4,500.
You're countering with 4,500?
Because, it's a failure to conform is like 2,500.
Counter
noise.
4,500.
Counter 4,500.
1657.
8,500 accept.
8,500 accept.
Accept.
1659.
Dismiss all counts.
I'll speak to the attorney on this one.
Oh.
No charges were sustained.
Dismiss all.
Dismiss all counts. My only question, Jackie, was why did we even bring them? Okay.
That's what she's gonna
You don't
talk
need to
to him
answer
about,
me.
yeah.
That's the answer you got to get from her.
1660, the chairman adjourned this morning.
Oh.
They got new counsel.
What date?
8/16.
It's a hold.
Yes. 1661.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
1663.
1,000. But we can just charge them, and if they don't pay, it goes to cancel and bond, right?
For who?
All right.
The one before?
No, just now, 1663 for pre-mixing.
Yeah, if you want the alternate to be cancel and bond, I can do that.
It's just
deep,
pre-mixing.
Yeah.
What are we talking about?
1663 pre-mixing 1,000, but it was a default. So if they don't pay, then it converts into a
It'll
cancel
convert to a bond.
Yeah.
It
Right,
won't
natural.
be
Yeah,
for-
right. That's what
Fine.
I just wanted to
8,000.
1,000.
1664.
cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
1665.
500.
Counter offer 500.
I'm counting 500.
1666.
Counter offer 500.
Thank you.
Yeah, this one should just be 250.
So you're
About
lowering it
500.
I'm lowering it to 250
if the others agree.
if they agree.
250.
1668.
2,000. They've been,
2,000.
yeah.
2,000.
1669. I
40
got an email from John Springer, who provided a copy of a not guilty plea that was dated 6/13. He is requesting it to be returned to council.
Yeah, we
Reopen
don't
default.
have it in the system, but I saw his email.
What was it? What did he provide you with?
Proof that he, well, yeah, proof that he submitted a timely plea.
Okay, send it back.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah, return to council.
Hold that one.
Nope. 1670.
6,500.
6,500.
6,500.
1671.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Is this, they didn't renew, I take it?
No, didn't renew.
Okay, cancel and bond.
1672.
4,000.
4,000.
4,000.
1676.
Just had deny applicant had availed license at this location, and now they're applying.
Want them here before you deny them, or they
Yeah,
didn't
we
care to
had,
show
we had
up?
denied them, licensing board had denied them, so when they apply a second time, then we send it to the board to let the, vetted by you guys.
And they didn't show up.
Well, they don't have to, they're not given a notice.
Oh.
And I remember this, it was, reading it, I mean, it looked to me like he admitted to availing by accident, that he didn't even know it was illegal.
Oh, so you think?
Which doesn't defend him, but I'm wondering whether we give him another.
A lot of times when we do this, and just, this is my opinion, when we deny it for availing and then they wait and they reapply, sometimes, I mean, they are being punished
Just
by
like the
waiting
man
that
who
length
was
of
here.
time.
Right, right.
So, but if you want to have him come in so he can be sure he knows.
Oh.
You can do that, that's fine.
Application.
That's fair.
It's a what application?
We've had it since March.
No, that's deny it or vote on it, one or the other.
Well, if we're voting on it, I'm denying it.
I vote to approve.
Oh.
I'll approve.
1680.
Yeah, I need
This
info.
one, we did
Yeah.
have something from the mayor.
Yes, he wants 11 or 12 o'clock closing hours.
Right, the hours, right?
Yeah,
So what do we do?
12 a.m.
So conditionally approve it based on those hours?
You want 11 or 12?
What did the mayor want?
Said between,
No, I think it was 11 during the week,
Says
12 on
agreed
weekends.
closing times of around 11 p.m. and 12 a.m.
Yeah, that's what he said. So
So,
take your choice.
I mean, this is a diner, right?
yeah, so let's go 12.
All right,
Yeah,
12.
Just even 12. Sounds good.
Approve with 12.
1681.
I said send back to community board because applicant withdrew from community board and just decided to come straight to us.
Okay.
Back to the board.
Do we keep this?
you have to act on it.
You have to act on it.
Oh, we have to act on
You
it?
can deny it and make him go, reapply and then.
Yeah, I'll deny it then.
All right, they didn't, yeah, denied.
It's not it's
They
not
need to
five.
go to the community board and try to work out some type of,
They don't really
It's not
have
500
to,
foot.
yeah.
no, but they should meet with them. I'm not saying that they have to, but they, as Commissioner Kim said, they didn't even go.
Well, no, he went, he admitted to the committee that electrical work, demolition, and plumbing had been carried out. And then the applicant withdrew the application from consideration by the committee.
Applied with us anyway.
That's what I'm saying.
So they didn't go through the full process, right?
So we're
All
denying
they're
it.
required to do is to give notice. They're not required to show up, and, I mean, it's nice, it's polite, we appreciate it.
No, but if you do like what Mr. Levy does frequently, which I don't have a problem with, he goes, tries to work it out, and basically says, it's not a 500-foot case, I'm going right to the board. That I respect, but this,
They actually withdrew it from the calendar and.
Okay. All right, so disapprove. Are you disapproving or you want us?
yes.
Yes.
I
All right,
am.
thank you.
Yeah, disapprove.
All right, thanks.
Because of
1680.
community opposition.
No, because of failure to meet with
Well,
public
withdraw the
outreach,
act-
because of public outreach, lack
They
of
would-
public outreach.
Saying they would, but didn't we have notification they withdrew the application with the community board?
Yes.
So it's a little bit of deception?
Yes.
She's saying it's not a legal requirement.
Well,
You have to notice them.
Notifying them is the legal.
Yeah, but if you withdraw the application, didn't you withdraw the
They're
notifications?
withdrawing their notice.
Yeah, that would be my argument.
As if they're not going to go through with it, right?
Yep.
Or the appearance of.
Yeah. Okay, just putting it in there just to cover my butt. 1683.
I mean, they want,
We have licensed nail salons before.
Can you serve complimentary drinks?
Well, I think they need to switch their language that it's with the purchase of your service, whatever you're getting includes.
And it's one drink.
it's
Yes.
one drink.
I mean, we have problems even when people sell tickets for catered events and they say and complimentary. I'm like, it's not complimentary. Your ticket price
And we'll make
covers your
sure
drink.
that I'll make a note on.
Okay, all right.
There's
then.
no issues with Department of Health? I remember they used to have issues.
Well, that would be whether or not they get a C of O for it.
And half
No,
the
but like,
places
but
in
you
New
can
York
even
City
serve tea or something because of hair issues.
I know,
things.
but we have licensed some, and that's what we would request, and this would be, a condition would be the health permit.
Okay.
And Pulaski,
Did we
by
ask
the
for
way.
that in
I
there?
don't know, have you ever been to
We have
Pulaski?
permit, Yep.
No.
No.
You should go.
Okay. I will go.
I'll approve.
Get your nails done.
Approve.
It's
1684 and 85.
backcountry.
This is kind of, I thought it was low,
It is.
like at least 12,500. I mean, they have no adverse history, which is the only thing going for them. So I counter at 12,500.
Counter at 12.5.
12,500.
1686.
Offer 2,000 accept.
2,000 accept.
Accept.
1690.
Counter 4,500.
Counter 4,500.
Counter 4,500. I guess I was going to ask if all this stuff's fixed, but it doesn't matter.
Okay. 1691.
2,600.
1691, is that?
2691. You said 2600?
Yes, because $100 for
I
the.
know. I get that.
2,600.
2,600.
1692 and 93.
Yeah, this is another one of those. I think you're gonna have to bring these people in. It was 30% bought from a liquor store, but she claims that it wasn't her husband's liquor store. How credible is that? If she's going out and making purchases and not having invoices to show for it, but she's saying she's buying it from some other liquor store when her husband owns a liquor store.
She could be trying to not get her husband's store in trouble for
In
sales.
trouble.
But it's an OP as opposed to a package store buying all of its, it's a less amount of product.
All right.
Oh, she's not a liquor store. I see what you're saying.
But she's buying 30%, right? From,
Especially with Mike taking me.
and it says no C of O, no public assembly.
I thought the 10,000 was, been licensed since 2012, their first.
What was the number there, Kevin?
Well, I thought we should bring them in,
All right,
but
bring
if
'em
you
in.
want to take 10,000.
816.
816. $1694.
4,500.
4,500.
4,500.
95.
Fix, so I had here, yeah, they didn't fix the extension of premise, right?
They had a illegal sidewalk cafe, and then they went ahead and defaulted. So I don't know if you want them here, or you want to just impose your penalty.
What do you want to do? Do you want to bring them in?
Bring them in.
This is for 1695.
Yes.
Bring him in 816.
Yes.
This one right here.
1697?
Yeah, having a guard when there's no guard stated in the method of operation, that's a no-no?
Yeah, that's a failure to
Kind
conform.
of doing anything other than what you tell us you're going to do, or doing the opposite of what you tell us you're going to do.
All right.
Oh, also, it's a restaurant that they had no food.
Right, that details,
That was a
yeah. I was going to
bigger
get to that
problem.
too, but
That's
I had that
almost
written down.
philosophical, right?
Yeah.
So do we bring them in about the food?
Pizza place with no pizza?
That's right.
Yeah. Bring them in?
16,
Want to
yeah.
know that they
Really?
have food, right?
Just,
Yeah,
Yeah.
They went to hearing.
yeah.
They did?
Yeah, so you can just impose the penalty.
Oh. Okay, 6,000.
6,000.
You want a warning about food?
Yes, please.
And then send our investigators out immediately. 2 days after the letter, because I guarantee they don't have it.
hang on. Got an email here. Why do I have an email here? It's on 1698. Blah, 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 blah. They're asking for an adjournment to 8:16.
Okay.
He's unavailable, mother's sick.
Okay.
16, so that's over. 1699,
Dismiss.
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 1700.
1,000 accept.
1,000 accept.
Accept.
1704, we adjourned this prior to.
Right.
Till
8:16?
8:16, yep. What the hell I'm doing here? 1706, another adjournment was granted. I'll get around to why, but they're trying to meet with the community board. Okay, 1711,
Offer 4,500 accept.
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 1712,
2,500 accept.
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 1713,
Counter 4,500.
Counter 4,500.
Counter 4,500.
1714,
Dismiss 1, and for 2, offer 1,000 accept.
1,000 accept.
Accept.
1
1716,
Cancel and bond accept with a name stop.
Cancel and bond, name stop.
Cancel and bond.
1717,
Cancel and bond accept.
Cancel and bond accept.
Accept.
1718,
Dismiss all.
Dismiss all.
Dismiss all.
19.
10,000.
Is that 10,000?
Yes, 10,000.
10,000.
10,000.
1720,
3,000.
3,000.
3,000.
1721,
Sustain all charges, dismiss, accept
No.
7.
All right.
Yeah, accept 7, 10,000.
10,000 and dismiss 7.
10,000. Dismiss 7.
Sorry, wait,
What?
this isn't availing and you're doing 10.
Oh, I'm sorry, it was 10 plus availing I had, so it's a good catch, actually. I think we need to.
You're free to do what you want,
Oh,
I
no,
was just
you're right.
saying.
I had the 10,000 plus.
So do 15? Or take it?
it's in Nassau County.
You know, there's another case where you recently, they offered 15 and you asked for cancellation.
Didn't they just come back today and we gave it back to them, or no?
No, this is a case Max Bookman has, and he's rather upset with you wanting cancel and bond rather than the 15,000.
So what happens?
Oh, I don't know.
Oh,
You
we
can go
did
for
cancel and bond, you mean?
Yeah, they had
this-
offered 15 on the
Yeah,
availing.
no, this is a
You
cancel
came
and
back with
bond.
cancel.
All right.
I missed the availing
Okay.
one, original.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Still dismiss 7, got it. 1722,
4,000.
4,000.
4,000.
1723,
3,500 accept.
35 accept.
Accept.
24,
6,000 accept.
Accept.
6,000 accept.
1725,
1,500 accept.
1,500 accept.
Accept.
1726,
Letter of warning accept.
Letter of warning accept.
Accept.
1729,
6,000.
Accept.
6,000.
You have to say 6,000 on this one.
It wasn't an offer.
Yeah, I just imposed 6,000.
6,000.
6,000.
1730,
This is Commissioner Kim's possibly last
10,000.
case.
This-
Make it count.
10,000.
10,000.
10,000.